Chapter 648. When Xia Jinyuan saw her quickly avert her gaze, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. He wanted to give her a surprise, but now she was clearly the one giving him a surprise. Who would have thought that he would actually wait for her to arrive at the spot he was randomly standing at? He was still staring at Yi Qian, but he didn't avoid her at all. This made Yi Qian, who had averted his gaze, feel a headache coming on. He really would come to whichever unit he wanted to join. Major Xia, this is really wrong of you. However, the sentence, "Until when are you going to stop harming others," was quite satisfying. After being scolded by the instructor, Ying must have been so embarrassed that she wanted to cry. She was so prideful and always wanted to win in front of him, but in the end, she made a fool of herself. Of course she made a fool of herself. Xia Jinyuan wouldn't teach a student a lesson, but that didn't mean he could ignore it. As soon as Ying asked his little fox to come up, Xia Jinyuan already knew who the girl who walked up to the shooting range with a gloomy expression was. She didn't want her little fox to finish high school smoothly? How arrogant. Yi Jifan really raised a good daughter. Ying was Yi Jifan's daughter. She was smart, but her mind wasn't in the right place. She thought that she had hidden the darkness in her heart well, but she didn't know that the moment she opened her mouth, the expression in her eyes had already betrayed her. At this moment, Ying was completely stunned by the instructor's words. Lying on the shooting range, she didn't come back to her senses for a long time, so she didn't see the instructor squatting in front of her, and Yi Jian behind her making eye contact. Yi Jian wanted to ignore the exchange of glances in front of so many classmates, but Major Xia wouldn't let her. She didn't look back, and her gaze fell on Yi Jian with a faint smile. She had no intention of looking away at all. This behavior made Yi Qian feel inexplicably funny. In the end, he looked up and mouthed, "You win, Major Xia." They all ran over to the anti-chemical regiment. Wasn't he the winner? Xia Jinyuan, who had just made eye contact with Yi Ying, smiled in satisfaction. He retracted his gaze and said to the stunned Ying, "Miss, you're not suitable for target practice. You'll hurt the innocent." He had to make her remember that she couldn't do as she pleased everywhere. Don't think that no one would notice her thoughts. In Xia Jinyuan's eyes, this kind of girl was simply asking for a beating. Ying snapped out of her daze when she heard the cold voice. The first sentence stunned her, but the second sentence was like a slap to her face. She looked at the instructor who was half squatting beside her and took the gun away. She didn't even know what to say. Not long after, his entire face flushed red. His chi and blood rushed to his face. It was a fiery red, and it was even more painful. If you don't have good intentions, you won't hold a gun properly. For your safety, I need to stop you from shooting. Xia Jinyuan didn't pick up the gun. He just moved his hand and unloaded the magazine into his hand. He didn't even look at Yi Ying's expression. He quietly half-squatted like a statue. Yi Ying, who felt humiliated just a second ago, narrowed her eyes in the next second. She turned her head abruptly, and a trace of panic flashed through her eyes. Could it be that the instructor saw through her thoughts just now? Xia Jinyuan was squatting with his back to the light and his training cap pulled down. She didn't realize that the instructor standing beside her had seen her before. She saw the instructor holding the magazine with one hand as if nothing had happened. He raised his chin slightly and looked straight ahead coldly. Chapter 649. Ying, who was in a panic, was not afraid of what the instructor said, but she was stopped by the instructor in the middle of target practice. If she told the students what the instructor said, then the image she had worked so hard to rebuild in the hearts of the students these days would be ruined again. The first time could be forgiven, but if it happened again, she would have no place in the class. No, I can't let Yi Qian ruin me over this. I have to say something first. At least, I have to let the students think that I gave up on shooting because I was too scared to shoot a second time, and not because I was stopped by the instructor. In a split second, Ying, who was lying on the shooting range, bit her lower lip and tried to explain herself in a voice that was close to tears. "I'm sorry, instructor. I was still very scared just now. I've troubled you." She turned her head and said to Yi Qian, "Yi Qian, I'm sorry. I was still very scared. I couldn't shoot a second time." It didn't matter whether the instructor believed her or not. It didn't matter what he saw just now. After leaving this place, she couldn't have any contact with a poor soldier like him. The most important thing was that she couldn't let Yi Jian have a chance to speak and let the students know the truth. What she didn't know was that Yi Jian didn't care to play tricks on this kind of thing. Hearing what she said, Yi Jian raised her eyebrows and said disapprovingly, "You don't have to apologize to me. If the instructor can see it, I can see it as well. You want to use shooting to get rid of me? Ying, you're really stupid. Do you know how many spies there are here? Do you know why there are instructors around? Do you think you have the ability to toy with the entire army?" He knew what she wanted to do the moment she opened her mouth. She thought she was so smart that no one could see through her dark thoughts. Faced with this kind of Ying, Yi Qian sometimes wondered if the smart and ruthless Ying from his previous life was the same Ying now. They were on completely different levels. Xia Jinyuan didn't move or speak casually. He had no choice. He was now the instructor. He had already warned Ying, so it wouldn't be appropriate for him to speak again. "I was wrong just now." Yi Ying's face was tense as she glared at Yi Qian with a gloomy gaze. Bang! 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 The sound of bullets rang in her ears. Everyone had started their second round of target practice. Yi Ying, who had a gun in her hand, could only glare fiercely at Yi Qian. It was as if this was the only way to calm down the shame and anger in her heart. A clean and slender hand suddenly reached over. It was Xia Jinyuan, who had a cold expression on his face. He used his palm to block Yi Ying's line of sight. His movement made Yi Qian look up abruptly. It was just a small movement, but it made Yi Qian's heart tremble violently. Xia Jinyuan knew about his relationship with Yi Jifan's family. He knew, and that was why he said those things and why he kept an eye on Ying. That was why he reached out his hand at a time like this to make Ying look even more pathetic and embarrassed. Xia Jinyuan didn't turn around to look. She never told him about Yi Jifan. If she didn't tell him, he could pretend that everything was fine. But now that he saw Yi Ying's ugly behavior, he couldn't ignore it anymore. The sound of gunshots continued. The second batch of students had finished their target practice. Their faces were filled with excitement. Some of the girls even blushed. It was too exciting. They didn't expect target practice to be so exciting. They didn't know how many points they hit. They probably didn't even hit a single point. They all missed the target. Chapter 650. Ying was embarrassed and embarrassed. She ran away from the shooting range as if she was escaping from something. Why are all instructors so nosy? What does this have to do with him? Before he left, Yi Qian took a long look at Xia Jinyuan, who didn't turn around to look at him. His bright black eyes flickered. "Xia Jinyuan, do you know that your gentleness and thoughtfulness have also become the reason why she wants to run away? She doesn't dare to have someone who is too perfect for her. She doesn't want to try something that is too deep for her." Major Xia didn't know. If he did, he would probably be troubled for half a day, and then continue to struggle even harder. On the other side, Ying rushed back to class. Her face was still burning red. She was embarrassed and angry. Her thoughts had been seen through by the instructor. At this moment, she couldn't wait for this torturous shooting to end quickly. She didn't want to stay in this embarrassing shooting range for even a second. "How is it? Does your shoulder hurt?" When a classmate asked about it, Ying felt that her shoulder was indeed in pain. She frowned and said, "It's quite painful. I feel that the skin on my shoulder is definitely red." She then said with regret, "It's a pity that I only shot one bullet. I'm really scared." Why did you only fire one bullet? I thought you had already fired all of them. Yi Qian is right behind you. You're scared. TSK, you're really timid." The girl who found it unbelievable didn't realize that her words had caused Ying's expression to change. She said, "That instructor is pretty nice. I saw him straighten your gun." Hearing this, Yi Ying's face stiffened. They didn't even know that she hadn't fired 2 shots. She actually said it out loud. She was being called a coward for no reason. Yi Ying, who had gone for wool and come home shorn, pursed her lips and said, "I also thought that Yi Qian would be better with me by her side. Who knew that when I spoke to her, she would ignore me? The instructor is really pretty nice." What else could she say? Other than going along with her classmate and admitting that the instructor was nice, what else could she say? He couldn't possibly say that it wasn't good and say that the instructor had stopped him from shooting. Yi Ying, who was so angry that she almost fainted, bit her cheek. If she had known earlier, she would not have fired the gun. The students below did not know. Why did she say those things again? Ying, who was feeling increasingly uneasy, clenched her fists tightly. She tried her best to calm herself down, not to panic, not to mess up. She took deep breaths to adjust herself. It wasn't until the fourth batch of students went on stage that she suppressed the embarrassment in her heart and calmed herself down. We're so fast, so fast. I'm so nervous. Yiqian, I'm so nervous. What should I do? I'm so nervous. How about I don't play? The gunshots on the shooting range hurt people's eardrums, and the people who were originally afraid became more and more flustered. Bullets could calm a person's heart, but they could also disturb a person's heart. For students who were afraid, the more they listened, the more afraid they became. But for people who liked them like Yi Qian, the more they listened, the calmer they became. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "Don't panic. There are instructors nearby. If you really don't know how to shoot, ask the instructors. They will definitely tell you." "You're nervous, aren't you, Yi Qian?" "Me? I'm not nervous." The corners of Yi Qian's mouth curved up, revealing a breezy smile as he comforted the nervous girl. "There's nothing to be nervous about. Ask them. They still feel that they haven't had enough shooting and want to go up for another round." Chapter 651. The boy in front, who was craning his neck to watch while talking, turned to the girl and said, "Yi Qian is right. 3 bullets is really too little. We need at least 10 bullets to be satisfied. You guys should learn more from Yi Qian. Learn how to be calm." She hasn't learned before, but she dared to go up after listening to the explanation. "We at least understood it for 2 days, so what's there to be afraid of? Right, Yi Qian?" In the end, it was a habit to ask Yi Qian. One of the boys didn't realize it himself and subconsciously thought that Yi Qian's words had a certain amount of authority. Yi Qian seemed to hear it. He laughed and said, "You said a lot, and I also think you're right. Once we're on the field, there's nothing to be afraid of. No matter if we shoot well or badly, at least we've touched guns and shot targets before. We know what kind of artistic conception the song Return from Target Practice has. You guys, you can't go wrong following Yi Qian. Us boys are all following her. With her stabilizing force by our side, what's there to be afraid of?" As the boy spoke, he laughed and said to Yi Qian, "Go for it, Yi Qian. Hit 30 points and broaden our horizons. You guys, don't be like Ying. Just now I heard her say that she only shot once. She was afraid of the next 2 shots, so she didn't shoot anymore." When the boy said this, the girls were not surprised at all. Instead, they thought it was normal. She's a coward. Her body isn't very good to begin with. It's good enough that she didn't faint from the scare of the bullets. It was almost 5 o'clock. The night breeze from the mountains was slightly cool, and it swept away the students who were sweating as they waited for the last batch of students to finish shooting. Yi Qian was in the last batch of students to go up. She wasn't assigned to the shooting range where Xia Jinyuan was standing. Instead, she was separated by 2 people. Standing beside the gun, even her back looked better than the other students. She stood as straight as a pencil, like a soldier preparing to shoot. Xia Jinyuan, who was 2 students away from her, saw that she was looking straight ahead and didn't even spare him a glance. He couldn't help but laugh. Fortunately, his original intention was to come to the shooting range to get closer to her life, not to stay by her side and shoot targets. Now she was in front of him and he was in the circle of her school life. He could hear his classmates talking happily with her, and he could see that the girls in this batch relied on her and faintly worshipped her. It was good to be so close to her life. When Yi Jian walked onto the stage, the whole class turned to look at her. Even though they were not soldiers, they could tell that Yi Jian was different. She stood among the mountains and rivers. Her back was even more elegant than the soldier standing beside the gun. She was like a strong pine tree, exuding a majestic aura. She was really a true military posture. Just by standing there, she was already worthy of respect. Seeing this, the instructor of Class 1 asked his classmates with a smile, "How many points do you think Yi Jian will get? How are we supposed to guess?" "Why don't you guess, sir? Yi Qian didn't come before. Based on the 20-minute explanation just now, I think she'll do about the same as us." "Not necessarily. Yi Qian is very good." After the instructor spoke, the students started to make bold guesses. They were all guessing how many points Yi Qian would get. Some said she would miss the target, while others said she would definitely be better than them with all 3 bullets on the target. The last batch of shooting had already begun. The instructor glanced at Yi Qian, who was lying on her stomach in the shooting range. Then he looked at her holding the gun with one hand and pulling the trigger with the other. Her movements were very practiced and he could tell at a glance that this was a girl who was used to handling guns. Chapter 652. Looking at the students who were discussing animatedly, the instructor smiled and said, "I bet 30 points. All of them hit the target." 30 points. All of them hit the target. The class was in an uproar. Yi Ying, who had been silent all this while, sneered and said to the girl standing beside her, 30 points. The instructor really thinks highly of Yi Qian. No wonder someone said that the instructor likes Yi Qian. That can't be. Yi Qian just arrived yesterday. How could the instructor like him? Who did you hear that from? On the shooting platform, Yi Qian had already aimed at the target. The black and white were very clear. The bullet was loaded, the safety was off, and the ruler was correct. She placed her finger gently on the trigger and held the gun firmly. She let the back of the gun rest against her shoulder and supported herself with her elbows on the ground. Now all she needed to do was to look through the hole and through the crosshairs to form a straight line with the target. She could already shoot, but the order to shoot had not been given yet. The 2 minutes of preparation time was up. The third-year students began their target practice. Gunshots could be heard in front of them. The 8th class of the second year was still waiting. They had to wait for the third-year students to finish their target practice before the last batch of second-year students could start. There needed to be a staggered time in between so that the instructors could reorganize and arrange for the third-year students to leave the shooting range in an orderly manner. Amidst the gunshots, the first class of the second year let out cries of disbelief when they heard the instructor say, "The instructor actually likes Yi Qian." Then they heard Jessen roar, "Yi Ying, do you have any shame? Do you have any shame? Is slandering Yi Qian enough to make you so happy? Fuck your mother. I must teach you a lesson today." Her voice was so loud that Yi Qian hurriedly put down his gun and looked over. It also made the 10 boys and girls in the first class turn their heads to look over. What happened? Fortunately, with the gunshots as a cover, Jessen's angry roar did not attract the attention of the other classes. Hearing her voice, Yi Qian turned his head. He saw Jessen push aside 2 boys and fiercely charge towards Yi Ying. "Hold her waist, Alexen!" Yi Qian shouted coldly as she stood up. Her gaze landed on Xia Jinyuan, who was 2 students away from her. Before she left, she nodded slightly at Xia Jinyuan, indicating for him to let the other students continue with their target practice. The soldier guarding Yi Qian didn't even see how she stood up. By the time he reacted, the girl in front of him had already run a few steps away. Xia Jinyuan frowned slightly. He lowered his eyes and reminded the distracted boys, "Don't be distracted. Focus on your target." He then instructed the rest of the soldiers to keep an eye on the guns and students that they were responsible for. The target practice proceeded as normal. Xian reacted quickly as well. As soon as Yi Qian shouted, he immediately rushed out and hugged Jessen's waist. "Oh my god, you're going to make trouble for the class, aren't you? Who's causing trouble? Who the hell likes to cause trouble? Ying, come get your ass out here. Let's talk things out. Let the whole class, the whole school be the judge. Let's see what else you can say with that filthy mouth of yours." Clearly, Jessen was not afraid anymore. Her training cap was gone, and her messy hair was stuck on her sweaty face. Her delicate face was full of anger. "Drillmaster, you should listen to what this guy who only knows how to bite people all day long has to say." The situation had really gotten out of hand. Even Yi Qian's target practice was temporarily interrupted. Luckily, only Yi Qian's target practice was interrupted. The rest of the students glanced at each other and, under the soldier's reminder, placed their hands on their rifles again. Chapter 653. Yi Ying only wanted to secretly spread rumors to embarrass Yi Qian, but who knew that Jessen would suddenly explode like a firecracker, not giving her a chance to retaliate in private. Her face alternated between green and white as she walked out and said with a sullen face, "What are you doing here? If you're unhappy with me, you can talk about it after shooting. Let's go out and settle it. Don't embarrass the whole class." She wanted to push all the blame onto Jessen, just like in the past, pretending to be righteous and criticizing others. But Jessen would not do that. She had never been afraid of her from middle school to high school. Hearing this, she sneered. I'm causing trouble? Come. Tell me what she said just now. Yijian was practicing on the stage because the instructor asked us to guess how many points Yijian could hit. You all know what she said, right? That's right, Ying. I'm sure you all know what she said, right? I'm causing trouble? I'm not afraid even if I cause trouble. You're already slandering me, what do I have to be afraid of? You slandered Yijian, and you also slandered our instructor. I'm afraid, why should I be afraid? I only dared to say it because I'm not afraid. But you're just afraid, so now you're acting like a coward. Yijian walked over and motioned for Lvxen to let go. He shielded Jessen by his side and stared coldly at Ying, who was still trying to incite the whole class to denounce her good friend. He said coldly, Jessen is a straightforward person, and her temper is famous for being amiable. Ying, what did you say to make her angry? You said she's causing trouble? I'm sorry, but in my eyes, the one who can cause trouble is you, not her. Fine, since this matter has started, then let's make it bigger. Ying, I want to see how you're going to clean up this mess. Her gaze was not only cold but also contained disdain, as if everything she did was extremely laughable and would only add to the joke. Ying, who only felt humiliated, looked over fearlessly and said coldly, I was just saying it didn't affect anything. She was the one who made a fuss and wanted to cause trouble. What does it have to do with me? Yijian, don't go too far. There are some things that you should know in your heart. You should say it so that you don't embarrass yourselves even more. Oh, I understand. Yijian smiled, but his eyes were as cold and sharp as a sword. He looked at Ying coldly and said, You said bad things about me, so you made Jessen angry. It's not like you can say anything bad in front of me. Why do you have to say it secretly? I'll give you a chance to say it in front of me. I won't hold a grudge against you. The students who could understand the double entendre naturally understood, but those who didn't saw that Yijian didn't say anything, so they simply said, Yijian, we all know it's fake. No one believes her words. That's right. She asked Jessen precisely because she didn't believe us. Jessen got angry the moment she heard it. It's not her fault. We were quite angry when we heard it too. No one knew who said this, but Ying suddenly looked up and glanced over with a gloomy gaze. You're angry from hearing this? What a joke. If you were really angry, you wouldn't be laughing so happily just now. With a deep gaze, Yijian smiled and said to the girls who spoke, Sorry, I want to hear it from Ying herself, because I'm giving her a chance to say it in front of me. I'm giving her a chance to openly say bad things about me. Giving her a chance to openly say bad things about her. The moment he said this, the expressions of the students in the class changed subtly. Chapter 654. What he said made sense. Every time, Ying would only talk about this and that in private. She wouldn't dare to confront Yijian directly. Just like now, if she really had any evidence, she could say it in front of Yijian. The students all looked at Ying. Yesterday's incident was not over yet, and today Ying was saying strange things in private. Now that Yijian had stood out to ask her to clarify things, it was up to her to say it herself. If there was really something, Ying could say it. If there wasn't, Ying probably wouldn't dare to confront Yijian directly. How could Ying dare to confront Yijian directly? She knew all too well that what she said was baseless and without any evidence. She was just trying to make things difficult for Yijian, and make the other students distance themselves from her. It was impossible for her to say it out loud. She didn't want to, but the students looked at her subtly. They agreed with Yijian's words and quietly waited for her to confront him. Ying felt so guilty that her vision turned black. She clutched her chest and scolded sternly. Yijian, don't push me too far. What did you do? Why don't you admit it yourself? Just as she finished scolding him, Yijian said calmly, I don't know what I did to make you slander me again and again. Because I don't know, I'm asking you to say it in front of me. I'm tired of this kind of behavior where you play dirty and pretend to be innocent. I don't know what kind of mentality Ying has, but you always like to talk about me behind my back. First, I won't be fierce to you. Second, I won't scold you. Third, I won't hit you. In front of the whole class and all the instructors, Ying, I'll give you a chance to talk about me. His dark eyes stared unblinkingly at Ying. His gaze was cold and sharp. I'll ask you to tell me now. What did you say to make Yi Qian so angry? Under such a gaze, Yi Ying's heart couldn't stop thumping. She couldn't resist Yi Jian's overbearing and cold gaze. However, she was very clear that she absolutely could not panic now. If things really got messy, then it would prove that she was deliberately spreading rumors and slandering Yi Qian. Taking a deep breath, he pursed his lips and said, I didn't say anything. I already said that she was being petty and making a mountain out of a molehill. If you really want to know, fine, I can tell you after you finish shooting. Now please don't delay the other students' shooting time. Don't make the other students unable to shoot because of you. Yi Qian smiled and shook his head. No, it's not my problem now. It's yours. I don't mind not shooting. It won't affect anything. But if you don't say it yourself, I'll ask my classmates. Once I ask my classmates, Ying, do you know what this means? I told you not to say it in front of me, but you just had to say it behind my back. Despicable. And Jessin continued. Her face was full of anger as she glared fiercely at Ying. She shouted, It's the behavior of a petty person. Ying, you're a petty person. A despicable and shameless petty person. She was a petty person? She said she was a petty person? Ying, who was just reminding herself not to panic, was so angry that her whole body trembled. And Jessin actually called her a petty person in front of the whole class. She actually dared to slander her. Chapter 655. Ying was so angry that her body was trembling. She raised her hand and pointed at Yi Qian. She shouted, I'm a villain? Then who is she? A shameless villain? Then Yi Qian is a shameless villain. Does she know how to shoot? She doesn't know how to shoot at all. She doesn't know how to do anything. Yet she still has the nerve to go on stage and cheer for the other girls? What does she know other than gilding her own face? The students of grade 2 class 1 didn't like what they heard. She actually said that Yi Qian didn't know how to do anything. Yi Qian seemed to foresee a storm coming and stopped the students who wanted to argue. Don't be anxious. Stay where you are. We already caused trouble for the instructor yesterday. We can't cause any more trouble today. No matter how much trouble we cause, no matter how good our performance at tomorrow's inspection is, we can't beat the internal enemy evaluation. If you have anything to say, we can stand and talk. Don't make things difficult for the instructor. The instructor was not only in a difficult position, but he was also angry. He didn't know what he did to make the student with heart disease misunderstand and say such dirty words. Hearing this, she said in a deep voice, The other classes have finished their target practice. Now it's our class that's causing a ruckus. Ying, I've already invited the political commissar over. If you really have any evidence to prove that there's an unusual relationship between Yi Jian and me, I'll accept military punishment without hesitation. If you don't have it, you owe me an apology. You owe Yi Qian an apology. I'm not apologizing. Why should I apologize? What did I say? Who told her to slander me? They should apologize to me. Ying was so angry that her fingertips were trembling. She didn't have any rationality left. She had always been a good student in the eyes of the students and a good student in the eyes of the teachers. And Jessin actually dared to say such things about her. She must apologize to her. Ying was still thinking about her own image. She didn't realize that her actions had negatively affected the military instructor and the image of a soldier. Soldiers represented the country. They couldn't tolerate any slander. Even if Yi Ying was a student, she couldn't be forgiven easily. The other students did not understand what the instructor meant. Only Yi Qian, upon hearing that the instructor had even invited the political commissar over, immediately realized that the matter that made Jessin angry had something to do with the instructor. What does this have to do with the instructor? What does it have to do with me? Also, the instructor had just said that he had an unusual relationship with her. What did that mean? Why couldn't she understand? At this moment, no matter how smart Yi Qian was, he could not figure out what stupid thing Ying had just done. Ying, can you stop? Yi Qian is better than you in every way. Can you stop yelling here? Yesterday's matter has just passed, and today you're up to no good again. Are you deliberately trying to destroy the unity of our class? Watch your words. Yi Qian is better than you. His studies are better than you. His character is better than you. Even his military training was better than yours. We just think that Yi Qian is better. What can you do about it? Her words really angered everyone. Fortunately, Yi Jian had stopped her classmates from making a ruckus in advance, so the incident did not spread. In the eyes of the other students, they thought that the student from Year 2 Class 1 who suddenly left the target range was scared. When she returned to class, the other students were comforting her. The whistling bullets finally stopped. Yellow dust rose from the target range. When the whistle blew, all the students except for Yi Qian from Year 2 Class 1 had finished shooting. Chapter 656. When all the students came down from the shooting range, the soldiers guarding the automatic rifles picked up all the guns, put away the mounts and removed the magazines. A rifle without bullets was only safe. The soldiers climbed out of the trenches and counted the results of the last batch of students. When they saw that there was only one bullet in the 5th position of the second-year Class 1, which was the 5th position of the last batch of students, the soldiers didn't notice anything wrong. To be honest, it was not easy to tabulate the students' results. There were at most 3 bullet holes in a target at a time, but in the end, there were 6 or 7 bullet holes. This meant that a student's bullet had missed the target and landed in another position. Tabulating the results was just a data point to let the students know that there was evidence. After tabulating the results, they left quickly. The third-year class also left the shooting range one by one. Then the second-year class left one by one. Even the second-year class left. These students did not know that something had happened in the first-year class, and they had to wait for the political commissar to come before they could leave. After the students of Grade 2 Class 2 left, only Grade 2 Class 1 had a large shooting range. Xia Jinyuan handed the gun to the soldier he named and walked straight to the first-year instructor. He glanced at Yi Qian casually and said in a deep voice, "What was the commotion just now? What happened?" The instructor was a major with 2 bars and 1 star. He immediately stood at attention and saluted. "Sir, this student secretly spread rumors in the class that I have a bad relationship with this student, and some of the students believe it. To prevent the situation from worsening, Yi Qian's target practice is temporarily suspended. Over." Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows a little high. It seemed that Yi Jifan's education was a bit of a failure. His daughter was not very smart. The last batch of students who had just returned really did not know anything. When they heard this, their eyes were filled with shock. How is that possible? There are so many boys in school chasing after Yi Qian, but I didn't see Yi Qian getting close to any of them. Ying, don't talk nonsense, okay? The girl who had asked Yi Qian to accompany her for target practice said angrily, "Yi Qian can't have anything to do with the instructor. She just came back yesterday." "Yes, I don't believe it either. It's impossible. Yi Qian didn't even accept a love letter from someone. You really know how to talk nonsense." It wasn't only the girls who spoke up. A boy also said, "I don't believe it either. That boy from grade 12, whom you girls regard as the school hunk, even wrote a love letter to Yi Qian. I even helped him give it to her. But Yi Qian didn't even accept it." You also accepted Yi Qian's love letter on behalf of grade 12 class 12? Damn, I have one too, but I didn't take it at that time. I just said, don't let outsiders take the benefits. Ha ha ha, smart, right? There was a slight change in Major Xia's expression. He looked up and glanced at Yi Qian with a half-smile. His thin lips curled up a little. Not bad, he's so popular. His hands are going soft from receiving so many love letters. He just didn't know if he had actually received a love letter, or if he had opened it and read it. He had to have a good chat with her about this matter tonight. This time, Yi Qian finally understood why Jessen was angry. He didn't even notice the change in Major Xia's expression. Yi Qian looked at the pale-faced Ying and said, "The instructor is not bad. I quite like him." Yi Ying's eyes lit up when she heard this. She said sharply, "Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Am I talking nonsense?" She's the one who admitted that she likes the instructor. Yi Qian, you're really shameless. To think that your classmates trusted you so much. You actually like your own instructor, and are in a relationship with him so quickly. Chapter 657. Yi Jifan's daughter was too impatient. She was too impatient to make things difficult for Little Fox. Little did she know that Little Fox was waiting for her with her claws bared. Xia Jinyuan quickly thought of Little Fox from the bunch of boys writing love letters. How would Little Fox react? He pulled himself back from his thoughts and said calmly, "Is liking someone the same thing as being in a relationship? Of course. She's in a relationship with the instructor. She said it herself. How could Yi Ying let go of such a good opportunity? Her heart raced and she clenched her fists in excitement. She did not expect Yi Qian to admit that she liked the instructor. This was a godsend. She controlled her speech and her expression became serious. Her willow leaf furrowed and she said in a pitiful tone, "She's that kind of person, but you didn't believe me. Now, do you still not believe me? How could she be a match for Little Fox? Little Fox probably wouldn't even bother to deal with a girl like her." Presumably, Yi Zhufan was also worried about his daughter, who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. She was so stupid, but she still thought that she was smart. "Ying, I do like the instructor. Don't you like him?" "I don't think I have a reason not to like him. He's a soldier in the anti-chemical regiment and has served in the army for 3 years. In those 3 years, our instructor has been awarded 2 third-class merits and 1 second-class merit. Last July, a toxic gas leaked from a chemical factory in Haiyan province. Our instructor and the soldiers in his class risked their lives to enter the factory. Ying, do you know what kind of gas it was? When the human body breathes 0.05 milliamps, it will cause nausea and vomiting. 0.1 milliamps will cause nerve damage. Any more than 0.05 grams and you'll go into shock and your life will be in danger. If it reaches 0.2 milliamps, Ying, you'll lose your life and completely disappear from this world. Why don't I like the instructor? Why don't I like an instructor who is willing to sacrifice his own life for the safety of the people? And you, Ying, what right do you have to slander a brave, righteous, loyal, and responsible instructor? What right do you have? What right do you have to rely on? Who gave you the guts to slander a soldier's reputation? What right do you have? What right do you have? Why? Yi Ying was forced to retreat step by step with a series of questions. The entire place was silent. Yi Ying, whose face was ghastly pale, retreated one step after another. However, Yi Jian took another step forward and another step forward. Every time she asked why, she would take another step forward, forcing Yi Ying to the side of the shocked instructor. Instructor, surnamed Huang, first name Shun, joined the army at the end of 1994. After 3 years of service, his military achievements were outstanding, and he was awarded 2 third-class merits and 1 second-class merits. He would retire at the end of this year and return to his hometown with glory. He would continue to carry forward the spirit of a soldier in his new position. This time there were a total of 17 instructors who would retire at the end of this year. Yi Qian had a rough understanding of the situation of the 17 instructors from the political commissar during dinner last night. Naturally, he focused on the instructor in his class. No, that's not it. Yi Qian, you're quibbling, you're distorting the truth. You're my fellow instructor, my fellow instructor. Yi Ying, who had nowhere else to retreat, still wanted to defend herself, but when she looked past Yi Qian and saw the expressions on her classmates' faces, the look in their eyes, in that instant, even the color of Yi Ying's lips turned deathly pale. She couldn't say any more. If she did, her classmates wouldn't let her off. Chapter 658. No one would have thought that the instructor who taught their class was so powerful. She had even achieved 2 third-class merits and 1 second-class merits in the military. They also didn't expect Yi Qian to know everything about her. Just as they were shocked by the instructor's experience, the entire class was shocked by Yi Qian's ferocious aura. By the time they regained their senses, Yi Ying had become the target of public criticism. Everyone's gaze fell on her face. Yi Qian wasn't very happy to see Yi Ying retreating step by step until she had nowhere to retreat, and was left speechless. Her gaze was calm like the surging waves of the sea. It was so calm, but it made people's hearts tremble. As Yi Ying watched, her lips couldn't help but tremble. She didn't dare to say those baseless words anymore. She didn't even dare to utter a single word. She didn't even dare to utter a single word. Yi Ying, you're so disgusting. Previously, Yao Jing insulted Yi Qian's mother. Today, it's your turn to slander our instructor. No wonder you two are good friends. You're jackals of the same tribe. And Jessen said through gritted teeth. The anger in her eyes didn't disappear, but burned even more fiercely. It was Yi Qian's continuous why that ignited all the anger in her heart. The burning anger seemed to be able to burn Yi Ying to ashes. The continuous why not only shocked Yi Ying, but also the entire class. Ying was shocked to the point of panic and the entire class was shocked to the point of anger. Within Jessen's words, even more students looked at each other angrily. The class monitor Lu Exine heard Yiqian say to him calmly, "Class monitor, this is a private matter between me and Ying. It has nothing to do with the rest of the students. Please step forward and make the students stand in formation. No matter what kind of conflict Ying and I have in the future, please treat it calmly. Especially Jessen, remember my words. Don't be impulsive under any circumstances. Fighting and arguing are not solutions to problems. I won't use such extreme methods to deal with a private matter between me and Ying. Since it's also related to our instructor, the army will also come forward to handle it. Trust me, the army will seek justice for our instructor later. They will definitely not allow an outstanding soldier to be slandered for no reason during his service." Yiqian knew exactly what he wanted to do. Ying had stirred up trouble, and he was running out of patience. Then he would make a fuss to his heart's content. Since she could instantly ignite the anger of the entire class with a few words, she could also use a few words to keep the angry students rational and not affect the entire class. She said that this was a private matter between her and Ying, so it had nothing to do with her classmates. When the army investigated, they would not implicate her classmates. Yiqian was trying his best to protect his classmates for the sake of the big picture. He did not want to implicate everyone because of Ying. The students of Class 1 were smart. When they heard what Yiqian said, they all understood why he said that. "Yiqian, this isn't just about you. Ying is talking about your instructor. We won't let you face this alone." "That's right. We are a class and a group. How can you face this alone? Yiqian, I support you. Stop talking. We still don't know what the truth is. I don't agree with what Ying said, but I did see that the instructor treated Yiqian differently. Let's just listen to Yiqian. We shouldn't get involved." Chapter 659. Lu Exine heard the chatter of his classmates and stood up to say loudly, "Quiet down, let's just listen to Yiqian. Can we not get involved? The instructor treats Yiqian well because of Yiqian's outstanding performance. Now listen to what Ying says. Is that okay?" Xia Jinyuan heard all the discussions and his deep eyes darkened. Fortunately, Little Fox had some status in the class. Otherwise, Yi Jifan's daughter would have succeeded in inciting them. Xia Jinyuan glanced at Ying, who thought she was very powerful, with a cold light flashing in the depths of his eyes. There was a faint sneer at the corner of his mouth. Yi Jifan's daughter had already provoked Little Fox to the point where she had lost all patience. She should not have dragged a soldier into this by slandering him. Little Fox could be said to have gotten to where she was today because of the help she received from the military. Uncle Jen was a first-class sergeant major and Principal Chan was a world-class sniper. They were the ones who groomed her and helped her get to where she was today. The military also provided her with a lot of convenience. It could be said that the military was Little Fox's home, and the soldiers in the military were her family. Even though Yiqian had never met the soldiers in the Chemical Defense Regiment, she recognized them because of their uniforms. Ying had slandered her family first. It was no wonder Little Fox wanted to force her into a corner. With Little Fox's intelligence, if she wanted to teach someone a lesson, she would not do it herself. Instead, she would force the person to use underhanded means to harm himself. Xia Jinyuan, who did not intend to leave, glanced at the instructor of Class 1, whose lips were pursed into a sharp line. He saw that the soldier had maintained a serious expression. Although he was also very angry, he was very calm. He knew very well that he should not say anything about such things in order to avoid a bigger misunderstanding. He kept looking at Yi Jian. Clearly, he was somewhat surprised. He was surprised that Yi Jian knew about his meritorious service. "What happened between me and the instructor? Why did you stop talking? Is it because you have nothing to say? Do you know that you were spouting nonsense?" Yi Jian stopped moving forward. She stood calmly in front of Yi Ying, who was like a thorn in her back. She looked at Yi Ying with her beautiful black eyes without a trace of emotion. "If you can continue talking, I will listen carefully." She had to continue, but she could not say that Yi Qian liked the instructor. Facing the anger of her classmates, Yi Ying knew that she had to change her method. After her eyes flashed, Yi Ying knew that she should be able to say something. His lips moved and he covered his chest with his hand. His face was pale as if he would faint from suffocation in the next second. He said with a trembling voice, "Yi Jian, don't force me. Don't force me. If you didn't appear, none of this would have happened. You say that you don't like the instructor? Can you guarantee that he doesn't like you? Can you guarantee? I'm not the only one who saw that the instructor treated you differently." Like a drowning person, Ying began to flop around. Her eyes were very bright. It was the unwillingness in her heart that supported her. It was even more so the crazily growing jealousy that supported her. She absolutely could not bow down to Yi Jian and admit defeat. She was Ying. She was the one who could beat and scold Yi Jian at home. Her mother said it herself. He was just a piece of grass. No one would take responsibility for him even if he beat or scolded him. He was just a piece of grass. What right did he have to step on her head? Chapter 660. Today, she was going to taint the wretched girl's reputation. It would be great if she could make the students think that the wretched girl seduced the instructor. No, not everyone. Even if only a few students think so, it would be fine. After returning to school, this scandal would slowly spread. By then, ha ha ha. Even more teachers and students in school would think that the wretched girl seduced the instructor in the army. Thinking of that scene, Ying seemed to see the beautiful days. She said in a low voice, "There are over 50 students in the class. I've been with the instructor for 5 to 6 days and I've never seen him smile at anyone. I've never seen him talk and laugh with any girl alone. I've never seen him praise any girl. I Ying am not blind. I saw it clearly. Say it, say it. Do you dare say that the instructor doesn't like you? Ha, you don't dare. He's obviously flirting with you, yet you're still speaking so righteously. Yi Qian, you're the one who disgusts me. He even said that he'd bet 30 points on you. How much does he like you to have such confidence? 30 points? It's only been 20 minutes. How can someone who hasn't even touched a gun hit 30 points? Even if I don't understand, I know that's just a fantasy." These words struck a chord with the students who also saw the instructor talking and laughing with Yi Qian. Ying wasn't lying this time. They didn't believe that Yi Qian liked the instructor. But they still felt that the instructor did like Yi Qian. Otherwise, why would he treat Yi Qian so well? Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "I also like Yi Jian from your class very much. However, it's not the like that this student is talking about. It's the kind of like that I admire." Student, don't you know that there's another kind of like called admiration? Is there an end to it? Every time he opened his mouth, he would say something that Xia Jinyuan didn't like to hear. No matter how well-mannered he was, he had to speak up. The sharp-eyed Ying stared at the instructor who was also speaking for Yi Qian, a complete stranger. She then said with a half-smile, "You might admire Yi Qian, but it's impossible for you to admire our class instructor." Ying. Yi Qian's voice was as cold as ice. He interrupted. "You think the instructor likes me? That's why you're so confident that I can hit 30 points? Are all your suspicions because the instructor smiled and told you that I can get 30 points? Is this your best evidence? It's because I can hit 30 points that you suspect the instructor likes me. On the other hand, if I can hit 30 points, wouldn't that mean I don't like it?" Yi Qian repeated himself, causing Ying, who was eager to win, to completely miss the meaning behind his words. She nodded and said, "That's right. Otherwise, why wouldn't the instructor say that other girls can hit 30 points? Why did he say you?" "I understand." Yi Qian, who was smiling slightly, had already seen the political commissar walking over with 2 soldiers. His footsteps were hurried but steady. He then looked at Xia Jinyuan, who had an indifferent expression on his face. She believed that he had already seen the political commissar walking over. She also believed that this dangerous man wouldn't say something like, "He also admires me," for no reason. There must be a reason for him to say something like that. Yi Qian, who couldn't figure out Xia Jinyuan's intentions, said coldly, "You're slandering a soldier's reputation. Do you think you're in the right?" Chapter 661. No matter what his intentions were, she believed that he was definitely on her side. Ying did not see the political commissar walking over. In her eyes, there was only the face that was getting more and more beautiful, and only the person that she was becoming more and more afraid of. She gritted her teeth and maintained that cold smile. She said gently, "I didn't frame you. All the students were on the field for target practice except for you. Doesn't that mean that in the eyes of the instructor, you're the most special one?" Ying, who had already taken the bait, didn't know that Yi Qian had already begun to reel in the net. She continued to speak righteously. "Right now the instructor is so guilty that he didn't say anything. Only you who have nothing to lose are still arguing with me. Just now, this instructor said that it might be our instructor who admires you. Then you should at least show us some ability that the entire class can see. Maybe our instructor really appreciates you because you can hit 30 points. Hearing this, Yi Jian really felt that Yi Ying's head must have been hit by a door today. Was Yi Ying not afraid that she would show her real ability and directly crush her baseless words and her little technical framing? Also, he now understood why Xia Jinyuan said that liking someone could also mean admiration. Yi Ying really couldn't wait to see what ability she had to gain the instructor's admiration. Even he didn't dare to casually respond to that dangerous man's words. But Yi Ying didn't even think before saying it. Looking at the ignorant Yi Qian, who already understood why Xia Jinyuan said that he also admired her, said meaningfully, "It's just 30 points, yet you can still cause trouble. It seems like you're certain that I don't have that ability, right?" She didn't want to do anything to Yi Ying in school, but she couldn't stop Yi Ying from courting death. Liking someone was admiration, and admiration was liking someone. It was such a simple matter. She only needed to do one thing to shatter all of Yi Ying's accusations and make her lose face. Yi Ying, who didn't even know that she was slowly walking into a trap, raised her chin slightly with an arrogant expression. "It's not that I'm certain that you don't have that ability, but when did you, Yi Qian, have that kind of ability? Just based on yesterday's series of military postures with the instructors? Shooting and military posture are two different things, so I don't believe that our instructor appreciates you just because you have the ability to shoot." To Yi Ying, as long as Yi Qian couldn't prove that he had the ability and the instructor was so confident, then the students who saw the instructor treating Yi Qian differently would all believe what Yi Ying said. They would believe that the instructor really did like Yi Qian. As long as someone believed her, Yi Ying would win. What she wanted was for Yi Qian to not have any peace in class. Although their methods were crude, there was also the ability of public opinion to distort the truth. It was enough to ruin a person's life with rumors and slanders. Wasn't that how Yi Qian was destroyed in her previous life? But in this life everything was different. In this life, no matter what Yi Qian did, no matter what tricks Yi Ying played, she was fearless. But Yi Ying, there's no such thing as absolute certainty. What if the instructor really admires me? The political commissar approached step by step. Yi Qian knew that the political commissar must have heard what she said. She raised her eyebrows slightly and continued with a smile. "Your suspicions aren't without reason. I didn't think that the instructor would have that much confidence in me." Chapter 662. Since you have so much confidence in me, how can I let our instructor down? Yi Jian's words were really. Yi Ying's eyes shone even brighter when she said that. She even said that she had let Yi Jian down. What a stupid thing. She had personally verified that every word Yi Jian said was true. Yi Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement. When she saw the instructor's solemn expression, her eyes flickered with a trace of disdain. He was just a poor soldier. What was so great about him? Yi Ying, who was secretly pleased with herself, looked at Yi Qian again. Suddenly, she saw Yi Qian looking at her with a faint smile. Her heart thumped heavily for no reason. She suddenly felt flustered. What kind of smile was that? Why was she smiling at her? Stupid girl. What's so funny about you? Soon you'll be notorious in school. Who will admire you then? Xia Jinyuan's smile deepened when he saw that Yi Ying didn't know what was going on and had fallen into the little fox's trap. He seemed to understand why the little fox didn't do anything to Yi Jifan's daughter. It was because she couldn't be bothered to do anything. She didn't see Yi Jifan's daughter as an opponent at all. That's right. The little fox was able to issue a rage notice and use her actions to tell Yi Jifan that she was fearless. She wasn't even afraid of Yi Jifan, so why would she be afraid of Yi Ying? It was because she didn't take Yi Ying seriously that she was able to handle the situation calmly. Because she wasn't in a hurry to make a move, she used the attitude of a spectator to watch Yi Jifan's daughter prance around like a clown. Now the little fox had made a move because someone had crossed her bottom line. What they saw was the little fox's calmness, but what he saw was a serious expression beneath that calmness. She was angry and annoyed. Only Xia Jinyuan could see the anger beneath Yi Qian's calmness. Ying, if I don't let you have a taste of what it feels like to be slapped in the face, then I'll really let you do whatever you want. What Yi Qian didn't know was that if it had been another girl, Ying would have really been framed. That was because no one could hit a 30-circle target after only listening to a 20-minute explanation. The political commissar, who was standing at the side and listening to their conversation, saw that even though the students of Year 2 Class 1 did not leave the shooting range, they were still standing in formation. He felt a little relieved. This group of troublesome high school students, after a few days of military training, he had been worried sick. This year they had learned their lesson. Next year, they would still go to school for military training. Whatever field training, target practice, they would all be cancelled. Everyone would stand at attention. Huang Yishuan stepped forward. The political commissar stood at the front and coldly glanced at the students with different expressions. He shouted loudly, and his strong military prestige made the hearts of the students in the class tense up instantly. Ying, who hadn't been paying attention to her surroundings, shuddered in fear. The instructor stepped forward, walked to the political commissar and saluted. Year 2 Class 1 instructor, Huang Yishuan reporting. With the leader around, it was no longer a matter of Ying and Yi Qian asking each other questions. To Yi Qian, she had already said what she needed to say, and had confirmed it over and over again. Ying said that she liked the instructor and that the instructor liked her because the instructor said that she could hit a 30-circle target. To the instructor, it was really an unexpected disaster. Ying, since you want to lose so badly that you don't even want to finish high school, then I'll fulfill your wish. Chapter 663. It was already 5 o'clock and the other classes had already started eating. The students of the second year Class 1 were listening to the political commissar explain the whole situation. He repeatedly asked all the students if Ying only said that they liked each other when the instructor said, Yi Qian can hit the 30-point target. The answer of the whole class was naturally the same because Yi Jian had confirmed it repeatedly just now. That's right, political commissar. Ying said that she liked Yi Jian because the instructor said that he thought Yi Jian could hit the 30-point target. We didn't lie. We heard everything clearly. And this? I don't know which class instructor heard it too. Xia Jinyuan nodded and said with a cold expression, That's true. Regiment Commander Guo brought Xia Jinyuan back to the regiment and directly told the political commissar that this major looked like Commander-in-Chief Xia. When the political commissar saw him stand up to testify, he knew that this matter was completely unfounded. And this girl who insisted that there was something going on between the instructor and Yi Qian. The political commissar narrowed his eyes and smiled amiably. I understand. You mean that only Yi Qian can hit the 30-point target, which proves that instructor Huang only admires Yi Qian and doesn't like him, right? That was what she meant, but why did it sound like something wasn't right? Ying couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. She just felt that something wasn't right. What did she mean just now? That didn't seem to be what she meant. Her meaning was very clear. Either the instructor likes Yi Qian, or Yi Qian likes or seduces the instructor. All of a sudden, Ying realized what was wrong. Everyone, including the political commissar, thought that as long as Yi Qian hit the 30-point target, there was no such thing as liking him. It was purely admiration. She was just spouting nonsense. No, that's not it. I only know that there's something going on between the two of them. Ying said hurriedly. What did she say just now? Why did everyone think that as long as Yi Qian hit the 30-point target, the instructor only admires Yi Qian? The political commissar's face darkened when he heard this. He said in a low voice, Student, don't bring your ability to go back on your words to the military. The military is a place that pays attention to facts. You clearly meant that the instructor thinks that Yi Qian can hit the 30-point target, so you suspect that the instructor likes Yi Qian. And Yi Qian can hit the 30-point target because he admires Yi Qian. That's what you meant just now. Why did you change your mind? Or have you been planning this from the very beginning? Did you deliberately come here to create trouble? If that's the case, Originally, I admired you for persisting in military training even though you had a heart condition. The more I admired you at the time, the more disappointed I am in you now. Ying was no match for the political commissar. Her face, which had finally regained some color, turned pale again. Yes, that's what I meant. Please don't misunderstand me. His face darkened. His voice deepened. Ying couldn't withstand his mountain-like military might. She then heard the political commissar say to Yi Qian, "Hitting the 30-point target isn't a problem. How about 10 shots to make it perfect?" How could the soldiers trained by Fujian Town's Commander Liu and Old Yen be cowards? This was a military unit that trained drivers for Zongnanhai. Chapter 664. Perfect? That's not bad. There's no problem at all. Yi Qian smiled. Her beautiful face was mesmerizing. She saluted and said in a crisp voice, "I promise to complete the mission." Even the majestic green mountain became a backdrop to set off her military might. Putting down her hand, Yi Qian looked coldly at Ying, who could not hide the panic on her face. "This time you're the one who asked for it." Her voice was full of vigor and authority. Her eyes were firm and cold, exuding a strong sense of confidence. As Ying looked at her, the panic in her heart was like a raging flood, rushing to the point that she almost couldn't stand steadily. The students of Grade 2 Class 1 also heard it. They were all shocked. They didn't hear it wrong, right? Yi Qian did not want to shoot 3 bullets. She wanted to hit the bullseye, and she wanted it to be perfect. "No way, that's so awesome. Don't tell me Yi Jian knows how to imitate guns. Damn, who the hell is she? This. How good is she? And Jessen, do you know that Yi Qian knows how to shoot? Why haven't I heard you mention it?" And Jessen revealed a mysterious smile and said sweetly, "Even if I knew, I wouldn't go around telling everyone. If I did, someone wouldn't be able to make a fool of themselves today. Please keep quiet. While you enjoy the change in expression on this little person's face, you must also enjoy the heroic bearing of our Yi Qian. Shooting is nothing. A small matter." She did not know if she knew how to shoot, but she knew. Since she dared to challenge Ying, she would not let Ying get what she wanted. That was because the Yi Jian she knew would never do anything she wasn't confident in. The gun was quickly sent over. It was the same gun that they used to shoot, but it was not a complete gun. It was a gun that had been disassembled and registered for maintenance. The Type 81 was the most reliable assault rifle in China. It would not malfunction with less than 15,000 bullets. It would only be overhauled with 20,000 bullets. But after being shot by a group of students who did not know anything about guns, how could it not be properly maintained? The military always did things quickly. The guns were immediately serviced. The Type 81 was a target gun that the military gave to the students. There were no guns that could not be disassembled, but it was not suitable to send it over. Instructor Huang looked at the disassembled gun and said, "I'll assemble it. Yi Qian, you go to the target. In order to let Ying understand that you really admire me, I'll assemble this gun." Yi Jian took the rifle from the soldier who delivered the rifle and knelt on the ground. In front of the students' eyes and mouths, he quickly began to assemble the rifle. The handle was here, the butt was here, and the base had to be fastened. The gun that was sent over was not completely disassembled, only half of it. For Yi Qian, who only took 30 seconds to assemble a sniper rifle, the students only saw her hands moving and heard the sound of ka as she assembled the gun. The political commissar, who was staring straight at Yi Qian, wanted nothing more than to hold her hand and say, "Student Yi Qian, our anti-chemical regiment really needs soldiers like you." Instructor Huang's vision was a little blurry. Every soldier knew how to disassemble and maintain a gun. There were often competitions in the platoon to disassemble and assemble guns, but he had never seen a high school student assemble a gun so quickly and so skillfully. After assembling the gun, Yi Qian fastened the magazine and said to the political commissar, "Type 81 automatic rifle, fire 10 rounds in a row. 10 rounds on target, perfect." Chapter 665. The political commissar felt that his heart was beating a little faster. Whether a soldier had real ability or not could be seen from all aspects. Quick hands, quick reaction. With these 3 attributes, as long as he was properly trained, he would be able to become an elite soldier. The little girl in front of him, yes, a high school student, was just a little girl. Her hands were fast, damn it. She assembled a Type 81 automatic rifle without a single pause. A gun that needed to be sent for maintenance. After receiving the gun, the soldiers would first dismantle the large parts, then the small parts. A rifle that was completely disassembled would normally have 80 to nearly 100 parts. This time, the major parts needed to be dismantled for maintenance were the gun stock cover, the magazine, the upper guard, the lower guard, and the parts that were not completely disassembled. Then there were the recoil spring and hammer parts. There were also more than 10 large parts. A high school student like her was able to assemble such large parts. Her hands were so fast that even a political commissar like him was dazzled. Fast, too fast, it was really too fast. In less than a minute, no, it should be less than 30 seconds. Whichever part she touched, it would be assembled with a click sound. And it was blind touching, blind taking. In other words, when she assembled the gun, she did not even look at the parts in the gun box. She could accurately feel what the next part was and accurately assemble it. The reason why it was so fast was because she saved a step of looking at what parts were in the gun box and what parts still needed to be assembled. Don't underestimate this step. She could save 10 to 20 seconds with this step. The political commissar was excited because he understood. But to the students, they were excited because they did not understand. But seeing Yiqian like this, they were stunned because they did not understand. They felt that it was inconceivable and, damn, Yiqian was actually so familiar with guns. How could she be so good? Because they did not understand, they were even more excited than the political commissar. I'm scared to death, scared to death. Hurry up and help me. I even called myself a gun fanatic. Damn it. In front of Yiqian, I'm just a fucking worm, a worm. Type 81 automatic rifle, the top gun made in China. I felt so excited just touching it. I even wanted to go back and brag that I touched a real gun. Damn, compared to Yiqian, it's nothing. I don't understand guns, but when I saw that political commissar looking at Yiqian with green eyes, I felt that Yiqian was amazing. Our instructor is dumbfounded. He probably didn't know that Yiqian had such skills. How could the entire class remain silent? They were all shocked by Yiqian's actions. They couldn't control their mouths and said whatever they wanted to say. There were only 2 people present who were not agitated. One of them was naturally Major Xia. He had fought alongside Yiqian a few times and had seen her shoot and protect her comrades. To a Special Forces soldier, all he saw was the basic skills of a Special Forces soldier. But it was undeniable that when he saw that everyone was shocked by Yiqian, his feelings were very complicated. He felt a little proud but also a little awkward. Oh, when his treasure was seen by others, he felt a little awkward. He only felt a little awkward. But Ying was miserable. She felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Her body was so cold that it was trembling. She was really trembling. She could not believe what she had seen, but it was real. She wanted to say that it was fake. That damned girl Yiqian had cheated. Someone was helping her. She really wanted to say it, but could she? No. Chapter 666. The instructor offered to help her, but she rejected the instructor's offer to assemble the gun herself. No one helped her and she didn't cheat. How is that possible? How is that possible? I don't believe it. How can she assemble a gun? How? Why didn't I know about it? Ying stood rooted to the ground, her body trembling. She murmured in a daze. She couldn't believe it and she couldn't accept it. She turned her head in a daze and looked behind her. She saw faces full of surprise. They were also in disbelief, wondering why Yiqian could even assemble a gun, right? No, they weren't just surprised. There was also admiration in their eyes. It was admiration for Yiqian, because they all thought that Yiqian looked really, really handsome when he assembled a gun. Go Yiqian! Go Yiqian! As a good friend, and Jessen instantly transformed into a cheerleader. She raised her arms and shouted, "You're the most handsome! I admire you! I love you to death!" Her shout was timely. Her loud voice ignited the passion and enthusiasm of her classmates. All of them raised their arms and shouted, "Come on, Yiqian! Go! Yiqian! You're the most handsome! I admire you! I don't want to say that I love you to death. Otherwise, people will say that I'm in a relationship with you. Ha 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 ha." The mischievous boy raised his voice even more. His teasing made the whole class laugh even louder. Unity was strength. At this moment, Yiqian had united the strength of the entire class. Even Qingshan Shoushui was shocked by the cheers, and it also made Yi Ying's pale face turn even more ashen. Yi Qian is really handsome like this, Xia Jinyuan said softly in his heart. There was a slight smile on his handsome face. It was as bright as the sun in clouds, and people couldn't help but look at him. The political commissar looked at the orderly and powerful cheers and sighed deeply. If only Yi Qian was a soldier in the Chemical Defense Regiment. This girl was born with the spirit of a leader. Even if she had the worst hand, she would still be able to play a good hand. Today's army needed soldiers with such a spirit of leadership. Tell the students to calm down. It won't be too late to cheer after Yi Qian finishes his target practice. The political commissar lowered his eyes slightly and reminded Instructor Huang, the class you teach is not easy to worry about, but it is also the most powerful class. Leave a good memory before you retire. It was indeed a good memory. After many years, when Instructor Huang became a local criminal police officer and saw the girl who used to shine in his class on TV, he said to his colleague, "When she was in high school, I was her military training instructor." At this time, Yi Qian was only a high school student. When Instructor Huang blew the whistle, the students quieted down. Yi Qian checked the magazine one last time and gave the instructor an okay sign. Then he said to the soldier who was carrying a gun, 200m target number 5. The soldier was also shocked by the speed at which Yi Qian assembled the gun. When he heard this, the shock in his eyes became even more obvious. He subconsciously looked at the political commissar in his regiment and used his eyes to indicate whether he agreed to the student's request. The political commissar nodded slightly in agreement. The girl's observation skills were quite good. She even knew that the soldier who was carrying a gun was his secretary. 200m target number 5, 200m target number 5, 200m target number 5, 100m target number down, 100m target number down. He was instructing his comrades at the trenches to put down the 100m target and raise the 200m target number 5. Chapter 667. The students saw the target that was originally 100 meters away fall down in an instant. At 200 meters away, a black and white target appeared, standing alone. That was Yi Qian's target. The most crucial moment had arrived, and Jessin gently clenched her fists, then tightly clenched them. "Come on, Yen. Come on. Yi Qian. I can't let Ying look down on me. I can't let her have another chance to stir up trouble in class." Among Yi Jian's friends, and Jessin was the one who understood Yi Jian the best. She already understood why Yi Jian wanted to destroy Yi Ying's prestige at the shooting range. She wanted Yi Ying to shut her mouth this time, so she showed her strength. Xia Jinyuan looked at the 200-meter target, then looked at the distance between Yi Qian and the shooting range. It looked like the little fox was going to hit the 250-meter target. Just as he was thinking, he saw Yi Qian nimbly and handsomely turn around. He raised his hand, stabilized the gun with his shoulder, took aim, listened to the sound of the wind blowing across the shooting range, calculated the wind speed, calculated the deviation and fired continuously. Bang 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 bang. The gunshots once again broke the silence in the valley. The continuous gunshots startled the birds that had finally gathered the courage to return to their nests. Some of the birds spread their wings and flew out of the forest in flocks. With a beautiful turn, they returned to the forest. The 10 rounds of continuous shooting were completed without anyone being prepared. Why? Just as Major Xia had guessed, Yi Qian didn't even walk to the shooting range before he started shooting. She had previously told the members of the Shuiyu Brigade that as long as she touched the gun, a four-dimensional image of the gun would appear in her mind. When she fired the gun, the four-dimensional image seemed to have a life of its own. As the bullet in her hand moved, the bullet in the four-dimensional image of the gun also began to move. Just like that, her firing speed was extremely fast. Even the special forces of the Shuiyu Brigade could not help but gasp, not to mention the soldiers of the anti-chemical regiment. The soldiers of the anti-chemical regiment, including the political commissar, were all dumbfounded. The students who saw this scene were even more dumbfounded. She didn't even go to the shooting range. She wasn't even prepared. Why did she shoot? Why did he shoot continuously? Why did it feel like he was shooting casually? More importantly, how did she manage to shoot so quickly? Before they could even react, she had already finished. No, they hadn't even prepared themselves to appreciate how she did her target practice. But she had already finished. How could it be over so casually? Ying also felt the same way. Why did it feel like she was shooting casually? The way you're shooting is a bit ridiculous. The political commissar, who was a little dumbfounded, came back to his senses. He couldn't help but shake his head and laugh at Yi Qian. This kind of target practice is really ridiculous. Even the political commissar didn't believe that Yi Qian could shoot perfectly. The corners of Xia Jinyuan's mouth curled up. There was a hint of a smile in his deep voice. I don't think he's fooling around. He must have played it perfectly. What do you mean by should? What do you mean by must? However, in order to not let these smart students see through his relationship with Little Fox, he still used the word probably. Oh, Major Xia also seems to admire this female student of ours. The political commissar was surprised. Major Xia was a military officer stationed in Beijing. He only arrived this afternoon, so why did it sound like he was quite confident in Yi Qian? Chapter 668. Could it be that Yi Qian did not notice any details when he fired? That can't be right. I noticed everything. 10 bullets were fired consecutively without even aiming. Isn't that just casual? Yi Qian put away his gun and unloaded the magazine. He turned around and smiled at the political commissar. Can you guess if I hit a perfect target? If I were to guess based on my experience, your 10 shots were most likely off target. You did not aim properly, the political commissar said. The political commissar opened his mouth. His words gave Ying hope. She was excited as if she had discovered a new continent. She could not help but feel happy. She must have done it casually. Perfect. Ha ha, that would be a joke. But then the political commissar said. But Yi Ying's heart was hanging high in her throat. But what? But what? Hurry up and say it. Hurry up and say it. She stared fixedly at the political commissar, who paused after saying, but. She wished she could rush up to him and make him finish his sentence. But from the way you loaded the gun just now, it doesn't seem like you fired casually. So, it's really hard for me to guess if you hit a perfect target or not. Yi Qian laughed. Only Xia Jinyuan knew how he fired the gun. He turned around and looked at Yi Ying. She was cold one moment and hot the next. Her face was contorted one moment and she was smiling the next. He raised his eyebrows and said, Yi Ying, why don't you guess how many points I hit? Yi Ying, who had been tormented by the political commissars but tried her best to make herself look calm and forced a stiff smile. I don't know, but the political commissar said that you were too casual with your target shooting. I think the political commissar must be right. How could you hit the bullseye if you were too casual with your target shooting? She really wanted to say, I must have missed all the targets. But the political commissars made her not dare to say it. Yi Qian looked at her stiff smile and glanced at her gently. He then said to the political commissar, Instructor Huang admires me. For his admiration, how could I lose? He purposely glanced at Ying, whose expression was getting stiffer and stiffer, and said, In order to let Ying know that there is such a thing as admiration, how could I lose? Please let the comrades in the trenches report the results. Ying felt as if her heart was in her throat. It was beating so fast. She must have missed the target. She must have missed the target. How could she hit the target so casually? The political commissar looked at Yi Jian's determined face and became more interested. This girl was quite interesting. She was quite good at tormenting people. He took the walkie-talkie from the secretary's hand, cleared his throat and said, Target practice is complete. Fire 10 bullets and see what the results are. The soldiers in the trenches would not crawl out to check the target if there was no notification that the target practice was complete. Even if there were empty bullets, the soldiers in the trenches would not crawl out to check the target. Following the sound of Roger, Roger from the walkie-talkie, all the students craned their necks and held their breaths as they quietly listened to the set of numbers being reported. There was the sound of static. In less than a minute, the results were announced. 10 bullets fired. Actual results are 100 points. The entire class was in an uproar. It was a real uproar. The entire class instantly screamed when they heard the results. 100 points, all hits, all hits. All 10 bullets hit the target. She did not shoot casually. She shot seriously. 100 points. Oh my God. She really hit the target. Chapter 669. Perfect. She really did it perfectly. The political commissar looked at Yi Qian in complete disbelief. How did she do it? She fired 10 bullets from 250 meters, and every bullet hit the 10-point circle. Instructor Huang did admire Yi Qian. He felt that a girl like her was able to stun a veteran who had served for a few years. The company commander said that soldiers like her were real soldiers who had been on the battlefield and had the blood of the enemy on their hands. Therefore he suspected that Yi Qian was a soldier who had been on the battlefield. There were many things in the country that were unknown to the public. Those who had been in the military knew that some things were impossible, but they were possible. Now that she hit the 100-point circle, even a veteran like him admired this high school student. Amidst the screams, Yi Qian said something to the political commissar. After handing the gun to the soldier holding it, she walked to Yi Ying's side. With every step she took, the screams of the students in the class gradually died down. When she reached Yi Ying's side, the entire class was silent. Their gazes landed on Yi Qian, then on Yi Ying. For some reason, they all became nervous, especially when they saw Yi Qian's cold gaze on Yi Ying. Not only were they nervous, but they also felt uneasy. Yi Ying, how long do you want to wait before you apologize? Yi Qian asked coldly. His voice was calm as if he was chatting, but it made everyone's heart skip a beat. Yi Ying didn't want to apologize at all. Looking at Yi Qian, looking at the face she had always looked down on, her subconscious reaction was to shake her head. How could she apologize to a lowly, wretched girl? Shaking her head was completely subconscious, but shaking her head meant rejection, so the rest of the class couldn't accept it. The students who had quieted down saw it. If Yi Qian hadn't raised his hand and waved it gently, they would have already made a scene. Yi Ying, did you force yourself to the point where the whole class looks down on you? Yi Qian's face didn't have a smile, nor was it angry. It was as calm as a mirror. This Yi Qian made Ying even more unbearable. You owe the instructor an apology. As for me, I don't care. Ever since we were young, you have owed me more than just an apology. Just now, I told the political commissar that if you apologize, the army will not pursue your responsibility. I don't want to plead on your behalf because you don't deserve it. I don't want to tarnish the reputation of the entire class because of you. So I must see you apologize to Instructor Huang with my own eyes. No one will sympathize with you for slandering a soldier, and no one will stand up for you. This is the path you chose yourself. A path that likes to frame others so that you can gain a sense of accomplishment. As he spoke, Yi Qian leaned closer to Yi Ying, whose face was ashen and body trembling uncontrollably. Look at you, what a failure. Do you know that you make the whole class feel disgusted? Disgusting, she said. She made the whole class feel disgusted. Yi Ying, who was already in a daze, heard this and tears flowed down her cheeks. She gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, Yi Qian, you and I can't exist under the same sky. She pushed Yi Qian away with both hands, ran to Instructor Huang, and bowed deeply at the waist amidst the shouts of the entire class. In 2 lifetimes, Yi Qian saw Yi Ying bow her insufferably arrogant waist and heard her choked with sobs as she apologized. Chapter 670. In Yi Ying's heart, she thought that her apology was an apology that put down her pride. Then everything should be written off. I'm sorry, instructor. I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry. Can you forgive me? This was probably the first time Yi Ying apologized since she was young, and she apologized in front of everyone. Her voice was full of grievance. Yi Qian didn't tell us that she could even shoot, so I think she was lying. I'm sorry, instructor. I shouldn't have caused you trouble. Facing her apology, even the political commissar frowned unhappily. Why did this little girl's words have so many hidden meanings? Did he hear it wrong? You mean Yi Qian was wrong first? She was wrong for not telling you that she could shoot? That's why you made the same mistake. As a political instructor, he couldn't stand soldiers who didn't know how to repent and find fault with others. Even if Yi Ying wasn't a soldier, he couldn't get used to it. His expression was serious and he said in a deep voice, I think you don't even know what you did wrong. You keep making mistakes, and you don't know how to repent. The political commissar was the leader of thousands of soldiers in the anti-chemical regiment. He was more authoritative than the teachers and the principal. His face darkened and his voice was cold. I don't think this matter needs to be dealt with so simply. Go and invite the teachers here. I want to see how a teacher educates a student. How could he teach such a failure of a student? A teacher might have some scruples when criticizing a student, but a political commissar wouldn't have any scruples when criticizing a soldier. You had to take responsibility. You have to take responsibility for your mistakes. Not only did you not take responsibility for your mistakes, you even tried to quibble. You even thought that you were wrong because of someone else. Such behavior is irresponsible and cowardly. You must be severely criticized. Such harsh and direct criticism made Yi Ying want to faint immediately. It was better than being laughed at and humiliated by others here. Did I say anything wrong? If she said it, I wouldn't think so. And I wouldn't think that the instructor likes Yi Qian. If she told me, I wouldn't think so. Today's incident wouldn't have happened. Yi Ying indeed felt wronged. When she saw the political commissar's merciless accusation, she felt wronged and angry like a tidal wave, sweeping across the sky and covering the earth, instantly smacking away the rationality that she should have. His voice was so sharp that even the veins on his neck were bulging. Because he was shouting with so much force, even the small veins on his temples were bulging. His face was flushed red, and the veins were bulging. His facial features looked particularly ferocious. Her words shocked everyone. They were shocked by her shameless act of twisting words and forcing logic. In this world, there was actually such a self-righteous person who only knew that others were wrong, and that she was right even when she was wrong. Some of the boys rubbed their faces fiercely and secretly began to rub their fists. What should they do? They really wanted to beat someone up. Political commissar, can you take her away? I can't listen to this anymore. Luckily, Yi Qian can still listen. I can't take it anymore. I want to throw stones at him. Get out of here. We don't have such a classmate. Yi Ying, stop disgusting us. Get lost, get lost. Get lost slowly. I'm afraid that I won't be able to resist beating you up. Some of the students threw stones out from the group. They didn't throw them out high but rolled along the ground. It was a direct warning to Yi Ying that if she didn't leave, they would really throw stones. Chapter 671. Yi Qian looked at the angry and disdainful faces, then looked at the frightened Yi Ying. Yi Qian's eyes were cold as he thought of the saying, "Karma is reincarnation. Retribution is not good." In her previous life, she was framed by Yi Ying, and became a delinquent girl who tried to seduce her teacher. Since then she had been tarnished. Just like today, everyone told her to get lost as far away as she could. Even her parents came to the school, as if they were afraid that she would lead the other students astray and wanted her to disappear from the world. She was really scared at the time and didn't dare to go back to the village or leave the school. She stayed in the dormitory every day. No matter how Xie Sifeng and the others bullied her, she still thought, staying in school is better than leaving. Back then Ying had hurt her so much. Now Ying was retribution. She brought this retribution upon herself. She was the one who ruined herself step by step. After what happened today, how could Ying continue to study in the school? How could her classmates be willing to be in the same class as her? Xia Jinyuan didn't look at anyone else. He only had eyes for Yi Qian. He saw Yi Qian's coldness, and the loneliness that made his heart ache. What was she thinking about? What was she reminiscing about? Why was there such sadness in her eyes? It was so desolate that it made his heart clench. You've done so much injustice. You deserve to die. Ying, you still haven't come to your senses. Yi Qian lowered his eyes and looked down at Ying, who was squatting on the ground in fear. Don't find excuses for your stupidity. You don't even have the courage to admit your mistakes. Ying, what right do you have to fight me? I'm not arguing with you because you don't deserve to be argued with. In my eyes, you can't even be considered my opponent. What do you have that's worth fighting with me? I only need to watch you suffer the consequences of your own actions. Why should I waste my energy on you? Ying did not raise her head. She bit her lips so hard that they bled. She did not let go. She said that she was not worthy to be her opponent. A wretched girl who was inferior to her in every aspect actually dared to speak to her like this. "Ian, I will definitely return today's humiliation 100-fold in the future. I know that you must hate me to the core right now, and you must be secretly swearing in your heart that one day, you will make me suffer a fate worse than death. But Ying, you can't even beat me now, so why talk about the future? In the future you can only look up to me. The last sentence, in the future, you will only be able to look up to me. Although it was spoken softly, it was like a bullet, containing an aura that could shatter even the air as it fiercely smashed into Yi Ying's heart, causing her to fall to the ground. Even your apology disgusts me. This was Yi Qian's last sentence to her. It was simple and direct, just like Yi Qian himself. It was impossible for Yi Ying to stay in the provincial first high school any longer. When a soldier hurried over with a teacher from the provincial first high school to understand the situation, the teacher was so angry that he almost fainted. How could there be such a troublesome student? The blow was too heavy. Yi Ying didn't even know how she left the shooting range. She was directly carried away by 2 soldiers. As for her luggage, it was packed by the school teacher. She didn't even participate in the big review tomorrow. She left the anti-chemical regiment with her tail between her legs. Chapter 672. Yi Ying left, but no one gave her a second glance. When the students of Grade 2 Class 1 saw the soldiers carrying Yi Qian's 10-ring target over, their eyes were all focused on the target. When they saw the bullseye in the middle of the target, which represented the 10th ring, a series of gasps could be heard. 10 rings, perfect, the political commissar said. Even the soldiers of the Chemical Defense Regiment found it difficult to hit the target. He also said that Yi Qian used very little time and was very fast. No wonder Instructor Huang admired Yi Qian so much. The shouts and cheers did not subside for a long time. Even the soldiers of the Chemical Defense Regiment, who witnessed this moment, clapped their hands and applauded. Good, really good. What a pity, I found out too late. The political commissar expressed the regret in his heart several times in a row. He said to Yi Qian earnestly, you continue to develop well. Don't be arrogant and complacent because of this. You must guard against arrogance and impetuosity. Take one step at a time steadily. With this level of skill, you would be a top soldier in any army. Moreover, you are still young. Just because you are young, you must not forget your original intentions. You must maintain a pure heart. You must not let down the heavens, not let down the earth, and not let down the people who nurtured you. He could not let her become his own soldier, but he was happy to see her achievements. In the faint sunset, Yi Qian stood at attention and saluted the political commissar. Under the red flag, the female soldier stood tall and straight. Her military posture was piercingly cold. Just by looking at her, one would know what it meant to break a sword in the sky. Yi Qian could not be compared to Yi Ying. How could Yi Qian be a mediocre person? When the sword was unsheathed, it was unstoppable. No one could stop Yi Qian from climbing to the top. She was fearless, she was tenacious, and she used her own excellence to draw the most perfect circle for her life. When they came out of the shooting range, the sun was already setting. In the sunset, Grade 2 Class 1 sang back from target practice loudly. Their morale was high, and today's military training came to an end. I'm so happy today. When I saw Yi Ying's angry face, ha. She slapped herself in the face. She's probably still crying now. And Jessen held Yi Jian's arm and laughed. It's so satisfying. In the future, let's see how she can raise her head in class. If it was just to make her unable to raise her head in class, he would not have done so much. Yi Jian smiled faintly and said, she will drop out of school. What I want is for her to drop out of school on her own accord. Didn't she think that getting into the provincial number 1 middle school was a big deal? Then let's taste the taste of dropping out. In this life was the taste of the Yi was the taste of the Yi. She had said that those who had bullied and humiliated her in the past, she would repay them one by one in this life. Drop? Really? She's really going to drop out? And Jessen was shocked again. She suppressed her voice, afraid that she would be too happy and burst her throat. She was so excited that her eyes were shining. Really? If she really drops out, I'll buy firecrackers to celebrate. As a good friend who had seen Yi Qian's suffering in the past, and Jessen definitely hoped that Yi Ying would drop out. Even setting off a bunch of firecrackers was not enough to express her excitement. She's most likely going to drop out. Today's incident. Yi Qian lowered his voice as he spoke. His gaze landed on the handsome man in his training uniform with both hands in his trouser pockets. He said softly to Jessen, go find Li Qian and the rest. I have something to discuss with someone. He was standing in front to block her. With Major Xia's ability, even if she wanted to escape, she would not be able to. Moreover, this was his territory in the army. Chapter 673. After watching Jessen leave without asking anything, Yi Qian sighed softly and walked towards the tall and slender figure. Since he was already in the army, what else could she hide from? Xia Jinyuan watched as the long silhouette of the setting sun moved towards him at the speed of a turtle. His gaze first swept over her hands, then followed her slow footsteps and smiled. His delicate and elegant features had an iron-blooded tenderness. He did not move and waited for her to come closer before he deliberately asked slowly, "Why are you so slow? Are you tired from training? Or did you have a hard time holding yourself back and now regret not making a move?" As he spoke, he had already reached out and grabbed her wrist quickly and accurately. He was so fast that Yi Qian did not even have time to react. She wanted to retract her hands and hide them, but it was already too late. Her palm was as white as her skin, as tender as tofu. Her palm, which was supposed to be white and flawless, was now covered with several crescent-shaped fingerprints. There were even beads of blood on the wounds. It was obvious how hard she had been holding back at that time. He gently rubbed the back of her hand with his thumb and sighed. "If I had known that it would be so hard for you to hold yourself back, I would have let you beat her up to vent your anger." He was probably the only one who could see how badly Yi Qian wanted to beat Ying back then. He was also the only one who could see how hard it was for Yi Qian to hold himself back. Luckily it was her. If it had been someone else, they would have greeted him with a fist. If beating her up could solve the problem, I would have had countless opportunities to do so. Yi Qian wanted to pull his hand back as he spoke, but Xia Jinyuan was already on guard. He held it tightly and did not give him a chance to do so. "Captain Xia, this is the army. Can you be more careful?" When it came to this kind of situation, it was like a scholar meeting a soldier, unable to reason with him. He always made her feel helpless. Beating people up does relieve some of your anger, but it's the worst way to do it. If you can avoid it, don't use it. Yi Jifan's daughter is going to have a lot to worry about this time. You have to be careful when you get back to school. Even though he knew that it was the right choice for her to restrain herself from making a move, when he saw the tiredness on her face, it made his heart sink. Yi Qian had been shouldering all the problems on his own, which made him feel a little helpless. His eyes darkened slightly as he asked, "How do you plan to completely resolve Yi Ying's matter?" He should first ask her what she meant and see if he could make a move. His identity was not right, so there was no reason for him to interfere in her life. Because he understood her, if he acted rashly, he was afraid that she would go further and further away. Yi Qian was a girl who didn't like to be protected. She liked to rely on her own two hands to win tomorrow. She could laugh off other things, but when it came to her principles, she would never tolerate it. The matter between her and Yi Jifan's family, even Principal Chen and Uncle Jen didn't intervene, let alone him. He could only intervene after asking her and getting her permission. Yi Qian was not opposed to this topic. When he heard Xia Jinyuan's words, he laughed and said, "Let her worry about it. I am annoyed. It happened yesterday and it happened again today. It happened a few times in school. I came to school to study and to enjoy my time studying. I don't want to be entangled with her every day. Since you're annoyed, then just do it. Borrow the power of the army. Even if Yi Jifan wants to save his daughter's face, he will have to consider the army." Chapter 674. Using the military's authority to punish Yi Ying was indeed a very good idea. If Yi Jifan found out about it, he wouldn't be able to do anything no matter how angry he was. He would even have to call Yi Ying an idiot. A smile gradually appeared in her eyes, and even the tiredness between her eyebrows faded a lot. As she slowed down her pace, she said contentedly, "Yi Ying, I can't deal with it all at once now. You know that my goal is to enlist in the army. If I do something while I'm still a student with the ability of the army especially, my goal is still to enter the special forces like Captain Xia's. The background check is very strict. If I do anything now, it will be disadvantageous to me. The only thing I can do is to keep Yi Ying out of my sight and let me quietly finish my 2 years of high school." Xia Jinyuan had naturally considered her future background check. However, if he were to make a move, Yi Ying might disappear even faster and it wouldn't affect her background check. Xia Jinyuan pondered for a moment before saying, I have some connections here. I can handle some things. Ying, you can't be too harsh. Yi Qian pursed his lips slightly. She still had a piece of jade with Yi Jifan. It was a priceless piece of jade, but she couldn't get it back. Her main concern wasn't the jade, but who was the person behind the jade? When her mother sacrificed herself, why did she have such a piece of jade with her? In her previous life, she had asked Yi Jifan about this piece of jade. But the answer she received was that he had lost it long ago. However, in this life, the jade was still with her. And she knew that Yi Jifan didn't want to return it to her at all. Coupled with Uncle Jen's attitude, she had a feeling that the person behind the jade and the matter behind it were not simple. Xia Jinyuan didn't know about the jade, but after understanding Yi Qian's intentions, he had a rough idea of how to deal with Yi Ying. It was still necessary to keep Yi Jifan's daughter away from Little Fox. He had to worry about other things, but this small matter was still manageable. Little Fox's focus shouldn't be on Yi Jifan's family, but on improving her own abilities. Even the tiredness between her brows shouldn't be because of this family. It should be because she was tired from training. Xia Jinyuan had absolute love for Yi Qian. Principal Chen and Elder Zhen had groomed Yi Qian. So Xia Jinyuan was the one who would take Yi Qian further. Because his military career had just started, he had enough time to hold Yi Qian's hand and walk faster. He didn't let go of her wrist and even took the opportunity to walk with her. Since you don't want to have anything to do with Yi Jifan's family for the time being, then the next thing will be between the army, the school, and Yi Jifan. You don't have to interfere. Let's go to the infirmary to treat your wound. Since Yi Qian had borrowed the power of the military to solve Yi Ying's problem, he must have thought that Xia Jinyuan wouldn't show up. No need, it's just a small injury. Yi Qian saw that Xia Jinyuan was still holding onto his wrist, so he quickly said, Captain Xia, let go first. Don't let anyone see. Xia Jinyuan acted as if he didn't hear anything. He raised his eyebrows and said calmly, although the injury is small, it still needs to be treated. The injuries brought back from Pakistan haven't healed yet, and they're already undergoing military training. The higher-ups even specifically instructed us to take good care of that brave girl. Let's go to the infirmary to check on her injury so that I can report to the higher-ups. Chapter 675. Yi Qian would have nothing to say if the higher-ups were to come out, but holding hands like this, how could that be? She scanned her surroundings from the corner of her eye. Because Year 2 Class 1 came out late, and the other classes were still having dinner, there were not many people in the large field. The two of them were walking close to each other. Even if they were holding hands, they would not attract any attention. With this small wound on your hand, it gives us a chance to speak alone. Seeing her confusion, Xia Jinyuan smiled and let go of her hand. As an instructor, I'm accompanying a student to the infirmary to treat her wound. I don't think anyone will say anything. She didn't expect that these students' grades hadn't improved, but their ability to make groundless accusations had broadened her horizons. She still had to spend 2 more years in high school, so naturally she had to be more cautious. If she was seen by others, it would be another storm that she had no choice but to face. Yi Jian's gaze flickered when she heard that. She pursed her lips and chuckled before saying, I think with Captain Xia's ability, no one can stop you from doing what you want to do even if someone gossips, right? Why do I feel like there's something wrong with what you're saying? Little Fox, there's no need to be so ambiguous between us. Come, tell me what you mean. Xia Jinyuan narrowed his eyes and looked at her with a burning gaze. Tell me what I want to do. No one can stop me. There was a faint smile in his narrowed eyes. Yi Qian instinctively looked away because his gaze was too intense. She did not notice the teasing smile in the eyes of the dangerous man standing in front of her. With a cold expression, she saw 2 students walking over. As she walked, she distanced herself from him and said disapprovingly, How would I know what Captain Xia wants to do? Isn't everything you do confidential? How would I know? No, you should know very well. With your intelligence, how could you not know what I want to do? This little brat was really... Once she completed the mission, she wanted to distance herself from him. The space between them was so wide that it could fit 2 more grown men. Now is the time to put some distance between them. So be it. Be careful during military training, especially since Little Fox was now the brightest star in the military training. Who knew how many people were secretly sizing her up? Even the two students who brushed past her turned back to look at her with every step they took. The things that he was worried about came, and so did the things that were a little annoying. A love letter. It had only been less than a month, and he had already started receiving love letters. From what he heard earlier, it wasn't just 1 or 2 letters but countless. Yi Qian had no idea that Major Xia was already thinking about the love letter. She was still thinking about how to answer his question, and then find out why he had come all the way to the anti-chemical regiment. After thinking for a while, he simply said, "I don't know and I don't want to know. So, Captain Xia, it's better if you don't ask me." She must not follow the meaning of his words. Based on past experience, if she was not careful, she would be the one to suffer in the end. It was still the same. When it came to a slightly sensitive topic, Little Fox would immediately shrink back into her nest. She was so alert that he wanted to tease her again. "Then I won't talk about it. There's still the inspection tomorrow, right? Will you be going straight back to school then?" When asked about her whereabouts, Yi Qian was even more alert. She looked at the man who was only a fist's width away from her and frowned. "Captain Xia, is there anything you need me to do? I should be going back to school tomorrow. Who knows? I might go out for a walk." Chapter 676. Are you that afraid of me sticking to you? There was only a fist's width between them, but Xia Jinyuan suddenly leaned over and lowered his head. His hot breath was already close to her cheek. "Do you think that I came all the way from the capital to the southern province for you? Is that why you're afraid?" His sudden approach startled Yi Qian, but when she heard what he said, Yi Qian gradually calmed down. Based on her understanding of him, the more he said this, the more likely it was that the truth was not so. She was certain that he came to the anti-chemical regiment for a reason, and not for her as she had previously guessed. Instead of avoiding him, she looked up and asked with a faint smile, "If I really think so, Captain Xia, can you stay away from me? That's a bit difficult." He smiled slightly as he answered. When he was close, she could see the seriousness in the corners of his eyes. That seriousness seemed to have a deeper meaning, and his words also had a double meaning. "It took me a few hours to get here. If you're too far away, I won't be able to explain it to my superiors. And Little Fox, when I came to the anti-chemical regiment, I didn't expect you to be here. It's not good to overthink things at such a young age." He continued to tease Yi Qian, acting like a fox hunter. Unexpectedly, the little fox was cunning by nature. Not only did she become alert at the slightest movement, but she could also smell something strange. Based on what he knew about her, if he said such words, it meant that he wasn't here for her. If he was really here for her, this dangerous and elegant man was like a hunter who waited patiently for his prey to become impatient. Hearing this, she raised her eyebrows slightly and said indifferently, "So I misunderstood you, Captain Xia. I'm sorry, it's rare for me to think too much. Please forgive me, Captain Xia. Just now, I really did think that Captain Xia was here to look for me. Fortunately, you weren't. Then I'm relieved." Yi Qian naturally increased the distance between the two of them. With a sly smile in his eyes, he took a few steps back and smiled at Xia Jinyuan, who had a trace of astonishment on his handsome face. He waved his hand and said, "I can go to the infirmary alone. There's no need to trouble Captain Xia to accompany me. Also, thank you for reminding me that the old injury on my arm needs to be changed. Thank you very much." She walked away briskly, leaving Xia Jinyuan standing there alone with a smile on his face. She had improved. He had wanted to tease her and be a patient hunter. How could he have known that this prey had become intelligent? She had long seen through his plan in the dark and had pretended to be fooled. Thus it became. She was teasing him. Little fox, don't you know that the prey is so smart that it can arouse the hunter's competitive spirit?" Knowing that he only came to the Chemical Defense Regiment because he had something important to do, she left at ease. But now that both of them were in the Chemical Defense Regiment, even if he had something important to do, it would not prevent him from coming to find her. Looking at her back and then at the students coming and going on the field, Xia Jinyuan did not chase after her. Instead, he chuckled softly and said, "How can we stay away from her? Don't forget, the camouflage you're wearing is the same color as the camouflage I'm wearing. It's the same forest camouflage that belongs to the army. How can we stay away from each other? After watching her disappear from his sight, Xia Jinyuan leisurely walked away. He was a little hungry and had to go back for dinner first. He would talk to Little Fox about the love letter later. Chapter 677. That's right, Major Xia was still brooding over the love letter incident. Yi Qian didn't know that he was still thinking about the love letter. To her, the love letter was just like writing an essay. There was nothing interesting about it. It was just the thoughts of a little boy. She was an adult, so how could she play house with a little boy? There were hurried footsteps in the infirmary. Yi Qian was about to knock on the door when someone opened it from the inside. He said, "I'll inform her parents to come over now. I'll have to trouble the military doctor to control her first." This was the military training logistics teacher arranged by the school. He was the form teacher of Class 4. Teacher Xiao hurriedly opened the door and saw Yi Qian at the door. He was stunned for a moment before he said, "Are you hurt anywhere? Or are you feeling unwell? It's a little messy inside. Wait outside for a moment. I'll get the medical staff to take a look at you." Teacher Xiao still recognized Yi Qian. He also knew that today's incident was all thanks to Yi Qian. Otherwise, the school wouldn't be able to explain it to the military. He actually dared to accuse the instructor of liking a girl in his class. He even angered the political commissar of the regiment. As a teacher, no matter how professional he was, he still wanted to hit him. He hurriedly took a few steps out and came back. "Yi Ying's parents will be here soon. Don't stay in the infirmary for too long." He was afraid that the parents would vent their anger on Yi Qian, so he reminded him implicitly. Yi Qian thought that the military would send Yi Ying away. He didn't expect her to stay in the infirmary. Hearing this, he smiled politely and obediently. "I understand, Teacher Xiao. I won't stay for too long. I'll leave soon." "Okay, you haven't eaten yet, right? Settle your matters and hurry back to class to eat." There was no teacher who didn't like good students, especially good students who didn't cause trouble. Teacher Xiao left in a hurry after giving a few more words of advice. Pushing open the half-closed infirmary door, Yi Qian saw two soldiers standing by a bed. Yi Ying was lying on the bed with her eyes wide open. Her gaze and expression were blank. She stared at the ceiling without saying a word. Tears flowed out from the corners of her eyes. She looked quite pitiful. "Hello, military doctor. Sorry to disturb you. I have some injuries on my arm that need to be treated. Sorry to trouble you." Yi Qian only glanced at it once before he no longer paid any attention to it. Rather than saying that it was pitiful, it was better to say that it was his own fault. Since she was there, Yi Qian would not avoid her. He greeted her graciously, then took off his camouflage jacket and sat on the stool in his short sleeves. The military doctor wanted to ask her to wait, but when he saw the gauze on her arm, he said to the two soldiers, "Keep an eye on her. Don't let her struggle again." No one dared to touch a student with heart disease. When Yi Ying was brought to the infirmary, all she did was cry. She did not speak, nor did she make a fuss. She was so quiet that even the teachers panicked. After asking for instructions from the school leaders, they went out to contact the parents and asked them to follow the school leaders to the army to pick up Yi Ying. As for what the outcome would be, they would only know after the military training ended. Not crying or making a fuss did not mean that she did not care or think about anything. Yi Ying's mind was spinning fast. The worst-case scenario would be dropping out of school. But there were a few ways to do that. Even if she wanted to drop out of school, she wanted to do it beautifully. Then using her heart disease as an excuse would be the most beautiful way to drop out. Just as he was thinking, he heard a voice that he hated to the bone. After his eyes focused, he slowly retracted his empty expression. It was no longer the lifeless expression that made even the teacher feel apprehensive. Instead, there was a sharp expression between his brows. Chapter 678. Yi Qian had never thought of making Yi Ying admit defeat. If Yi Ying was someone who admitted defeat easily, she would have done so long ago in junior high. But she didn't. Sun Dongqing made such a big deal out of it on the second day of the Lunar New Year. But Yi Ying only took 7 days off. She immediately adjusted and continued to study in school. Just from this point alone, it could be seen that Yi Ying had a ruthless spirit that refused to accept her fate. That stubborn streak of stubbornness supported Yi Ying to not admit defeat to Yi Qian easily. But now it wasn't a matter of whether she admitted defeat or not, but she had really lost this time. That's right, but she had lost this time. Who knew what would happen next time? Her breathing changed from heavy to rapid. The change made Yi Jian, who was sitting on the stool, smile coldly. Yi Ying would not admit defeat easily. She knew this very well, but so what? What she wanted was not for her to admit defeat, but for her to live out her high school life peacefully. As for what Major Xia said about using her connections to do something without being discovered, if someone had said that in her previous life, she would have been more than happy to oblige. But not in this life. From the age of 14 to 28, she had lived in Yi Ying's shadow for 14 whole years. Later on, she was forced to hide like a stray dog. How could she just forget about 14 years? Moreover, in her previous life, her life was ruined by Yi Ying. In this life, everything was changing. What was there to be anxious about? No hurry, take it slow. We still have plenty of time to settle the score. She was also anxious for revenge, because she knew that her ability wasn't strong enough to kill someone without being discovered. She also knew very well that she didn't want a momentary satisfaction. Yi Ying was still so young now. Killing her with a single blow wouldn't give her any sense of accomplishment. She would boil the frog in warm water first. Of course, the most important thing was that Yi Jian was very clear that his ability was not strong enough to kill a person, escape the political investigation, and do it quietly. At this moment, it was fine to let Yi Ying torment herself. The provincial first high school was indeed a very good school. Every year, the students who were admitted to Hua University and Shi University were all famous in the country. With Yi Ying's current grades, it would not be too difficult for her to get into Hua University and Shi University. However, she was digging her own grave. Even if she didn't do anything, she could still watch her destroy her bright future, and let Yi Jifan worry about it. The military doctor also heard Yi Qian's rapid breathing, so he went to check again. After confirming that there was no problem, he treated the wound on Yi Qian's hand. He used sterilized medical scissors to cut off the gauze. When the bullet wound on the arm was exposed, as a military doctor, he immediately recognized the injury. He looked at the student in front of him with some surprise. How did you get this wound? This was a bullet wound. Even if it had formed a scab, it could still be seen. It wasn't surprising for a soldier to have a bullet wound, but how could a student have a bullet wound on his body? Yi Qian also didn't expect the military doctor to recognize the bullet wound at a glance. Just as he was about to speak, Teacher Xiao, who had just finished calling her parents, walked in. Her expression was so serious that even her voice was tense. Yi Ying, your parents will be here later. The school will arrange for another teacher to go with you. If there's anything, you can go back to school and explain. He then heard Teacher Xiao say, "Thank you for your hard work. Let our teacher handle this. Thank you for your hard work." Chapter 679. It was indeed inappropriate for two soldiers to stand by a student's bedside. Moreover, the political commissar had instructed that students' affairs should be handled by the school and the teachers. After saluting the teacher, they left together. After they left, Xia Jinyuan walked in. With his height of nearly 1.9 meters, the air in the infirmary suddenly became a lot more crowded. Yi Qian felt a familiar scent. She looked up slightly and saw the man she had just shaken off, walking up to her. For some reason, Yi Qian couldn't help but tense up when she saw him. But she also believed that he wouldn't say anything, that Yi Ying would take note of. After yesterday's incident and today's incident, Yi Ying naturally knew about the change in her. Since this change was suppressing her existence, she would definitely tell Yi Jifan. What would Yi Jifan do if he found out? He would investigate, he would definitely investigate. Moreover, he would make Yi Ying recall everything she knew and told him everything she saw, so that he could find the slightest clue. She wasn't afraid of anything Yi Jifan did. Even if he found out about her relationship with the military. The only thing she didn't want was for Xia Jinyuan to be involved. She didn't want anyone to be involved in the matter between her and Yi Jifan's family. She looked up and narrowed her eyes slightly as she glanced at him. Then she calmly glanced in Yi Ying's direction. She knew that he wouldn't say much, but she could at least give him a reminder. Xia Jinyuan thought that she wouldn't even look at him. Seeing this, the corners of his lips, which had been pressing down, curled up slightly. He walked to Yi Jian's side and fixed his eyes on her arm. It was a little red and swollen with signs of inflammation, but it wasn't a big problem. "Military doctor, please get a bottle of iodine." He only took a glance and looked away without asking anything. He took a bottle of iodine and walked over to the military doctor. "I think we only have a new bottle. Do you have any open bottles?" Soldiers often used iodine and the like. The military doctor casually picked up a half-used bottle of iodine from the medicine rack. "I used half a bottle of this. Get the cotton swab yourself." As she spoke, she saw the major, who had asked her for iodine, reach out his hand and lightly pat the girl's shoulder. This simple action explained why Yi Qian had a gunshot wound on his body. It was because Ying was present, so it was not convenient for Xia Jinyuan to say too much. He also came over because he thought that the military doctor might ask about Yi Qian's wound, so he turned back. Yi Qian saw his gesture and understood that he was telling the military doctor how she got the wound on her arm. He was very close to her, and his hand on her shoulder did not leave for a long time. The temperature of his palm was a little hot through the thin layer of clothes. Yi Qian, who was sitting in the standard military posture, heard his deep voice coming from above his head. "This should work on abrasions, right? It can be used as a daily anti-inflammatory treatment." The Special Forces soldiers from the Snowfield Brigade all knew a little about medicine. It was obvious that they had asked such a simple question on purpose. Yi Jian, who knew why he did it on purpose, pursed her lips. He was so close to her. His hand was still on her shoulder, and he purposely asked a question that even she knew. Even if Yi Qian knew about his intentions, she could not avoid it. In front of the military doctor and Yi Ying, there was nothing she could do but feel helpless. The military doctor did not suspect anything. He thought that the major was asking if the girl could be treated with iodine after she left the army. He smiled and said, "Of course you can. Don't be too nervous. Young people have good physical fitness, strong cell repairability, and small wounds heal quickly. Iodine can be used as a daily treatment." Chapter 680. "Understood, thank you." Xia Jinyuan, who was handsome and indifferent, smiled slightly. How could he not know Yi Jian's discomfort? His thin lips curved into a smile and he finally took his hand away. His sudden approach and abrupt departure. Yi Jian actually felt a sense of relief. Even the minty scent on his body made her, who was originally holding her breath, take a deep breath without caring about anything else. At this moment, Yi Qian suddenly realized that with an outsider present, she felt even more restrained when interacting with this dangerous man. As for the half-empty bottle of iodine, Xia Jinyuan naturally didn't take it. He picked up the brand new bottle of iodine and didn't stay any longer. He smiled at Yi Qian and left with the elegance of a nobleman. The military doctor didn't notice anything wrong the entire time. Instead, he thought that Xia Jinyuan was taking care of Yi Qian. "You're quite attentive. Here, extend your arm. Let's clean it first." What else could Yi Qian say? Xia Jinyuan had the ability to do bad things and still make others think that he was doing a good thing. The military doctor didn't need to ask any further questions since it was a work injury. He used normal saline to carefully clean the red and swollen area, and removed a very small pus spot from the blood scab. The military doctor had always been very cautious when dealing with gunshot wounds. After rebandaging the wound, the military doctor said softly, "The area isn't big, but it will still leave a scar. You have to be mentally prepared. If there was a scar, it probably wouldn't be as big as the one on the back of his waist." Yi Qian put on his jacket and smiled at the military doctor. "It's okay. I didn't do it to look good. Thank you, doctor. I'll trouble you again tomorrow." After Teacher Xiao told Yi Ying that her parents would be coming, she came to Yi Qian's side. "When did you get hurt? The teachers didn't even know that you were hurt." "I didn't get hurt during military training. I accidentally hurt myself. It's a little inflamed, so I came to trouble the military doctor to take a look at it," Yi Qian explained with a smile. After what happened in the past 2 days, the logistics teachers arranged by the school probably all recognized him. It turned out that he had been injured before the military training. Teacher Xiao, who was slightly relieved, asked the military doctor again. "It's not a big problem. The inflammation isn't serious either. I'll be fine in 3 to 5 days after I return to school." Naturally, the military doctor could not tell the teacher the exact cause of the injury. Now that the gunshot was out in the open, the military doctor naturally had to cover it up and explain. It's just a small problem. I didn't notice it earlier and it's a little pus. It's not a big problem now. The inflammation isn't serious. I'll come back tomorrow to change the medicine again. You can remove the gauze after 3 to 5 days. You can use iodine for your daily care. When Teacher Xiao heard this, he was relieved. He couldn't be careless with Class 1's Yi Qian. He kindly reminded Yi Qian, "Take good care of yourself. If you need anything, look for me at any time. Go back to class and eat. Rest early. You still have to wake up early tomorrow." Ying, who was lying on the bed, did not feel good when she heard this. She was lying on the bed, but Teacher Xiao didn't comfort her. Didn't he get hurt during military training? Teacher Xiao was so concerned about him. "Teacher Xiao, I want to go outside for a walk. It's uncomfortable to lie down." Ying, who was lying on the bed because she wanted to escape, said softly. She supported herself on the bed with both hands and prepared to get up. Teacher Xiao knew that she had a conflict with Yi Qian during target practice. When he heard this, his face darkened and he said, "Where do you want to go? I'll accompany you." Chapter 681. No need. I've already made Teacher Xiao worry today. I just want to go out for a walk. The smell in the infirmary is giving me a headache. My heart is also stifling. I can't sleep even if I wanted to. At first, Teacher Xiao was slightly relieved, but towards the end, her expression changed. This student was threatening her with the excuse of having a heart condition. Yi Qian was already at the door. Hearing this, she turned around and sneered at Ying, who had obviously chased after her. Her cold gaze swept down from her face to her neck and landed on the intricately woven red string. The sneer at the corner of her mouth increased. Ying followed her gaze and looked down. Instantly, her expression changed drastically. She abruptly turned around, and her expression was somewhat vexed. This jade pendant can't be seen by Yi Qian. There was a soft sound of the door closing behind her. Before she could hide her vexed expression, Ying became angry again. She said rudely to Teacher Xiao, "I just want to go out for a walk. Teacher Xiao, don't tell me you won't allow me to go out?" She was really looking down on her teacher. Her voice was anxious and angry. Standing at the door, Yi Qian's smile deepened. He glanced at Major Xia, who had not left, and said with a smile, "If you don't leave, the people inside will rush out. Even if they rush out, I believe you won't be afraid. Also, why do I feel that? You actually want her to rush out." Xia Jinyuan, who now found it fun to block people, caught up with Yi Qian in a few steps. His gaze fell on her face. Seeing that her expression was somewhat sharp, his eyes darkened. "Since you want to get rid of her, you don't have to think too much about it. Also, I heard from your teacher that her parents will be here later. You know that I've investigated you before, and I've also investigated Yi Jifan's family. This Madame Yi is considered a tyrant in Shuke village. I'm afraid she'll only stop after making a scene this time." This was not a casual investigation, but an in-depth investigation. Yi Qian glanced at him and pursed his lips. "I'm not afraid of her making a scene today. The bigger the better. But this matter ends here with Ying. His daughter has already been stupid once. Yi Jifan won't allow his wife to fool around again. With Yi Jifan around, as long as it was something that was detrimental to their family, he would definitely step in to stop it." Xia Jinyuan, who had investigated Yi Jifan, was well aware of this. After pondering for a while, he nodded and said, "Yi Jifan is indeed a capable person, and the person behind him is well hidden. Little fox, it's good that you're like this for the time being. After what happened today, Yi Jifan won't dare to act recklessly." This was because he didn't know how deep the water behind the little fox was. To a politician, if he didn't even know how deep the water was, it was impossible for him to act rashly. Since it was already so late, Yi Qian naturally couldn't go back to class for dinner. Instead, Xia Jinyuan brought him to the platoon. At the back door of the cafeteria, he began to scoop rice for Yi Qian with familiarity, and brought out 3 dishes and a bowl of soup. "I asked them to leave some for us. We tried a few platoon dishes and they all tasted the same. There was nothing we could be picky about. You've already given us special treatment. What else do you want?" Yi Qian took the plate and the two of them began to have dinner in the small kitchen of the anti-chemical regiment. There were no candlelight, no flowers and no pleasant music. All they did was wear the same camouflage uniform and share the same plate of food. Chapter 682. This was a soldier in love. There was no romance, no surprise, no romance. There was only lovesickness and heart-wrenching pain. But for the sake of wearing the military uniform, he had no complaints or regrets. Xia Jinyuan finished his meal faster than Yi Qian. After finishing his meal in a few bites, he replied, "Remember to wash the dishes." Then he quickly left. Before he left, Yi Qian saw him pull the pen and notebook used by the cookhouse soldiers to register hygiene from the wall. Then he walked out of the kitchen with his slender legs. As a major, he came to the military kitchen to look for food. If someone saw him and saw his military rank, they would at least be a major and would be lenient. But she couldn't. She was still a student. If she was caught, she would only be reprimanded. Thinking of this, Yi Qian hurriedly ate, afraid that the cookhouse soldiers would come back and catch him. Their plates still had to be washed. After eating, they washed the plates and stacked them. When they came out, they saw Xia Jinyuan half squatting on the lawn behind the kitchen. His tall and slender figure was bent like a crouching beast, cold and fierce. He seemed to have gotten a haircut. The hair at the back of his head was neatly trimmed, revealing the deep nape of his neck. His thick and black hair looked wild and unruly. It should be prickly to touch, Yi Qian thought to herself as she lowered her eyes. His right arm kept moving slightly, as if he was doing delicate work that couldn't be stretched too far. Suddenly, Yi Qian seemed to have thought of something. She stopped in her tracks. Then she couldn't resist the urge to run away. He said he wanted to talk to her about the love letter. Just now. He pulled the pen and notebook used by the cookhouse soldiers to register hygiene. And now he was acting like this. Could she think a little deeper, a little more, and think that Captain Xia was writing a love letter? Thinking of this possibility, Yi Qian unconsciously pursed her lips. Her breathing quickened, and her delicate, jade-like face began to heat up and redden. I better hurry up and leave. Who was Captain Xia? He had Commander-in-Chief Xia above him. That was the only highest-ranking general in the entire army, and Captain Xia was his son. Only now did Yi Qian remember such an important matter. How could he dare to stay any longer? He fled like a rabbit. Xia Jinyuan had already heard the commotion behind him, but he was still writing furiously. So what if it was a love letter? What kind of love letter could those immature boys write? The little fox wouldn't even look at a childish love letter. The most hateful thing was that he had been waiting for the little fox to go to university to deliver the letter. But before he could do anything, someone else had beaten him to it. He couldn't take it anymore. He had to write a love letter. I don't know what love is, but I think that when I see you smile, I will smile. When I see you in pain, I will feel pain. I think that is love. They say that the love of a special forces soldier is the most bitter love, because their love can't be exposed to the sun. It can only struggle in the dark and cold corners. Even if they miss each other, it will be painful to the bone. Little fox, I don't know what it feels like to miss each other. I only know that when I calm down, I think the most about you is whether you're doing well on your side. When I'm in a desolate place, facing the endless yellow sand, I think that even flying past where you are is a kind of happiness. At this point, Xia Jinyuan picked up the pen and added, compared to little boys who only know how to seek sensual love, I think that true love is when two people's souls are compatible. This sentence was written with a strong sense of jealousy. Chapter 683. It could be said that Major Xia had indeed braved jealousy to finish writing the love letter. This kind of thing had actually been beaten to it. Furthermore, when Major Xia started writing, he thought that no matter what, he could write better than a little boy's love letter, and it could move people's hearts more. He had never written a love letter before, nor had he read a love letter. He had to write it based on his feelings. He couldn't make Yi Qian feel afraid, nor could he make her run away. He had to express his love and admiration for her. Xia Jinyuan originally thought that writing a love letter would be more difficult than writing a report. Who would have thought that when he picked up the pen and opened the slightly smoky notebook, the words in his heart came out easily. The tip of the pen moved quickly, one by one, beautiful and powerful. Between the twists and turns, the words leaped out of the paper like iron and silver hooks. He couldn't think too deeply about it. He followed his heart and wrote without a pause. In winter we can be neighbors with snowy mountains. In summer we can be companions with the sea. In autumn we can dance with the yellow sand. In spring we can spend time together in the jungle. We can challenge our limits day and night, and we can pass through the smoke of war. Isn't this kind of interaction more unforgettable than those romantic interactions? You're a soldier and I'm a soldier. We have the same goal, the same military uniform, and we can entrust our backs to each other. Don't you think I'm much better than a boy? I didn't want to disturb you in advance, but I didn't expect some guys to beat me to it. They did what I wanted to do when you went to university. If this can be tolerated, what else can I tolerate? They're so bad. They know that you're obsessed with your studies, but they actually wrote a love letter to distract you. If you're really distracted and affect your studies, how are you going to explain it to Uncle Chun and Uncle Jen? You can't consider these bad boys. They're obviously trying to affect you. But if you really want to consider them, you can consider me first. I'm 6 years older than you, and I'm like a father to you. I can help you a lot more than those inexperienced boys. Of course, I don't mind if you treat me as your boyfriend, because that's exactly what I want. Last time you wrote a letter with a menu. This time, I'm writing a love letter with a kitchen notebook. The two are different, but the result is the same. I think this is fate. What do you think? A love letter was actually over 1,000 words long. After he finished writing the love letter, Xia Jinyuan wrote a few words at the end. You can't be careless about your lifelong happiness. Please approve it. Applicant, Xia Jinyuan. By now Yi Qian had already run away. How could he not? She even found it difficult to deal with the love letters from the boys in school, let alone a love letter from Xia Jinyuan. A love letter from a dangerous, elegant man, who she could only escape from. What was even more frightening was the fact that behind him was Commander-in-Chief Xia. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Of the 36 stratagems, running away was naturally the best stratagem. Run and run. You can't receive the love letter from Captain Xia. It was easy to reject a young boy's love letter, but Captain Xia's love letter. Yi Qian was afraid that he wouldn't be able to handle it. If she ran away, Xia Jinyuan would chase after her. Someone had to take the initiative in this kind of thing. Xia Jinyuan, who had never been in a relationship before, and was writing a love letter for the first time, realized that some things really couldn't wait. Look at him. He originally wanted to wait, but in the end someone else beat him to it. As a soldier, he had to fight to be the first in everything. It was the same for everything. When he turned around, he didn't see anyone. Xia Jinyuan wasn't in a hurry. As long as she was still in the anti-chemical regiment, the love letter in his hand would definitely be delivered. Chapter 684. Major Xia, who was not in a hurry, returned the pen and notebook he borrowed from the cookhouse. Just as he was about to hang them up, he realized that he had torn the thread that held the notebook. When he tore it, he did not think of taking it down. All he thought of was to quickly write the love letter and hand it to her. With the love letter in hand, Major Xia restored everything to its original state before gracefully leaving the kitchen. Now he was officially going to arrest him. Yi Qian didn't run to the dormitory, but to the field instead. Tomorrow was the end of the 7 days of military training for the anti-chemical regiment. At this moment there were many students on the field. Each class was in a large circle. In the middle of the circle sat the instructor, listening to stories from the army. From time to time loud laughter could be heard. There was laughter on everyone's faces. Seeing everyone laughing so happily, Yi Ying's face was as gloomy as dark clouds. Even Yao Jing, who was beside her, felt her scalp go numb. What happened to your class today? Why are you all out so late? Yao Jing didn't immediately ask Yi Ying what happened. Instead she asked about the class. Yi Ying was in a bad mood, most likely because of Yi Qian. Asking about the class was equivalent to asking why Yi Ying was in such a bad mood. When she came out of the infirmary and didn't see Yi Qian, Yi Ying's face was gloomy. When she heard Yao Jing's question, a trace of viciousness flashed across her eyes. Something happened and I was delayed. Jing, I'll transfer schools. Transfer schools? Yao Jing was shocked. What was so serious that she had to transfer schools? Yes, I was too anxious to make a move today. I didn't expect Yi Qian, that damned girl, to have such a trick up her sleeve. This time I've made a big mistake. I have no choice but to transfer schools. She had become the public enemy of the entire class. Not only would the class not tolerate her, but the school would also not tolerate her. When she returned to school, her classmates would go outside and say some nasty things. Then, the whole school would know about what had happened today. This was the last thing she wanted to see. Transferring schools became her only choice. Frowning, Yao Jing asked, "What happened that forced you to transfer schools? Didn't I remind you to stay calm when it comes to Yi Qian?" Even Luo Ran was forced to be sent back to school. Now that you're involved, it seems like this Yi Qian isn't as simple as it seems. Fortunately, she didn't act rashly and let Luo Ran and Ying take the lead. Yao Jing, who was secretly rejoicing, wanted to pry out what happened in class from Yi Ying. However, on second thought, Yi Ying was in a fit of anger, so even if she asked, she wouldn't be able to get anything out of her. He wasn't in a hurry. When he returned to school, he would go to Year 2 Class 1 and ask around. Naturally, he would find out why the two sisters had to transfer schools. Compared to Yi Ying, Yao Jing was able to keep her composure. She continued, "It's not up to you to decide whether you want to transfer to another school or not. You still have to ask the school and your parents. Don't worry, it's already happened. What's the point of being anxious?" He could only blame himself for being too impatient. Yi Qian had only been here for a month, but he had already lost so badly that he had to transfer schools. "Even if my parents don't agree, I will still transfer schools." Ying really didn't want to talk about her embarrassing incident. Now that she didn't even dare to go back to class, what was the point of continuing to study? Let Yi Qian be proud of himself. As the days went by, he would make her regret it one day. She couldn't help but place her hand on her chest. This was the jade pendant, an item that could change her identity. With it, she wouldn't have to worry about not having a chance to deal with Yi Qian in the future. Chapter 685. That's right, she still had the jade pendant. She still had a chance to make Yi Qian wish he was dead. Just wait, just wait. She'd better wait and see. Ying swore in her heart. Her eyes were as sharp as needles as she narrowed them viciously. Just you wait. Today's humiliation will be returned 100-fold. Definitely. 100-fold. Holding the jade pendant, Ying felt as if she had fallen into an abyss just a moment ago. Now she saw the light of day again. Today's mistake was nothing. She just saw Yi Qian's improvement. Yes, it was nothing. She would work hard too. She would not let Yi Qian surpass her again and again. So what if he knew how to stand? So what if he knew how to shoot? A poor soldier would be a poor soldier for the rest of his life. He could only wait to be discharged. Like Instructor Huang. What's the use of having so many achievements? In the end, he still went back home obediently. Thinking of this, Ying was so excited that her eyes were bloodshot. So what if Yi Qian was powerful? He still had no one to help him. As for her, as long as her father was here and she had the jade pendant, what was there to be afraid of? Yao Jing was a shrewd person. She immediately sensed the change in Yi Ying and looked over. A trace of doubt flashed across her eyes. Why did she suddenly feel better? Her face was gloomy just now. Why did she suddenly become happy? Didn't she only have a jade pendant on her chest? She sighed. A mountain can't have two tigers. You're obviously at a disadvantage now. It's good that you transfer schools. As for the school, I'll keep an eye on it. Don't forget there's still Luo Ran. Yes, there was still Luo Ran. He would not drop out of school. The school would not allow him to do so. Ying, who was in an even better mood, giggled. I almost forgot. Luo Ran is not someone to be trifled with. Today Yi Qian even chased him out of the army. Ha, Luo Ran lost face again and again. This feud is definitely formed. She paused for a moment. When she spoke again, her tone was even more excited. Let's wait and see how Yi Qian is dealt with by Luo Ran. Ha, that might not be the case. He kicked one out of military training and the other out of school. This in. Yao Jing thought of the military officer who came to school that day and pursed her lips. She was still holding back her anger. It seemed like. Just as she was wondering if she should continue to endure, she heard Ying say, also, the idea you came up with last night won't work on Yi Qian at all. She was not afraid of snakes at all. I saw with my own eyes that she caught a snake and nailed it to a wooden stick with a dagger. Then she skinned the snake and ate it raw with the instructors. Thinking of the bloody scene, Ying felt her stomach churn. You can even eat this kind of thing. You're as disgusting as a savage. Even ate snakes. What kind of person was Yi Qian? Why was it getting harder and harder to see through him? Compared to Yi Ying, who only saw the surface, Yao Jing saw deeper and deeper. When she heard what Yi Ying said, not only did she not feel disgusted, she was even more afraid of Yi Qian. She also knew that if she wanted to make a move, she would either defeat Yi Qian in one fell swoop, or she could forget about making a move. Yi Qian, over here, over here. Come and sit over here. Even though they were all watching from the side of the field, they still heard Yi Qian's name. Yi Ying's eyes suddenly sharpened as she looked over. She saw Yi Qian jogging over from the center of the field. He walked straight to Grade 2 Class 1, who was sitting around the field. She did not want to get close to Grade 2 Class 1. Chapter 686. Yi Ying's face darkened. She stopped in her tracks and said stiffly, Class 1 is in front. I won't be going over. Hurry back to class. My parents will be here soon. It had been an hour and a half since the shooting practice ended. The 2.5-hour car ride from the provincial capital to the anti-chemical regiment was almost there. The setting sun withdrew the last ray of sunlight, and it was another clear night dotted with stars. The gentle evening breeze blew past, blowing away the heat of the day. Yao Jing wasn't in the mood to talk to Yi Ying. Fine, I can't help you with your problem. But I don't think it's necessary to transfer schools. You can change classes. I don't want Yi Qian to think that you transferred because you were scared. I'm just giving you a suggestion. Think about it. If she transferred schools, there would be one less person to cause trouble for Yi Qian. That was something she didn't want to see. Someone walked past the two of them, leaving behind an elegant mint scent. He wasn't walking slowly and could even be considered elegant. Even his camouflage uniform exuded a reserved aura. Yao Jing couldn't help but take a second look at him, but all she saw was an imposing figure. Yi Ying had already left. Yao Jing stood in the same spot and looked forward again. She saw that the figure was walking in the direction of Class 1. Yao Jing, why are you hiding here? You're the literature committee member of the class. You can't slip away. The singing competition with Class 5 has begun. It's up to you now. Yao Jing, who had wanted to take a second look, was dragged away by a classmate. She lowered her head and realized that the figure she had been watching had already disappeared. The sophomore class had already started chatting with Instructor Huang, especially the few boys led by Lu Xian. They were very serious about whether being a soldier was good or not. It was obvious that the promise of being a soldier was not a joke when they said that they would join the army if they did not get into university. Yi Qian, who had just sat down, heard Jessen say softly, If it's good to be a soldier, I want to be a soldier too. But my parents won't agree. They'll let me study in one of the junior colleges. You can join the military as well, you. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Qian quietly and gently bent his back. Don't be impulsive. Let's hear what Instructor Huang has to say first. I'm going to the washroom. I'll look for you later. Sure enough, the army was Xia Jinyuan's territory. She had been wandering around for half an hour. But he still managed to find her. With that said, she crouched down and sneaked through the classroom under the cover of the darkening sky. Then she stuck close to Class 2 next door and nimbly left. As the sky darkened, it was not easy to find a person in such a large sports field. However, it was easy for Xia Jinyuan, but the person he was looking for was not simple either. He had clearly seen her before he walked over, but now she was gone. Without alerting the students of Class 1, Xia Jinyuan paused his steps for a moment. Then his thin lips curved into a smile. He actually followed the path that Yi Qian had avoided. She had been trained as a special forces soldier, and so had he. His professional knowledge was much thicker than Yi Jian's. From his perspective, it was clear which route was the best to avoid being noticed and which one was the best from a professional point of view. When it came to scouting and tracking, the two of them were evenly matched. Yi Qian, who had noticed that Xia Jinyuan was chasing after her, raised her brows slightly. With a few leaps, she had already left the sports field and was approaching the forest. Chapter 687. This is getting interesting. Standing at the place where Yi Jian had stopped a second ago, Xia Jinyuan's smiling eyes were filled with interest. He chuckled and followed Yi Jian into the forest. The forest was much darker than the outside, and it was a restricted military area of the anti-chemical regiment. It would take some time to avoid the scouts in the forest. Compared to Xia Jinyuan, Yi Qian was more familiar with the forest since it was his second time entering. After avoiding 2 scouts, he heard Xia Jinyuan's calm voice and calm laughter. Let's have a competition to see who is the first to walk out of the forest and who can accurately report how many scouts are in the forest. What do you think? Hearing this, Yi Jian was also interested and readily agreed. It's very interesting to be able to compete with Captain Xia. The time limit is 1 hour. What do you think? Why don't we make a bet? For example, whoever loses will have to promise the other party one thing. What do you think? If he didn't make a bet now, it would be a waste of an opportunity to openly send a love letter. How could Xia Jinyuan with his high IQ miss this opportunity? In the darkness of the night, there was something different about his light laughter. There was an irresistible charm to it. What do you think? Do you dare to make such a bet? Do you dare? Yi Qian gently clenched his hands. It wasn't a matter of whether he dared or not. It was a matter of whether he wanted to or not. It was undeniable that the bet he proposed was indeed tempting. Why? Are you worried that your professional skills are not up to standard? That's good. If I find any problems, I can point them out on the spot and give you some advice. After all, I've been in the army for a few years longer than you, so I can more or less give you some advice. His voice was so gentle that it didn't contain a trace of coercion. It was especially comfortable to listen to and also made her heart beat faster. She wasn't afraid of Xia Jinyuan as a person. She was afraid of his actions that made her resist but couldn't really refuse. Sometimes it even made her heart beat faster and made her feel a trace of joy. This was the root of her frustration. She couldn't really refuse him, but she didn't want to lose such a good teacher and helpful friend. Therefore, she chose to avoid him for as long as she could. But now it seemed that it was impossible. There had to be a reply. Yi Qian smiled and replied calmly, I can't refuse Captain Xia's invitation. Since the bet has been placed, why don't we start now? She actually agreed. She was indeed a confident and daring little fox. It's 6:45 now. Walk out of the forest after you get the answer. There's no time limit. Things were getting more and more interesting. With a like-minded girlfriend by his side, life would be even more joyous. Who said that the love of Special Forces soldiers could not be exposed? The love he wanted was not only to see the light of day, but also to see the flowers bloom in spring. With the passion of the sea hitting the reef, there must also be the romance of watching the bright moon rise together. At this moment, an evenly matched love truly took root and sprouted, letting this strange and quiet forest witness the beginning of this love. The 2 figures began to move in the forest. Both of them were originally Special Forces soldiers, so it was compulsory for them to avoid the spies and infiltrate deep into the enemy's territory. Xia Jinyuan had been in actual combat countless times, so he had a keen reaction to spies. He was able to hide well on tree trunks and branches. At this moment, his slender figure was like a beast searching for prey in the dark, quickly and violently avoiding 2 spies. Chapter 688. He had to report the number of surveillance cameras in the entire forest, not the number of surveillance cameras along the route he took. Therefore, he had to know the terrain of the entire forest. Then, he had to use the lines of the surveillance cameras and the layout of the surveillance cameras that he saw to calculate how many surveillance cameras were around the surveillance camera, and where the next surveillance camera might be installed. This was not only a test of observation skills, but also a test of professional knowledge. Not only did he have to know the number of surveillance cameras, he also had to avoid them to avoid being discovered by the soldiers of the anti-chemical regiment. Even the shaking of the bushes had to be controlled. Double-cross surveillance cameras, ABCD connection. Little fox, there should be a single cross surveillance camera on your side. As expected of the best of the Army's anti-chemical regiment, just the distribution of surveillance cameras is enough to give me a headache. He could still talk with a smile. Yi Qian was also very calm. Single cross surveillance camera, walk in an X shape and turn into a Z shape. Captain Xia, there must be 2 surveillance cameras on your lower right side. Because the Z shape started and ended, there was an opposite direction in the middle. It was quite difficult to avoid the double-cross surveillance cameras. Xia Jinyuan's whole body passed through the bushes. One of the Z-shaped surveillance cameras flashed with red light. The most surveillance cameras were near the protective net with the words "Military Restricted Area" written on it from time to time. That was the shooting range and also the base of the anti-chemical regiment. It was normal to have so many surveillance cameras. The anti-chemical regiment was required to carry out high-risk missions such as chemical and nuclear radiation detection and observation of radioactive contamination. Their daily training was naturally related to this. Now, Yi Qian and the others were still outside the first layer of the protective net. The deeper they went, the more surveillance cameras there were. There were even hidden sentries. The two of them could only compete here. Crossing the border was not a joke. The anti-chemical regiment would have a lot of complaints. I came to the anti-chemical regiment to study. When I found out that you were here, it really gave me a big surprise. I originally planned to look for you after I finished my studies. Who knew that I would run into you as soon as I arrived? Little fox, don't you think this is fate? When they came across an S-shaped path, the two of them met. However, there was still a bush between them, so it did not affect their communication. Yi Qian gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that was stained with leaves. Sweat slowly trickled down from his forehead. It's not fate, it's just a coincidence. If I hadn't decided to come here at the last minute, how could Captain Xia have met me? So, it's just a coincidence. Even if she herself believed that this was fate, she would never admit that this was fate. How many people got together because of a coincidence? You have to know that this coincidence has to be appropriate for it to happen. If it's appropriate for it to happen, then it's fate. If you didn't come, then we wouldn't be together tonight. But since you're here, it's fate. It's fate that allows us to do something big tonight that will let the anti-chemical regiment know. They'll immediately add infrared sensors. Xia Jinyuan began to crawl forward. The end of the forest was not far ahead. Now was the time to sprint. He couldn't lose. If he lost, then he would give Little Fox a chance. He had made a bet to win, so how could he lose? However, he did not expect Little Fox to be so powerful. Although he deliberately slowed down, he witnessed her strength all the way. She had already reached the requirements of a Special Forces soldier. After all, Xia Jinyuan was a Special Forces soldier who had received professional and systematic training. If he was really just competing to win, then he would definitely arrive 15 minutes faster than Yi Qian. Chapter 689. He needed to win this competition, but at the same time he also wanted to be closer to her so that they could see each other from time to time and talk to each other. He had put a lot of thought into this. I don't believe in fate, I only believe in ability. Captain Xia, this is the final sprint. I won't give in just because you are Captain Xia. Yi Qian, who was sweating profusely, heard the rustling sound of him crawling forward. His bright eyes shone brighter than the stars as he too made his final sprint. Neither of them wanted to admit defeat. They crawled until they were drenched in sweat. Their heads and bodies were covered with dried leaves, but they still ignored them. They had been in the forest for at least 2 hours. They moved towards the exit that was less than 200 meters away. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. After avoiding the two scouts, Yi Qian saw a towering figure standing in the darkness, standing in the faint moonlight. Yi Qian's pupils constricted. He was only 5 minutes behind him, but in the blink of an eye, he was 10 minutes behind. At that moment, Yi Qian understood that he had purposely gone easy on him throughout the competition. Yi Qian wasn't angry. Instead, she smiled because she knew why he had gone easy on her and why he had sprinted so far at the last moment. Because she understood she wasn't angry at him for going easy on her. You lost, Little Fox. By the time she walked out, Xia Jinyuan, who had been waiting for her for 10 minutes, had a faint smile on his face. His figure stood tall and handsome in the moonlight. Even though she couldn't see his face, she could tell that he was an outstanding man. He smiled as he stood there. His low voice was so gentle that it blended with the moonlight and drifted over with the wind. The smile on Yi Qian's face deepened. That's not necessarily true. Captain Xia, we are now competing in speed. How many scouts are there in the forest? We are competing in the end on how many scouts are there, Yi Qian said calmly. He didn't look worried, nor did he have any intention of denying the bet. Since he had made a bet, even if he lost, he had to lose in a dignified manner. In Xia Jinyuan's eyes, Yi Qian was the most beautiful woman in the world. He admired her temperament and liked her even more. Let's count off and see who's right and who's wrong. He smiled and spoke with a confident expression. It was clear that he was completely confident that he had won this opportunity. When the two numbers were reported together, Yi Qian reported 3 fewer than Xia Jingyun. It was these 3 differences that decided the outcome. It was also because of these 3 differences that the soldiers of the anti-chemical regiment first discovered Yi Qian. Under Xia Jinyuan's signal, they reported it to Regiment Commander Gua and allowed the bet to continue. Yi Qian frowned. Was I wrong? Of course. That's right. We can talk as we walk. Xia Jinyuan laughed heartily. I worked so hard in exchange for this bet. If I lose, I think my comrades will look down on me when I return to the unit. As a member of the Special Forces of the Shuiyu Brigade, losing to a high school student was not something to be proud of. After Xia Jinyuan explained what went wrong, Yi Qian finally understood. Before he could ask how he knew, he heard Xia Jinyuan speak in a serious tone. What I want to say now is that I, Xia Jinyuan, have fallen in love with a high school student named Yi Qian. I originally wanted to wait until she went to college before confessing, but I found out that a boy did something I wanted to do the most. I was a little anxious and didn't want to hide it anymore. Even though Yi Qian is still a high school student, I wanted her to know that there was someone who liked her very much. I also wanted to tell her that if she really wanted to find a boyfriend, she should consider a soldier named Xia Jinyuan. Chapter 690. If she really wanted to find a boyfriend, she might as well consider a soldier named Xia Jinyuan. Hearing this, Yi Jian was completely dumbfounded. She had never thought that the man in front of her would be so straightforward. He was so straightforward that she was not mentally prepared at all. Thus, she listened to his confession that made her dumbfounded. She widened her eyes. Her eyes were always so bright. Sometimes they were as bright as the moon, sometimes they were as bright as the stars, and sometimes they were as hazy and charming as mist. They revealed a calmness that did not match her age. He thought that he had seen her 1,000 times, but he did not expect to see her like this again. Her eyes were as round as saucers, and she really looked like a frightened deer that did not dare to run away. Under the faint moonlight, he could clearly see the shock in her eyes. Perhaps it was because she was too shocked that she looked a little dazed. She was very cute, and he could not help but want to kiss her. Give me some reaction, little fox. I'm speaking from my heart. If you just stand there, I won't know what to do. Looking at the stunned Yi Qian, Xia Jinyuan's handsome face had a deep smile. Although he said that he was at a loss, his aura was as steady as a mountain, and his brows were as elegant and noble as the moonlight. How could he be at a loss? At this moment, Yi Qian was not stunned, right? This was a confession. The man she had always wanted to avoid, the man who always liked to tease her, but was absolutely trustworthy on the battlefield, the man who made her feel safe, was confessing to her. Her eyes that were not focused due to her shock gradually focused. She looked at the man who was calm and composed, and exuded a reserved and noble aura. Lube-dub, 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 lube-dub. Her heart was beating faster. This kind of Xia Jinyuan, especially the smiling Xia Jinyuan who was standing in the moonlight, had a temperament that made people's hearts flutter. He had a deep and cold military aura, but also a tenderness under his iron bones. Lube-dub. Lube-dub. Her heart was beating faster again. She looked away from his face in a panic. It was too sudden, too sudden. How could he be so straightforward all of a sudden? Previously it was all faintly discernible teasing, and it made people feel that they were thinking too much. Xia Jinyuan looked at the expression on her face, which was dark and unreadable. She even looked a little flustered because she was frightened by him. He chuckled and said, "This is indeed my confession, a sincere confession. Someone even wrote a love letter. Little Fox is so outstanding. I have to let her know that even if an outstanding person wants to find a boyfriend, she should also find an outstanding boyfriend. Therefore I recommend myself. I hope that little Fox can consider it. Think about it, think about it." His heart began to race again. No, I have to calm down, I have to calm down. After her rebirth she had considered many things except for love. She had never considered it before. What is love? Could it be eaten? But would it become her ability to settle down and settle down? No, love is a hollow thing, a very hollow thing. Yi Qian, whose mind was in turmoil, gradually recovered from her shock. Her bright eyes looked at Xia Jinyuan fearlessly. She was not surprised, nor was she afraid. Instead, she was strangely calm. She had always wanted to avoid him, but now that there was nowhere to hide, there was no point in continuing like this. Instead, this matter was open and aboveboard. Chapter 691. His gaze did not waver, but he blinked lightly and said calmly, "Captain Xia, do you know what you're doing now? You just said that the boys who sent me love letters were bad and would affect my studies. However, Captain Xia, you're doing the same thing right now. Compared to them who only sent me a love letter, Captain Xia's straightforward confession is so straightforward that I, a high school student, don't know what to do." It was great to find out that she was a high school student. She was young, so she didn't have to fall in love and had to study. Yi Qian felt like she had used up a lot of energy to say those words word by word. It was the first time she realized that sometimes rejection was harder to say than acceptance. She knew very well that it wouldn't be appropriate to say yes now. Who was she? She was an orphan girl who relied on her own efforts and the military to cultivate her. So what if she was a martyr's orphan? Wasn't she also a martyr's orphan in her previous life? There was no benefit in having such an identity. The key was still to rely on herself. She could only live a wonderful life if she could hold on to the wall. It was certain that she wasn't suitable to be in a relationship right now. Uncle Jen and Uncle Chun had told her more than once that not only did men have to be indomitable, but women also had to be indomitable. Only by standing up to the sky could she have a place to settle down. Only then could she have her own life and have her own wonderful life. And who was Xia Jinyuan? Just as Han Zheng had said, there were countless young ladies in the capital who were lining up to become his girlfriend. But for her, she had nothing at the moment. She didn't know what love was, but if they didn't stand on the same point, one high above and the other as low as dust, would there be a happy ending for such a love? If that was the case, then it wasn't a good time to be in a relationship with him. Rejecting him was something she had to do. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qian had already thought about it several times. She kept warning herself that she had to stay calm at this moment. She mustn't become hot-headed because of his confession and accept it on impulse. Xia Jinyuan was not a man who would back down in the face of difficulties. Hearing this, the smile on his handsome face did not diminish but instead increased. There was a dark light in his deep eyes. It was the light of a beast that was determined to win. That's right. It's because you're still young that you're not suitable for a relationship. That's why I'm waiting. But I could wait. Who knew that the group of boys in your school would be so audacious that I couldn't wait any longer? As he spoke, he suddenly moved closer. His handsome face suddenly enlarged in Yi Jian's eyes. It was just a hazy moonlight, but she could clearly see the seriousness in his eyes, as well as the stubbornness that was extremely similar to hers. Once he set his mind on something, he would never turn back. Her heart, which had finally calmed down, began to pound again. She became more and more flustered. She then heard him say with a smile, "I can't let someone else confess before me. I have to be the first to do it." Yi Jian, who was originally in a panic, could not help but laugh when she heard what Xia Jinyuan said. She immediately shut her mouth when she heard the sound of laughter. Her beautiful jade-like face was tense. In Xia Jinyuan's eyes, there was a different kind of flirtatious look. Chapter 692. Can you stop talking about love letters and confessions? I don't even know who the other party is, and I haven't even read a single one of the so-called love letters. I wasn't curious to begin with. If you continue talking about it, I really want to see what was written in the little boy's love letter. Captain Xia, you're still brooding over it. Xia Jinyuan's lips curved into a smile. His handsome face was so close to hers that she could feel his hot breath on her face. His deep voice lowered by half a beat, sounding as mellow as red wine, sexy and seductive. Indeed, you're brooding over it. That's why you're so anxious today. Fortunately, I came in time and found out about this. Otherwise, if I really waited until the day you went to university to act, wouldn't I have seen my little fox flying off with someone else? That would be called regretting it for life. Yi Qian, who had lived 2 lifetimes, had never heard such words before. When she heard it, her face turned red and she even heard. Xia Jinyuan directly reached out to cover his mouth. Xia Jinyuan, you don't look like a soldier at all. You! She was embarrassed and angry. In a moment of desperation, she covered her mouth and didn't think of any other consequences. In front of Xia Jinyuan, Yi Qian avoided him, but at the same time she trusted him greatly. How could she not trust a comrade who had gone through fire and water with her on the battlefield? It was because of this trust that sometimes, Yi Qian really didn't think about what to do next in front of him. She didn't think about what was the best way to go. In a moment of desperation, she covered her mouth because she trusted him and didn't think about the consequences at all. Xia Jinyuan also didn't expect to receive such treatment. After being stunned for a second, a dark look flashed across his eyes. His slender and strong arms reached out and pulled her slender but strong waist into his arms. Then, he pulled her into his arms and threw her sideways. The two of them fell onto the grass unscathed and didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. You dare to cover my mouth with your hand? Aren't you afraid that I'll bite your finger? As Yi Qian tried to resist but to no avail, the two of them made a big move after falling to the side. Xia Jinyuan leaned forward, and as he spoke, he laid on the ground and hugged Yi Qian. How could Yi Qian let him go? Not only did he not remove his hand from Xia Jinyuan's mouth, he even tightened his grip. At the same time, he moved his palm towards Xia Jinyuan's nose. He wanted to suffocate Xia Jinyuan so that Xia Jinyuan would let go of his own accord. Captain Xia, we are talking about a bet now, not rolling on the grass. If you don't let go, I'm going to hold it tight. Don't blame me if anything happens to Captain Xia. Her mouth was covered, not her hands and feet. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. He was originally holding her waist with one hand, but now he was holding her with both hands. A 16 or 17-year-old girl was like an unripe fruit that was about to ripen. Her unripe scent exuded an alluring fruity scent that seduced Xia Jinyuan, who had never been close to a woman before and was so self-disciplined that he was no different from a monk. All of a sudden, his heart began to race. As a member of the Snowfield Brigade's Special Forces, all of them had passed the test when it came to women's charms. In order to prevent her back from being scratched by the sand and stones, he was at the bottom while she was at the top. Her hand was still covering his mouth, so their bodies were naturally inseparable. They were so close that even the wind couldn't pass through. His gaze gradually changed, becoming deeper, darker and deeper. The dark surge in his eyes made Yi Qian instantly realize that something was wrong. Chapter 693. Her hand was still covering his mouth, and she could still feel the warmth of his lips through her palm. It was warm, as if his smile always caught her off guard and fell into her eyes. From his eyes, she could see that he did not believe that she would suffocate him. He even had a knowing smile on his face as he gazed at her gently. The meaning behind his smile was so deep that she could not help but loosen her grip on his mouth. As she loosened her grip, she heard Xia Jinyuan's chest vibrate. He was smiling, a smile that came from the inside out. It was a very relaxed smile, but it made Yi Qian feel even more helpless. It was difficult to reject Xia Jinyuan, and now was not the time. Whenever Yi Qian thought about the commander-in-chief Xia behind him, he felt a little breathless. Soldiers had a natural respect for their generals, and as a soldier, Yi Qian was no exception. Xia Jinyuan's arm around her waist tightened again and again, so tight that it was as if he wanted to embed her into his body and become one with her. She was still too young. He could not scare her. He had to take it slow. He had to confess first, then let her accept the love letter. Step by step, he had to plant roots in her heart before he could take this cunning fox into his arms. The restless Xia Jinyuan originally wanted to do something small, such as kissing her and offering her his first kiss. However, he suddenly remembered that night when he caught her at school. He had been startled by the flash of the flashlight. She looked like a wild beast that had just escaped from its cage. At that time, he had clearly seen the resistance on her face. In an instant, he understood that the fox he had his eyes on was naturally wild. He could not even think about taming her. The only way was to get close to her and become someone she could trust. He walked over step by step. He could not ruin things after the confession. It had to be said that Xia Jinyuan had really put in a lot of effort on Yi Qian. Now that he was holding himself back, he had to avoid letting Yi Qian know that it was an instinctive and normal reaction of an adult man. Both of them were introverted people. One on top, the other on the bottom. I look down at you, you look up at me. Even the vast starry sky became the background. The wind was still and the trees were still. They were still, but their eyes were still. Xia Jinyuan, who did not speak, swallowed unconsciously and gradually closed his eyes. He did not speak, and Yi Qian did not take the initiative to speak either. The hand around her waist was still tightening. His strength was so strong that she did not dare to speak first. She was afraid that if she spoke, she would startle the wolf with its eyes closed, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Perhaps the two of them were too careless, or perhaps the night breeze was too comfortable. One of them hugged the woman he liked for a long time, closed his eyes, and in the end fell asleep. Yi Qian had been running around all this time and did not get a good night's sleep. As he hugged her, her upper and lower eyelids fought with each other. She lowered her head and nodded like a chick eating rice. She nodded and nodded, until her eyes landed on his broad chest and she fell asleep. Neither of them knew how long they had slept. When Xia Jinyuan opened his eyes, he was stunned. He fell asleep after the confession? He actually fell asleep after doing such an important thing. Before the shock on his face faded, he looked at Yi Qian, who was lying in his arms and sleeping like a little puppy, and couldn't help but laugh. You said it wasn't fate. Look, they slept together. This wasn't fate, then what was? Chapter 694. Yi Qian woke up with a start when he chuckled. When she woke up, she immediately realized that she had fallen asleep on Xia Jinyuan's chest. Even though she was usually calm, she couldn't help but feel awkward. Have you made up your mind? Xia Jinyuan, who had a good night's sleep, asked. His gentle and low voice sounded even more enchanting in the cold night. Just because you slept with me, you can't let the bet go. Just because you slept with me. Yi Qian almost choked on his words. Yi Qian secretly took a deep breath and raised his eyebrows. No, the bet is. In a flash, without giving Xia Jinyuan any time to prepare, Yi Qian flipped over and got off him. After a roll, Yi Qian was already half squatting on the ground. He clapped his hands and stood up. Looking at Xia Jinyuan, who was still lying on the ground, he smiled and said loudly, if Captain Xia's bet is that I should consider Captain Xia when I'm looking for a boyfriend, then I agree. Why wouldn't she agree? Wasn't there still so much time left? If he could persist, she would definitely persist. If he gave up halfway, she would face it calmly. Xia Jinyuan's bet was indeed as such. Hearing this, he nimbly jumped up with the strength of his waist and walked over to Yi Qian, who had a sly smile on his face that made him feel helpless. No, that's not what I want to bet. He had already said it in his confession and in his love letter. With her personality, how could she really be moved by those little boys in school? She didn't even read the love letter he sent over, which was enough to show that she wasn't moved by little boys at all. Moreover, he was quite confident that if she really wanted to find a boyfriend, she would consider him. But now wasn't the time. She wouldn't consider him as a boyfriend, so naturally, she wouldn't consider little boys as her boyfriend. What's that? Yi Qian was alarmed. He got carried away and revealed his trump card first. He had committed a grave mistake. He took another step forward, and Yi Qian took a step back with a wary look on his face. Once again, he looked like he was ready to flee at any moment. Xia Jinyuan narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a faint smile, what I want is very simple, and it won't make things difficult for you. The more she said this, the more Yi Qian felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. Okay, then tell me now. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss as long as it's. Her words were stuck in her throat because he suddenly leaned over. When Xia Jinyuan's hand instantly grabbed Yi Qian's wrist, she thought, as expected of the elite of the special forces. So fast. My bet is very simple. I'll give you my first kiss, which I haven't given to anyone else. He accurately grasped her wrist, pulled her away and hugged her again. He lowered his head and pressed his thin lips on hers. When it came to giving one's first kiss, it was better to give it to the right person. His kiss was different from his gentle smile. It was so domineering that it swept in directly like an army of thousands of men and horses passing through. It shocked her until the tip of his tongue invasively hooked the tip of her tongue. Yi Qian's face turned completely red with a boom. Yi Qian never expected that. His bet would be first kiss. He had his first kiss, but did she not? It was her first kiss in 2 lifetimes and it was gone. Just like that. Xia Jinyuan was obviously inexperienced when it came to kissing for the first time, but he was smart. He learned how to kiss without anyone teaching him. He kissed and sucked on her lips according to his will. So what if she was a 16 or 17-year-old high school student? What he liked was like a piece of jewelry, and he definitely wouldn't tolerate them coveting it. Chapter 695. Yi Qian, who was almost out of breath from the kiss, felt a little awkward at first, but when she heard Xia Jinyuan do the same, her chest rising and falling rapidly and her breathing becoming clear, the awkwardness on her face disappeared and she laughed uncontrollably. Her laughter was like the gurgling of a mountain stream, pleasant and clear. She did not get angry from the kiss, nor did she scream as if she had lost her virginity. Xia Jinyuan did not expect her to laugh. He raised his eyebrows and sighed deeply. "Little fox, your reaction is really beyond my expectations." He thought that she would at least glare at him angrily, or at least scold him a little. After all, he was the one who offended her first. Of course, if he hadn't noticed that she wasn't completely resistant to him, he wouldn't have dared to kiss her so boldly. His little fox was a wild fox that was hard to tame. Under her obedient appearance, she had the ability to hurt people. If she really wanted to slap him now, he would accept it. But she didn't do anything. She didn't even scold him. Instead, she laughed like a bell. Based on his intuition, such a reaction was not necessarily a good thing. "Captain Xia gave me your first kiss. Do you think I should cry? A man's first kiss is much rarer than a woman's. I really did not expect Captain Xia's first kiss to still be with me." After the kiss and laughter, Yi Qian's eyes were as clear as water, so clear that even the crescent moon in the sky was reflected in her pupils. "Captain Xia, don't you think it's a bit of a loss to use your first kiss as a bet?" "Loss? How could it be a loss?" Xia Jinyuan laughed deeply. His handsome face was as clear as the moon. "I think it's worth it to lose to you. It's just that I don't have enough experience, use too much force and suck too much." Xia Jinyuan. Every time Yi Qian felt embarrassed, she liked to call him by his full name. It was not easy for Yi Qian to dissolve the shyness and awkwardness in her heart with a smile, but because of his explicit words her face turned red. Compared to his thick skin, she could only admit defeat. When it came to chasing a girlfriend, a man had to be thick-skinned. If he squinted a little and was a little reserved, someone else would beat him to it. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan, who had gained some experience, did not feel ashamed. Instead, he felt proud of it. "Are you shy? Little fox, your belated shyness really makes me heave a sigh of relief. It's good to be shy. If you're shy, it means that my feelings for you are not one-sided." Xia Jinyuan, he had to say what he had to say. Otherwise, someone else would beat him to it. Facing Xia Jinyuan, Yi felt helpless. Xia Jinyuan. Xia Jinyuan, of course, Xia Jinyuan yuan, Xia Jinyuan, of course, Xia Jinyuan yuan, Xia Xia Jinyuan. You only think about the future and forget the fighting spirit and good style that a soldier should have. Even though Yi Jian wanted to leave at this moment, she was still shocked by his words. Soldier's fighting spirit? Excellent military style? Xia Jinyuan wanted to say something. Ever since I was a child, the first textbook I learned how to read was a manual on the basic rules of military behavior. It was a small red book with a golden military emblem printed on it. On the first page it said, "A soldier must have a good style of thinking, working, fighting, and living." Chapter 696. You have to be realistic, humble, and prudent. Apply what you have learned. Match your words with your actions. Be proactive and innovative. Be brave and tenacious. Be resolute and resolute. Work hard and be thrifty. He really did recite the basic military manual. Yi Qian couldn't keep up with his pace and didn't understand what the basic military manual had to do with what was in front of him. Yi Qian didn't dare to act rashly without understanding it clearly. Or perhaps it was because he didn't resist the embrace of the faint mint scent. So he quietly listened to Yi Qian speak in a low voice with a smile. You really have to keep these points in mind at all times. You can't forget them. If you were resolute in your actions, match your words with your actions, and dare to innovate, the love letter in your pocket would have been given to her long ago. As he listened, Yi Qian felt that he understood something. When he heard Yiqian say in a serious tone, "When two armies fight, the brave one wins. When two armies are in a stalemate, the brave one wins. When two armies are in a stalemate, you only think about your young age, but you forget about external factors such as the environment." At this point, Yiqian didn't even have the energy to speak. The basic military manual became a manual on how to teach soldiers how to fall in love. Captain Xia is indeed an outstanding special forces soldier. Not only do you apply what you have learned, but you can also apply it flexibly in all aspects. You are worthy of the title of all-round soldier. Yiqian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself, if Commander-in-Chief Xia knew his son was like this, would he pull out his gun? Xia Jinyuan automatically took her derogatory words as praise. Tonight, he and Little Fox had made great progress. While he was happy, he couldn't forget to summarize it. Soldiers needed to know how to sum up their experiences. One had to know that the more experience one accumulated, the more success one would have, and the fewer lessons one would learn. As a soldier, one had to deeply understand the principle that pride would cause one to fall behind. One could not take for granted that the little fox that one had taken a fancy to would not fancy anyone else just because one was too outstanding. His elegant and noble face broke into a smile as he calmly said, "Previously, it was because I forgot that I was a little inferior to others. Now I will not forget the spirit that a soldier should have. So, little fox, I will take risks from time to time in the future." At this moment, Xia Jinyuan was using all the qualities that a soldier should have in his pursuit of his girlfriend. He even had the spirit of adventure. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said that the wager was to offer her first kiss. What a risk. What if Yiqian didn't like it? Wouldn't that be terrible? After Yiqian heard this, his eyes widened. After a while he muttered, "If Commander-in-Chief Xia knew about this, I really don't know what he would think." Xia Jinyuan was confident that he could answer this question on behalf of Commander-in-Chief Xia. With his arms around her, his expression was exceptionally serious. "Commander-in-Chief Xia has always supported my adventurous spirit. After entering the military, there were many unique first adventures in the military. The first target practice was a risk, the first grenade throwing was a risk, and the first military exercise was a risk. It's the truth that the bold die of overeating and the cowardly die of starvation. If you're afraid of the wolf in front and the tiger behind, you can only watch as someone else takes away the girl you like." Hearing this, Yiqian could only admit defeat. What you said actually made me think that the basic military behavior manual should be read more by those soldiers who haven't found girlfriends. When they understand it as thoroughly as Captain Xia, they won't have to worry about not having a girlfriend. Chapter 697. I'm afraid they won't be able to understand. After I gave you my first kiss, it was as if I was enlightened and learned how to use it in an instant. I'm afraid the others won't be able to comprehend it. After such a long conversation, Xia Jinyuan, whose heartbeat had returned to normal, pulled her tightly into his arms. His thin lips curled up, and when he smiled, his handsomeness under the moonlight was unexpectedly charming. "Let's not talk about that. Come, tell me how it tastes. Do you feel your heart flutter?" Taste. How? Yiqian, who was still thinking, he actually interpreted the behavior manual as a love manual, was startled. Then his face turned red. She, who was shy from kissing him, was embarrassed by the words, "How does it taste?" "Xia Jinyuan, don't say such things." Now that the dangerous Xia Jinyuan was back, Yiqian no longer felt relaxed. He began to think about how to escape from his arms. Under the faint moonlight, Yiqian saw his deep, cold eyes slightly narrow. His heart thumped and he immediately said, "Now that the bet is over, Captain Xia, can you let go of me?" "No, you haven't told me how it tastes. Why don't I say it first?" At this moment, Xia Jinyuan was enlightened again. When a man's skin thickened, he would only gain more. It was even more wonderful. Look, the little fox in his arms was so shy that her eyes were glistening. Her eyebrows were bright and beautiful. When her gaze swept over, it was as if there were hooks, hooking him until his heart trembled. Yiqian was a little regretful that he didn't leave while he was talking. Now, if he wanted to escape, it would be a little difficult. Based on his understanding of him, if she said she didn't know how it tasted, this dangerous man would definitely say, "Let's try again." If she said it tasted good, He would also say, let's savor it again. In other words, the initiative was in his hands. If she wanted to leave, she had to get out of his arms first. But if she really left like this, she was a little unwilling. He gave her his first kiss, but she also lost her first kiss. Now he was asking her how it tasted and began to tease her again. In the face of Xia Jinyuan's attack, Yiqian really rebelled. She did not answer immediately. Her eyes flickered and she fell silent. Her silence made Xia Jinyuan even more confused about what she was thinking. It didn't matter if he couldn't figure it out, as long as he could be sure that she wasn't angry. It's an endless aftertaste. After trying it, I can't extricate myself from it, he said in a low voice with a hint of pure seduction. He gave up his noble aura and lowered his head, bent down, and pressed his forehead against hers, gently moving it. Why don't we try again? He was telling the truth. After tasting it, he regretted not adjusting his breathing so that their first kiss could be longer and more lingering. He had miscalculated. In the end, he was too hasty. Yiqian, who lowered her head, curled the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a sly smile. Then she raised her hand and gently hooked it around the back of Xia Jinyuan's neck. She said slowly, Captain Xia, it tasted good too. It was like strong wine and you got drunk before you drank it. I'm quite drunk now. If you really want to tell me how it tasted. As she spoke, she tiptoed and raised her head slightly. Her delicate lips, which were like the bud of a budding flower in March, moved closer and closer to his thin lips. So close that Xia Jinyuan's deep black eyes were filled with turbulent undercurrents. Chapter 698. A man in his 20s had kept his first kiss for so long before giving it away. It was precisely because he had passed the age of youth that he knew what he cherished the most and what he truly wanted. What he wanted now was to taste her again. At the age of 16 or 17, they didn't talk about bed matters. It was fine to talk about romance, talk about love and kiss. Of course, the premise was that their identity had to be concealed. Thinking of this, Major Xia sadly realized that even though he had become Little Fox's boyfriend, his identity was still a shady one. Watching as she inched closer to him and raised her head, Xia Jinyuan saw the cunning glint in the crescent moon's eyes. Instantly, he narrowed his eyes dangerously. What a fox! She was even using the honey trap now. Captain Xia, I'm not drunk yet. If you taste it again. Her lips were already at the edge of his. Just a little bit more and she would be on his lips. Yiqian was really like a fox that had turned into a spirit. She started to use the honey trap in an attempt to escape from the hunter's hands. However, she didn't know that the hunter had already seen through her plan and was waiting for her to take the initiative. Hunters had the patience of hunters, and foxes had the nature of foxes. When Yiqian saw him narrow his eyes, she knew that she had to escape. She felt a sense of crisis. This time it was a real sense of crisis. Before Xia Jinyuan sensed the danger, his hands around Xia Jinyuan's neck moved quickly and hurriedly. Like lightning, he clasped Xia Jinyuan's broad shoulders. At the same time, his thumb pinched Xia Jinyuan's shoulder blade. His right leg inserted between Xia Jinyuan's legs and quickly clasped Xia Jinyuan's left calf. A second ago, they were offering their first kiss to each other. The next second, they were exchanging blows on Weibo. This kind of love lacked romance, but it gained trust and tacit understanding. It seems that my taste didn't make Little Fox drunk. It was Little Fox's taste that made me drunk. Xia Jinyuan, who was skilled in martial arts, wouldn't really fight with her. The more she wanted to escape, the more he wanted to chase after her. If it wasn't for the fact that it was a little late, he would have used all his strength to subdue her. As soon as the distance between the two of them increased, Yiqian, who knew that he was no match for him and only wanted to get away, jumped far away. He smiled and said, Captain Xia, the taste is not bad, but it's a little too strong. It's not suitable for someone my age to taste. It's getting late. Good night, Captain Xia. It wasn't just a little bit intense, it was too intense. After one kiss, her knees felt a little weak, and at this moment, her mouth still had the remnants of his mint scent. It was so intense that it reached his heart. Xia Jinyuan chuckled and quickly caught up with her. You can have a taste of me when you give me your first kiss, okay? When he caught up with him, Yiqian walked even faster. Hearing this, he kept walking and glanced at the man who was still thinking about the next meeting. Change the topic. Maybe we can continue talking. How about I take the left and Captain Xiao takes the right? Good night. Are you shy? You were laughing after the kiss just now. Why are you shy now? Her shy expression made Xia Jinyuan even more fascinated. He couldn't understand why he was interested in a young girl. Moreover, it wasn't just an ordinary interest. It was an interest that he wanted to take home and make her his wife. If Commander-in-Chief Xia found out, he wondered if he would shoot his son to death. Chapter 699. He took out the love letter with his body temperature and blocked her way. He smiled deeply and reached out his hand. My love letter is worth reading. It's definitely better than any other boy's. Read it carefully. Please approve it after you've read it. I'll come back to receive the results in a month. Yi Qian hadn't received any of the previous love letters, but the one in her hand was actually the first love letter she had personally received. Captain Xia, are you sure? Don't doubt me. I know exactly what I'm doing. I've already given you my first kiss. Little fox, you can't doubt my sincerity. Another first kiss. Yi Qian put the love letter in his pocket and said unhappily, Can you stop talking about your first kiss? That was also my first kiss. Let's call it even. Don't mention it again. Also, I can answer you right now. If I really want to find a boyfriend, I'll definitely consider that soldier Xia Jinyuan first. Because he's a soldier and I'll be a soldier too. But that's only if the Xia Jinyuan I know is still the Xia Jinyuan I know now. This wasn't a promise. It was just a wait for a response. This wait wasn't just a wait for time to pass. It was a wait for them to fight side by side before they became lovers. It was a wait for them to trust each other and improve their tacit understanding before they became lovers. Time may be passing for the two of you, but for Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian, it was a fragment of time when they knew each other and protected each other. Watching her walk briskly under the moonlight, her graceful yet proud figure made Xia Jinyuan smile slowly. You're my comrade, and you'll also be my lover, little fox. You're my comrade, and we have an unbreakable trust. You're my lover, and you're my motivation to persevere. That night, the moonlight was the most beautiful. It was only a crescent moon, but it shone brightly on the ground. Even the solemn anti-chemical dome seemed to have the softness of the moonlight. Yi Qian did not immediately return to his dorm. He stood under the light and opened the first love letter he had received. When his gaze fell on the first line, a faint smile appeared on his face. A small government car was driving on a winding mountain road. The bumpy road made the expressionless Yi Jifan reveal a cold and ruthless expression. Xiao Wang, slow down, he said coldly. His aura of authority made Xiao Wang's heart tremble. Ying couldn't help but shrink her shoulders and lean towards Sun Dongqing. If she had been reprimanded loudly, she wouldn't have been afraid. But now she was very, very afraid. Because until now, she hadn't heard a single word of reprimand. It's okay, it's okay. Let's go home. What's the point of staying in this lousy place? You're already in poor health, and I'm worried that you'll suffer. It's fine if you go home a day earlier. Tomorrow, Mama will cook something delicious for you to nourish your body. After all, Sun Dongqing's experience was limited, so she didn't think too deeply about it. When she thought about what the school teacher and the black-faced military officer said, she couldn't help but say angrily, What kind of people are they? How could they scare my Ying to this extent? Old Yi, you have to go to the school and look for the principal the day after tomorrow. You can't let Ying suffer. Go to the school and look for the principal the day after tomorrow? Why don't you ask your daughter if she still has the face to go to school the day after tomorrow? The angrier Yi Jifan was, the calmer his expression became. Even his voice was extremely cold. I don't have the face to go and embarrass myself again. If you want to go, you can go. You can also transfer schools, so that you don't embarrass yourself in the provincial first high school. Chapter 700. Yi Jifan rarely got angry in front of his daughter, Ying. Even if he was angry, he would scold her a few times. In the end, he would weigh the pros and cons and explain them one by one. However, he had never been like tonight. When he opened his mouth, he was so cold and indifferent that it made people feel cold in their hearts. He was really angry, and he was very angry. Not to mention Ying, even Sun Dongqing was so scared that her heart was pounding. She looked at her husband, then looked at her daughter and said in confusion, Why do you want to transfer schools? Didn't the soldier say that Ying was weak, and that something big would happen if she stayed? That's why he asked us to take her back? What does this have to do with transferring schools? Even if the teacher said that Ying was gossiping in class, so what? Children are not sensible. As teachers, how can we argue with children? Sun Dongqing only saw her daughter lying alone on the bed in the infirmary just now. She rushed over and called her sweetheart non-stop. Her voice was loud and she only looked at Ying. She did not pay attention to what Teacher Xiao and the political commissar of the anti-chemical regiment were talking about. Later, Yi Jifan felt embarrassed, so he went outside the infirmary to quiet his ears and listen to the political commissar of the anti-chemical regiment explain the ins and outs of the matter. Mr. Yi, we don't dare to accept Ying in our army anymore. Yesterday, we instigated the whole class to target another girl. If it wasn't for that girl having some real ability, yesterday's matter wouldn't have ended. I thought that yesterday's matter would teach Ying a lesson, but in the end, we were too naive. Today's military training was because the instructor of Class 1 admired a student in the class. In the end, Ying really knows how to make groundless accusations and slander a soldier. I saw that Mr. Yi came in a government car. I think you must be an official with a position. Mr. Yi, please tell me, how should the army and the school deal with slandering a soldier with military merits? The strong write history and the weak talk. Fortunately, my soldiers and the girl who was wronged are all mentally strong and have some real ability. Otherwise, they would have been blamed by Yi Ying. The army is a place where military discipline is emphasized. Ding is ding, Mao is Mao, and ding is ding. Those who like to gossip have always been severely punished. Since Ying is not a soldier in my team, I would like to ask Mr. Yi to bring Ying back home first before teaching her how to behave properly. My soldiers are all men of indomitable spirit. I won't allow anyone to slander them. These words made Yi Jifan almost unable to hold himself back. He wanted to rush in and slap his daughter, who still had the guts to lie in bed and pretend to be sick. He only felt that all the face he had accumulated over the years as an official had been trampled under someone's feet. And the person who had trampled on his face was none other than his own daughter, whom he had high hopes for. He apologized and made amends. He pretended to be humble and wanted to erase this matter. Who knew that the political commissar in the army would not give him face at all? He said directly, Mr. Yi, you care about your reputation. It's the same in the army. Whoever dares to bully a soldier in their own team is equivalent to slapping the team's face. Ying is only a student, yet she dared to slander him. The army doesn't find trouble with students. They only find the parents behind the students to judge the matter as it is. This was several times more embarrassing than someone else trampling on his face. Chapter 701. Yi Jifan had pretended to be a coward, but no one saw it. When he recalled the scene at that time, his face still burned with pain. Sun Dongqing, who was left in the infirmary, didn't know what was going on. Looking at her ignorant face and her self-righteous stupidity, Yi Jifan couldn't hide the disgust in his heart. He looked coldly at the face in the back seat, which was already covered in fat, and his eyes flashed with deep disgust. This kind of idiot had some intelligence when she was young, but now that she was older, her intelligence was gone and only stupidity was left. With the chauffeur around, Yi Jifan didn't want to say much. After a glance, he looked away and slowly leaned back in the car seat and closed his eyes. He didn't even have the mood to preach anymore. He originally thought that his daughter was teachable, but who knew that in the end, she was just a pile of mud that couldn't be helped. Compared to Yi Qian, she was far too inferior, far too inferior. Sun Xueqing, Sun Dongqing. They were two sisters, but why was one so smart and the other so stupid? I knew that when that bitch Yi Qian came back, nothing good would come out of it. Our Yi Ying's life in the first year of high school was so smooth. Every teacher and student said that our Ying was a good student. She always made Ying angry when she came back. This won't do. The day after tomorrow, I'll personally go to school and make her suffer. Sun Dongqing didn't look at her husband's cold and dark face. She hugged her only daughter and said angrily, if Ying doesn't have a good time in school, that wretched girl won't have a good time in school either. This time Ying didn't dare to say anything. She carefully looked at Yi Jifan, who was sitting in the front passenger seat with his eyes closed. She gently tugged at Sun Dongqing's sleeve. Mom, don't say anything. Let's talk about it when we get home. Her father was a person who cared about his reputation. There was a chauffeur in the car. Dirty linen should not be aired in public. He was a government official after all. He couldn't let the chauffeur know about his dirty linen. Yi Ying, who was so scared that her back was covered in cold sweat, did not dare to add fuel to the fire. She only hoped that when she reached home, she could see that her father's anger had subsided and that he could talk to her nicely. If it was in the past, Yi Jifan's anger would have subsided by the time they reached home. However, it was different this time. He asked the chauffeur to send the mother and daughter home. Instead of going upstairs, he asked the chauffeur to drive him away. Ying was dumbfounded. Without thinking, she turned around and rushed to the car door. Dad, where are you going? I still have something to tell you. Where are you going? It's so late. Can't you go out to do it tomorrow? The day after tomorrow, you and your mother will go to the school to settle the transfer. You won't be able to enter the provincial first high school, and I won't have the face to enter either. You can go with your mother to make a fool of yourself. Yi Jifan was disappointed, very disappointed. He had clearly paved the way for her, allowing her to have whatever she wanted. In the end, a broad road had been turned into a dead end by her. He was so disappointed that he did not have the patience to guide her anymore. He was so disappointed that he did not want to say anything. Yi Ying's pupils contracted. How could she not understand? Her entire body trembled like a leaf in the cold wind. She trembled until her face was completely drained of blood. She had never thought that what awaited her was not a scolding or beating, but disappointment and abandonment. Abandonment. Yi Ying instantly felt as if she had fallen into an icy lake. Her entire body trembled even more violently. Dad, Yi Qian has someone backing her up. She's not an ordinary student. When she stood up, even our instructor said that her military posture was good. During today's target practice, she didn't prepare anything. She just stood there and fired. The political commissar said that she would shoot perfectly, so she really shot perfectly. Chapter 702. Yi Jifan didn't think that his daughter would have the guts to jump at him when the car had already started. Her fearlessness was just like him. He thought that she might have guessed what he wanted to do. She was so scared that her face was pale, but she could still speak clearly and choose the key points. I was wrong, Dad, I was wrong. I shouldn't have disobeyed you. I shouldn't have targeted Yi Qian. I shouldn't have let myself be defeated to the point of no return. Dad, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Yi Ying was really afraid that she would be abandoned because she knew that her father was a man of his words. He was also a man with ambition to climb up the ladder, especially when he knew that there was someone behind the scenes who was secretly supporting him. She thought about the jade pendant on her chest. It was enough to change her identity. Yi Ying was afraid because she was afraid that Yi Jifan would return the jade pendant to Yi Qian. After she was abandoned, it would instead help Yi Qian. Yi Ying was clearly afraid, but her mind was clear. She only knew that even if she had to be beaten up tonight, it would be worth it. It was said that daughters were their parents' intimate little cotton-padded jackets. These words were indeed true, because Yi Ying had guessed Yi Jifan's thoughts in the car. He had indeed thought that if this jade pendant could really help him advance further in his career, he wouldn't mind returning it. This thought only flashed through his mind before it disappeared. How could he return the jade pendant to Yi Qian? The relationship between uncle and nephew was like that of an enemy. If Yi Qian took the jade pendant, the sparrow would turn into a phoenix. The first unlucky one would be him. The most important thing was that the person behind the jade pendant was able to help him rise from an unknown village chief to an official with real power in the city in just a few years. How could he not know about Yi Qian's existence and his family's attitude towards Yi Qian? He hid the fact that he didn't return the jade pendant to Yi Qian. Not only did he not blame him, he even continued to secretly help him climb up the ladder. Until now, he still didn't understand what the person behind the jade pendant was thinking. But one thing was for sure. The person behind the jade pendant did not care who the real owner of the jade pendant was. Even if he never gave the jade pendant to Yi Qian, nothing would happen. Yi Jifan looked at his daughter, who was afraid, but still had some courage. With a cold face, he pushed open the car door. After getting out of the car, he didn't say a word. He just raised his hand and waved. Pa! The sound of such a slap in the middle of the night was so loud that the driver, Xiao Wang, who had already walked far away, subconsciously turned back to take a look. Then he moved further away, afraid that he would provoke Director Yi, who was said to be running for the position of deputy mayor. This slap was extraordinarily ruthless. It directly caused Yi Ying to fall to the ground. Her palms scraped against the ground, causing streaks of blood to appear on her palms. Both of her hands were burning with pain. Yi Ying, whose right cheek was visibly red and swollen, did not cry. Instead, she secretly let out a long sigh of relief. She bit her lower lip and stood up with her legs trembling under the cold gaze of two people. I've told you more than once that Yi Qian shouldn't do anything now. You have to endure it. But you, not only can you not endure it, you even personally pushed her to become the person that everyone in class admires. She left school for a year and came back just like that. She could easily get into the provincial first high school and skip a grade to become a second-year high school student. I've repeatedly told you not to have any direct conflict with Yi Qian. Even if you want to make a move, it's best to use someone else's hand. But you're actually stupid enough to make yourself the public enemy of the entire class. Even the military has opinions about you. Ying, you disappoint me. Chapter 703. She was his daughter after all. It was impossible for him to just leave her be. He wanted her to learn her lesson and not do anything stupid again. Yi Ying, who was relieved, did not dare to say that her face hurt so much that she almost fainted. She stood there with her head lowered, not daring to make a fuss. She could only nod in acceptance. Sun Dongqing, who was about to open the door with her keys, heard the noise. Her expression changed, and she ran over with her body full of fat. The Yi family now lived in a small 6-story high-rise, and it was on the first floor with a small courtyard in the front and back. Sun Dongqing, who rushed out of the courtyard, saw a bright red palm print on her baby daughter's face, and it was swollen up. You bastard! Instead of looking for the things that hurt our daughter, you came to hit her. I'll fight you. I'll fight you. Yi Ying was the apple of her eye. She couldn't afford to let anything happen to her. Now how could she let it go? Like a shrew, she rushed over to fight Yi Jifan. Yi Ying, if you disappoint me again, I won't do anything even if Yi Qian forces you to drop out of school, let alone transfer schools. Remember what you said just now. If you want me to clean up your mess again, go back to Shuka village with your mother. Don't come out and embarrass me again. Yi Jifan did not even look at his wife, who rushed out. He opened the car door and sat down. He hit the steering wheel and used the horn to remind the driver to come back. Where are you going? Where do you think you're going after hitting our daughter like this? Get out of the car, get out of the car. Sun Dongqing pulled at the handle. When she could not open the door, she slammed the door and yelled. She did not notice that her husband did not even look at her. Yi Ying, who was standing at the side, saw everything clearly. Wang Dandan's words flashed through her mind. She suddenly felt her heart sink. Ever since she went to school in the province, her father, who was like a mountain in her heart, rarely stayed at home even when he came to the provincial capital. He was either busy with dinner parties or had no time for meetings. Sun Dongqing, however, did not care. She cursed angrily for a while before turning to help Yi Ying up. Your father is now putting on airs at home. What happened just now? I just took out the key to open the door and you were hit. Mom, does Dad contact you often? Yi Ying was a precocious girl. After she sensed that something was wrong, she asked in a deep voice. Why do I feel that something is wrong with Dad? Sun Dongqing, who had bent down to take out the slippers, said disapprovingly. Children shouldn't interfere in adult matters. Your father and I are just like that. Come change your shoes. Tell me what happened to you in the army. Your father's expression doesn't seem right. Yi Ying did not want to talk about this matter again. Whenever she thought of Yi Qian's high and mighty appearance, her heart would ache. I made a mistake. Dad will transfer me to second high the day after tomorrow. Yi Qian is in the limelight at school now. I don't want to compare myself to her. Transferring schools is good for me. If she did not transfer schools, she would not have the face to go back to class. The students of Year 2 Class 1 did not know that Yi Ying had left the army. The girls knew that Yi Ying did not return to the dormitory before they turned off the lights. Thinking of what she did during target practice, everyone pretended not to know. To them, Yi Ying was an awkward existence. They did not know how to face her in the future. Chapter 704. They climbed into their beds and turned off the lights. After a while they started snoring softly. After a tiring day, almost all of them fell asleep as soon as they hit their beds. Yiqian did not sleep. She closed her eyes and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, revealing a faint but extremely joyful smile. She had to admit that Captain Xia's love letter was indeed moving. His sentence, "Facing the endless yellow sand, I think even flying past the place where you stopped would be a kind of happiness," made her heart palpitate. This sentence had a deep meaning and she could not help but think of the training in the desert last year. She thought of the time when she was with the yellow sand and there were fighter jets flying low overhead. Even flying past the place where you stopped. Could it be that one of the fighter jets she saw that night was piloted by Captain Xia? Xia Jinyuan, who could even pilot a fighter jet, actually took a fancy to an inexperienced high school student like her? Thinking about it, it seemed a little ridiculous. However, his expression and the love letter he wrote to her were sincere and did not seem to be fake. Yiqian, who had been reborn, did not even need familial affection, let alone love. Now that Major Xia had stirred up trouble, it really messed up a pool of spring water. As she thought about it, she tossed and turned in bed a few times. She did not even know when she fell asleep. She tossed and turned several times but did not sleep. On the other side, Xia Jinyuan sat in Regiment Commander Guo's office and expressed his opinion with a cold expression. The defense needs to be strengthened. If the outer defense is too weak, it will also have a big impact. There are a total of 73 sensors. It looks like an inescapable net, but in fact it will not work on the dense shrubs. It would be best to replace the old sensors with infrared sensors. Regimental Commander Guo's face was extremely dark. After the probes were installed in the woods, none of the elite soldiers in the regiment could pass through. Later on, when an elite troop of Guangnan military region came over, none of them could walk out either. However, he was still complacent about it. In the end, reality had given him a big slap in the face. A student, a major, had gone into the forest as he wished. The student had only been discovered on the 54th probe. As for the major in front of him, if he had not intentionally revealed himself, no one would have discovered him. It was hard for Regiment Commander Guo's face to not be dark with such a result. How could it be safe? He had already figured it out on the first day. If it wasn't for the military training review tomorrow, Regiment Commander Guo would have made things difficult tonight. Yiqian, one of the initiators, slept soundly. When he opened his eyes, it was 5 in the morning. His biological clock was still as punctual as ever, and he was not affected by the love letters and confessions at all. After the morning training, it was time for the big inspection. This time, for the first time, 16 high school and provincial first high school lined up in a square formation. The military bugles were loud and clear, and the military uniforms were on their bodies as they drew the curtain to the national anthem. The flag guards were made up of 3 people. Yiqian was the flag bearer, the one on his left and right was Yang Heng, and the other was the representative of number 16 middle school, a tall and thin senior high school student. The 3 of them had never trained before. They had only gone through a few rounds during the morning training. Under Yiqian's lead, the 3 of them passed after 5 rounds. Yiqian, who was standing at the front of the square formation, immediately saw Xia Jinyuan, who was standing on the inspection platform. He was wearing casual clothes and a military cap, and he had the most elegant temperament. She only raised her gaze slightly, but he seemed to sense it and looked over. The flag guard in the middle is the high school student who went abroad with the leader last time. Look, doesn't he have the aura of a soldier? Xia Jinyuan locked his gaze on Yiqian and said softly to Commander-in-Chief Xia, "Isn't he pretty good?" Chapter 705. There were a total of 3 flag bearers, and they were all standing at the front. Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't even need to look for them to spot them. Hearing this, he glanced at the girl standing in the middle. She was exceptionally petite, and because of Xia Jinyuan's words, he couldn't help but look at her for a while. Then he nodded and praised her. She looks like a good girl. She's really rare to be praised by a leader. It might sound like a few words of praise, but those who were familiar with Commander-in-Chief Xia knew that if someone could receive a faint praise from him, it meant that that person was truly talented. Yiqian stood between 2 boys who were both over 1.78 meters tall. Although she looked much shorter than the boys, the difference was her aura. She stood in the middle with her head held high and her chest puffed out. She carried a flagpole that was many times taller than herself, and her aura was so strong that it made people ignore the issue of her height. They only felt that this girl's aura was so strong that it suppressed the two boys beside her. When the leader on the stage was speaking, the students below the stage would more or less make some small movements. However, Yiqian didn't. She stood as straight as a pencil, with her feet at attention. Her feet were as straight as the shaft of a gun. Her chin was slightly raised, and she had the reserved and majestic aura of a soldier. Her gaze was firm and cold, and her aura was unique among the several students. Even without Xia Jinyuan's reminder, Commander-in-Chief Xia would have noticed her. She's more than rare. She was groomed by a first-grade sergeant major and a world-class sniper. I've seen her 4-year training plan, and it was completely based on the training plan of the Special Forces in America's Triangle State. Don't you think such a girl is the only one in the army? In the environment where Little Fox lived, he could temporarily be her secret boyfriend among the people she knew. However, when it came to him, especially in front of his father, Xia Jinyuan didn't want to engage in a secret relationship. Besides, he had to let Commander-in-Chief Xia know in advance, so that some people wouldn't want to introduce him to a so-called noble girl. How could he not understand his own son, Commander-in-Chief Xia? It was the first time that Commander-in-Chief Xia heard him introduce a girl like this, so he couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. His sharp gaze swept over him and he said calmly, "A first-class sergeant major, a world-class sniper. It's the first time I've heard of two important technical backbones in the military training a high school student. They're not active soldiers. They're all seniors who have retired many years ago. Don't misunderstand that they're using power for personal gain. The Major General of the Army is well aware of what happened to Yiqian. The leader even specifically instructed us to nurture him well, and not let him lose his talent." Other people might be afraid of Commander-in-Chief Xia's sharp gaze, but as his son, Xia Jinyuan was not afraid. He continued to be indifferent with a slight smile on his lips. "I think it's quite rare to meet a girl like her. Since I've met her, I should take some action." The bomb was thrown so suddenly that Commander-in-Chief Xia was caught off guard. As the only highest-ranking general in the army, Commander-in-Chief Xia's expression only changed in an instant. Other than Xia Jinyuan, who noticed some clues, no one else noticed Commander-in-Chief Xia's gaffe for less than half a second. If he didn't hear wrongly, his son, who cherished himself so much that even his mother couldn't interfere in his private affairs, was telling him that he wanted to take action against a high school student? What action? Military action? Chapter 706. It's definitely not a military operation. What kind of military operation is this for a high school student? This kid. Commander-in-Chief Xia felt like he had returned to 10 years ago. The kid who was so naughty that even the security guards didn't want to work for him was back. Without batting an eyelid, he took another look at the girl who was carrying the red flag and began to walk past the reviewing platform. Her walk was indeed imposing, especially when she waved the red flag and pointed it at the enemy. Her action was as sharp as a sword. If it weren't for the reminder, he wouldn't have thought that she was a student but a real soldier. If you want to take action, you have to see if the other party is willing. Although he was surprised, Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't show it at all when he spoke. He said calmly, "This kind of girl is rare. She's also mature and doesn't take the wrong path." There was applause. It was Yiqian's walk. The school leaders on the inspection platform felt proud and took the lead to clap. Xia Jinyuan didn't answer first. Instead, he clapped and said to his Commander-in-Chief Xia, "Clap, Dad. Everyone is clapping. You're the only one standing there without saying anything. How rude. Look, she's walking so well. The boys on the left and right are just background characters. Not bad, she's strong enough." Not only did he clap, but he also kept talking, as if he was afraid that others didn't know how well the girl walked. Commander-in-Chief Xia wanted to slap him on the back of his head. When the flag bearers walked past, it was the start of the parade. Sophomore Class 1 was the first parade. After Yiqian handed the red flag to the instructor, he trotted back to his class. Following Instructor Huang's command, the entire Sophomore Class 1 began to be inspected by the leaders on the stage. "Dad, I'll arrange a daughter-in-law for you in advance. It's her. I won't change it." Under the orderly and imposing command of 1, 2, 3, Xia Jinyuan threw bombs at Commander-in-Chief Xia one after another. He didn't even consider whether his Commander-in-Chief Xia could accept it. I think that good things should be done early. If we're a step late, we'll lose everything. Didn't you always say that we should take action when it's time? I feel that it's time for me to make a move. Being indecisive and hesitant will only result in missing out on a good match. To tell you the truth, I've already taken a liking to this girl when she was still in junior high school. After a few years of careful consideration, I finally decided to carry out this decision and pursue her to be your daughter-in-law. Hearing this, Commander-in-Chief Xia's hand went to the right side of her waist. He had taken a liking to her when she was still a junior high school student? This was his son, right? When he heard this, he was filled with anger and wanted to shoot him dead. Xia Jinyuan pretended not to see his father's face, which was as black as the bottom of a pot. He smiled and said, "Don't take out your gun yet. If you really shoot me, not only will you lose a good son, you will also lose a good daughter-in-law. Compared to your taste, my taste is definitely several times better. If I decide on a daughter-in-law in advance, you won't have to worry all day long about whether I'll mess around in the army, and whether I won't be able to find a wife in my 40s. I'll give you a reassuring pill in advance. Just based on my filial piety, you'll be secretly happy." Secretly happy? He wanted to use a leather target to get her. This rascal, I thought he finally got on the right track after changing out of his previous rascal skin. Who knew that he would turn around and kidnap an underage girl to date? Chapter 707. Below the stage, when Instructor Huang shouted, "Salute!" the students of Grade 2 Class 1 raised their hands and saluted. Everyone on the stage, including Commander-in-Chief Xia, had to return the salute to the students who saluted them. Yi Qian was in the row closest to the stage. When he raised his hand and saluted, his gaze landed on the stage. First, he saw the faces of the leaders he did not recognize. Then he saw Xia Jinyuan, who was wearing a large brimmed hat and looked as handsome as a celestial being on the moon. Furthermore, he saw the slight smile in Xia Jinyuan's eyes. When he looked over, Xia Jinyuan's gaze reminded him to look to his right. Yi Jian's soul almost flew out of her body when she saw the shiny golden epaulets. His military might was stronger and more dignified than anyone else's. Commander-in-Chief Xia was looking at her with bright eyes at this moment. Yi Qian, whose heart was beating wildly, tried his best to adjust his breathing so that he looked natural. His footsteps were not messy at all. He maintained his composure and calmly walked past the stage. Commander-in-Chief Xia was not far away. He was only 3 meters away, so he naturally saw the subtle changes on Yi Qian's face. Even though Yi Qian had lived 2 lives, Yi Qian was still older than him and had more experience than him. After Yi Qian walked past him, he said to his son calmly, "She seems to know me." "Think so? Didn't we come back with our leader 2 nights ago? I left her my home phone number. When she called, I was taking a shower. You happened to pick it up." She was so scared that she didn't dare to call home after that. Xia Jinyuan put down his arms. The smile on his face was even brighter than the cloudless sky. "Don't misunderstand. She knows who you are, but it doesn't mean that she likes your status. Also, I forgot to tell you that I've decided on a wife. The point is, the wife I've decided on hasn't agreed to be my wife yet. I still have to pursue her. As for whether I can do so, Dad, it's still unknown." Thus, Commander-in-Chief Xia had the urge to pull out his gun again. Did that mean everything he said before was nonsense? He even said something about taking action. What kind of action is this? The other party didn't even agree. It was his son's one-sided love. A guy who can't even get a wife still has the cheek to say that his taste is better than his father's? Even if my taste was bad back then, at least I left a good seed. However, he was relieved. He really thought that he was dating an underage girl. It was all empty talk. The girl didn't like him at all. Not bad. The girl's self-control is worthy of praise. Commander-in-Chief Xia was not the kind of person who would let his son marry a daughter-in-law based on whether he liked her or her family background. His son was the one who married his daughter-in-law. Why would he like her? As for the family background, the Xia family would not let a woman support the family. It was a man's duty to build his career. Why would he need to rely on his wife? Commander-in-Chief Xia was relieved to know that everything was still in progress, and that it was an operation with unknown results. A smile appeared on his darkened face. As long as the girl doesn't like you, I'm relieved. This girl's self-control is good. The leader has never misjudged anyone. This girl is really good. I don't care what you want to do, but first I have to make one thing clear. If you dare to let me hear anything about seducing a girl in the army, prepare to eat a bullet. Chapter 708. From this, it could be seen that Commander-in-Chief Xia did not object to his son having a relationship with a high school student. Why should he object? The young lady did not even fancy him. As long as the young lady did not agree, then it would be his son's fault. However, he still had to confirm it. Although he did not need a daughter-in-law with a good family background, he had to ensure that the daughter-in-law who could marry into the family Xia had to have a good character. Don't bring her to me yet. I don't want to know about your current situation. She is still a high school student, and you are at least 6 years older than her. If you really like her, at least don't disturb her for now. Xia Jinyuan did not intend to bring Yi Qian to his house right now. Today, he only wanted to let Commander-in-Chief Xia know that he had found someone he liked. He also wanted to let him know that he would pay more attention to Yi Qian in the military in the future. He wanted to know in advance so that when they met in the future, he would not be so clueless and cold to his little fox. Since he had chosen little fox as a man, the first thing he had to do was to protect his woman and not let her suffer any grievances in his family. With little fox's character, when she entered the military in the future, Commander-in-Chief Xia would be amazed and admire her. When that time came, bringing little fox into the family Xia would be much smoother. The relationship between the two had not even started yet, but Xia Jinyuan had already paved the way for Yi Qian. Don't worry, I don't want to bring her home right now. Also, our relationship will definitely not cross the line during her high school years. At the very least, it will have to wait until she enters university. Today, I wanted to let you know that I have my eyes on a good girl, and I will work hard to make her your daughter-in-law. Now that you know about her, you can check on her more in the future. Understand her better, and you will know why I have my eyes on her. She is an orphan, and her mother was a martyr. I don't want her to live a careful life at home when I bring her home in the future. Xia Jinyuan had always been a man of his own ideas. He made it clear that he would definitely protect the woman he liked, and would not let her suffer in his home. This was because he knew about Yi Qian's past. He knew what kind of life she had lived in Yi Jifan's home. So, he only wanted to give her family warmth in the future. You can make your own decisions. I won't interfere. But I'll say this first. If anything happens to any of you, I won't intervene. Don't come begging me for help. Commander-in-Chief Xia could tell how firm his son's attitude was. It was to the point that he would not marry anyone else. No matter what kind of attitude she had, if the little girl made any noise while she was studying, even if it was a big noise, he would not care about it. Commander-in-Chief Xia, the flag bearer just now, is the most outstanding female student of this year. Regiment Commander Gua, who was standing to the right of Commander-in-Chief Xia, tilted his head slightly and said in a low voice, "The day before yesterday, she stood in a military stance and stunned the veterans in my regiment. Yesterday afternoon during target practice, she stood 200 meters away and shot a perfect shot with a gun. We really need to pay more attention to such a girl in our army. A girl who could catch the eye of a leader and accompany him to Pakistan for a secret investigation must have some ability. However, for a high school student to be able to shoot a perfect shot, it really required some real ability." Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had a slight smile on his face, nodded and said, "Heroes come from young. It's really not bad. Just now, I saw her walk with a military stance and salute." Chapter 709. Regiment Commander Gua had not seen Yi Qian's performance over the past 2 days, but the political commissar standing beside him had been talking about Yi Qian ever since he showed up. In addition, Regiment Commander Liu from the neighboring regiment was also very proud yesterday, so he specially asked which girl was Yi Qian today. After seeing her, he paid attention to her the entire time. He had to admit that the neighboring regiment was amazing. He had no idea how they found such a young girl, let alone how they trained her. It was not possible to train her in the army. After all, the army was a restricted military area, and students could not enter and leave as they pleased. So how did they train her? How did they train a student into a qualified soldier without violating the army's rules? After all, she was not his soldier. Regiment Commander Guo was more concerned about how the neighboring regiment trained her, not how good the person they trained was. After hearing Commander-in-Chief Xia's praise, Regiment Commander Guo quickly pulled his political commissar over and asked him to talk to Commander-in-Chief Xia about Yi Qian. During the field training, she could eat raw snake meat with the veterans. The platoon leader accompanying her said that she looked like a veteran. The other students were out of breath from the 20-kilometer field training, but she was completely fine. She could fight for first place in everything. As a soldier, one had to have the awareness to fight for first place in everything. If you became first place, you would be a role model for your comrades. It would drive the enthusiasm of the entire team and make the higher-ups feel reassured. The political commissar did not hesitate to praise Yi Qian. When Xia Jinyuan heard it, the corners of his mouth curled up and he could not suppress it for a long time. He could still smile. At this moment, Yi Qian's back was still drenched in cold sweat. All the nerves in her body were tense. Commander-in-Chief Xia was in the army, and she had even promised to consider Xia Jinyuan as her boyfriend last night. How open-minded must she be to consider him? Did water get into her brain last night to agree? If Commander-in-Chief Xia knew that she had an ambiguous relationship with his son, he would only need to say a word and all her efforts would be for naught. She wasn't afraid of Yi Jifan. Nor was she afraid of the people behind Yi Jifan. However, it was impossible for her to not be afraid of the highest-ranking general of the three armies. After living 2 lives, she was just a nobody in front of him. Even if he had lived 2 lives, he would still be in awe of such a great figure. Most importantly, she was now involved with his son. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't be afraid no matter how powerful he was. Because she was the Yi Qian who didn't need to rely on anyone, didn't need any connections, and relied on her own efforts to move forward. It was because of Xia Jinyuan's existence that he felt a little guilty. She felt that, if Commander-in-Chief Xia were to find out about this one day, he would definitely pull out a gun and give her a quick death. Yi Qian suddenly felt a headache coming on. Right now, she just hoped that Xia Jinyuan wouldn't tell Commander-in-Chief Xia about her relationship with him. Even if he did, it wouldn't be now. Yi Qian wasn't even 18 years old yet and was still a high school student. If she were to date an active soldier, she would be ruining Xia Jinyuan's future. As parents, the last thing they wanted to see was someone ruining their children's future. Even the impartial Commander-in-Chief Xia was the same. Thinking about this, Yi Qian felt that Xia Jinyuan probably wouldn't tell Commander-in-Chief Xia. After all, which man didn't want to make a name for themselves? Who would want their future to be ruined by a woman? Chapter 7:10. Especially an outstanding man like Xia Jinyuan. At first glance, one could tell that he was a man who was unwilling to fail. Wearing a military uniform, he stood in the middle of a group of leaders. His bearing and aura were top-notch. He was born different from them, so how could he let Commander-in-Chief Xia worry about him? Thinking of this, Yi Qian finally stopped breaking out in a cold sweat. She still had to strengthen her psychological endurance. Commander-in-Chief Xia had only shown his face, and she was already feeling so guilty. She suddenly recalled the phone call she had made that night. It was Commander-in-Chief Xia who had answered the phone personally. In the end, because she was frightened, she said, "Sorry, I dialed the wrong number." Then she hurriedly hung up. Yi Qian wailed in her heart. She raised her hand and hit herself on the head. Yi Qian, water must have entered your brain. You accepted Xia Jinyuan's love letter, and even agreed to be his boyfriend. Water must have entered your brain. Water must have entered your brain. As she hammered her head, she wailed in pain. Now that the other classes were following Fang Zheng, Yi Qian and the others stood at the back. No one would notice if they did anything. Instructor Huang, who was standing beside her, saw it. His feet were spread out and his hands were behind his back. His brain did not move and even his facial muscles did not move. He whispered to Yi Qian, "You look a little uncomfortable." She was indeed uncomfortable. It wasn't her body that was uncomfortable, but her heart was feeling extremely awkward and uncomfortable. "No, I was just thinking about something that was a little difficult." After sighing softly in her heart, Yi Qian restrained the expression on her face, cleared her throat and whispered, "It's fine. It's fine now." Xia Jinyuan could not have been so hot-headed as to tell Commander-in-Chief Xia about their relationship. With his shrewdness, it was impossible for him to make a bad move. There would be plenty of time in the future. Who knew if they could be together in the future? In his mind, Yi Qian felt as though he was washing sand from the ocean. He washed away the bad things and left behind a reason to feel at ease. Then he felt at ease. As an instructor, he had no right to interfere with the students' own affairs. Hearing this, Instructor Huang's voice tightened as he reminded, "Don't let personal matters affect the review. If there's anything that can't be solved, you can think of a solution after the dismissal. It's a big review now and all the leaders are watching. Especially since you're the role model and flag bearer of the military training. There are many people paying attention to you. Don't let yourself be a burden." The performance of each battle array had already begun. Yi Jian answered in a low voice, "Yes, sir." She calmed herself down and stopped thinking about Xia Jinyuan. Now, she could only trust that this dangerous man would not report his personal matters to Commander-in-Chief Xia. Instructor Huang glanced at the girl beside him from the corner of his eye. Seeing that she had regained her composure, he couldn't help but smile. The political commissar was right that he was able to teach such an outstanding student before he retired from the military. It really did add a touch of color to his military career. The entire military training review was divided into performance, military boxing, swordsmanship, stick fighting, and tactical performance. Because it was the first time the Southern Province implemented military training for students, all aspects were extremely strict. The duration was only 7 days. But there were many subjects to learn. Not all students participated in the performance of each subject. Due to time constraints, each subject's performance was assigned to each class. Chapter 711. Military boxing was performed by Grade 2 Class 1 to Grade 2 Class 3. At the front of the group was Yi Qian and Instructor Huang, while the instructor of Class 2 and the instructor of Class 3 were sparring. A total of 3 groups stood at the front. One was the student representative of the class and the other was the instructor. This was the only pairing between the two schools. When they went on stage, they attracted everyone's attention, and most of them were focused on Yi Qian. The leaders on the reviewing platform were surprised by this arrangement. How could they let a student spar with their own instructor? Commander-in-Chief Xia's eyes locked onto the girl who made his son jump on without hesitation. Sparring with an instructor. She was indeed brave. Military boxing was a boxing technique that consisted of punching, kicking, throwing, grabbing knives, and grabbing guns. The moves were of moderate length, and the movements were refined and skillful. When it was put in military training for students, the rhythm was clear and easy to learn and understand. It could be used as a single or group performance. Even if it was just a flowery stance, as long as the students shouted loudly, it could be used to create a radical atmosphere. Following the command, the military boxing performance of the third and third classes began. The school leaders on the reviewing platform saw the students fighting with the instructors, especially when they saw that the instructors used all their strength in their punches. They could not help but worry. "Principal Chow, is this appropriate? There won't be any problems, right?" asked the principal of number 16 high school. One of the two schools was ranked at the top and the other was ranked at the bottom. First of all, there was no competition between the students, so the two schools had a good relationship. The principal of number 16 high school asked this because he was worried. If there was a problem during the military training, and it happened during the review, it would be difficult to explain to the Education Bureau. Principal Chow, who had confidence in Yi Qian, smiled. "It's okay, there won't be any problems. I'd be worried if other people came up, but I'm not worried about this girl. She's not a stubborn person. If she can stand up, there won't be any problems. Look at her. She doesn't look like a student standing next to the instructor. Don't worry, I'm not worried. What do you have to worry about?" Principal Chow naturally knew that Yi Qian was back for military training, so he wasn't surprised to see her standing next to the instructor. This child had given him countless surprises since their first meeting. There were a total of 3 sets of military boxing. The military boxing that students learned during military training was mainly composed of combat skills and basic movements. It was the first set of military boxing with a certain training value and self-defense function. The first set of military boxing that all the students practiced had been modified to a certain extent. The difficulty had been reduced by a lot. Yi Qian swept his right leg over. Everyone present saw Instructor Huang quickly move to the side and clamp down on Yi Qian's right knee with both hands. The school leaders on the reviewing platform held their breaths, while the observing students gasped. They all thought that Yi Qian would definitely be thrown to the ground by the instructor this time. This is too dangerous. Seeing this, the teachers in the school felt that this arrangement was inappropriate. Before they could catch their breath, they saw Yi Qian kick the instructor's half-bent thigh with his left leg. His whole body was lifted into the air, and he kicked the instructor's shoulder with his left leg. Yi Qian was naturally familiar with military boxing. When he fought with Instructor Huang, it wasn't just a simple stance like the other students. It was a real fight. After Yi Qian landed on the ground, there was applause from the reviewing platform. Chapter 7:12. In fact, there was a drill for this kind of sparring. Since the instructors had a tacit understanding with each other, they could complete the sparring in one go. However, Yi Qian was a student. To be able to complete the sparring as well as the instructors was already quite impressive for a student. No one applauded because they were not allowed to do so. The students of Class 3 and Class 3 started to go, ha 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 ha. The anti-chemical regiment officer in charge of explaining also began to explain passionately and in high spirits. In the Army, military boxing training is often carried out. It is of great significance to cultivate the tenacity, courage, and tenacity of the soldiers. The same goes for the students. In future wars, we will face extremely vicious enemies, not lambs that will be killed without a fight. In carrying out special missions such as reconnaissance, anti-infiltration, sentry, camouflage, and other special operations, as well as acts of bravery to protect the legitimate interests of the people from being violated, we often have to fight the enemy barehanded. The military boxing training of Class 1 of Grade 2 has only been going on for a few days, but we believe that when they step into society in the future, they will remember what they have learned today and become brave warriors who dare to fight against evil forces. Commander-in-Chief Xia had been in the army for half of his life. He could tell at a glance who was the real deal and who was the real deal. When he saw the girl grab the instructor and throw him over her shoulder, he clapped his hands when he saw that. "Dad, I didn't disappoint you by choosing a daughter-in-law, did I?" Xia Jinyuan saw this and a smile appeared in his deep eyes. He knew that with Little Fox's outstanding performance, his father, who had been in the army for half of his life, would definitely like her. Similarly, his father and his wife, who were not inferior to men, would definitely like her too. After Commander-in-Chief Xia finished clapping his hands, he glanced at his scheming son and said calmly, "I'm applauding for her, not for your taste. The girl is not bad. But I'm afraid that you are the one who has wronged her. She didn't say yes to you just now, which shows that she is a sensible person. She knows that she is not suitable to be in a relationship with you. Major Xia, you better remember this. Don't just leave after provoking her. If you really piss me off, I have a bullet waiting for you." However, Xia Jinyuan laughed disapprovingly. "Dad, I grew up being scared by you. I'm used to being scared by your loud voice. I don't plan to taste your bullets. If one day your grandson wants to be naughty, you can use them to teach him a lesson." How could he let go after provoking him? Once he got his hands on her, he could forget about running away. He was set for life. "You look quite decent in your military uniform now. Why don't I talk to that girl personally later? Tell her everything about your youth. I want to see if such an outstanding girl is still willing to follow you." Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had never had a headache when it came to reporting information about the enemy, touched the hard pistol at his waist with his right hand. Facing his son, he was only worried. When he was young and disobedient, he could beat him up directly. Now that he was a major, it was not easy to beat him up anymore. Xia Jinyuan was not afraid of his father's threats. When he heard his father's words, the corners of his mouth curled up. He said calmly, "I will tell my wife about my past sooner or later, so don't worry about it. I grew up being beaten up anyway. My skin is tough, so I'm not afraid of being beaten up. Dad, I would rather be beaten up now than let my wife run away with someone else. I'm telling the truth. Don't think that I'm joking. I have my eyes on her. No matter who comes, they can't stop me." Chapter 7:13. Commander-in-Chief Xia's eyelids twitched fiercely when he heard his words. Why did he feel like there was a hidden meaning in his words? Even if God came, he wouldn't be able to stop him. He even said such harsh words. It seemed like he really cared. Being interested in a 16 or 17-year-old high school student, she had the urge to beat him up again. After the military boxing of the second and third classes ended, there was another round of applause. Xia Jinyuan, who had a smile on his face, said coldly, "Also, your ex-wife has become someone else's wife. Don't even think about interfering. I didn't bicker with her because of you and the fact that you once gave birth to me. Next time if I hear even a little bit of news, it's useless for you to call her in advance." Commander-in-Chief Xia's ex-wife was naturally Xia Jinyuan's mother. However, when he was 3 years old, Mrs. Xia suddenly came to her senses and wanted to find her own hope. After the divorce, she left Xia Jinyuan, who was only 3 years old at the time, and went abroad. From then on, Xia Jinyuan became a wild child that no one cared about. At that time, Commander-in-Chief Xia wasn't a commander yet. He was a commander in the faraway Ningxia garrison. When he was promoted and came back, not only did his wife run away, his son was so wild that he almost became a headache for everyone in the military compound. It would be fine if he was bad on the surface, but he was bad in the dark, so no one could find fault with him. Commander-in-Chief Xia learned from this painful experience and refused to let Old Master Xia and Old Madam Xia take care of him. Instead, he took care of him himself, determined to make his son change. As he took care of him, he also understood why such a strict person like Old Master Xia doted on his grandson. At the age of 10, he knew how to command soldiers on the battlefield. As a general, he killed his own soldiers until they were miserable. At the age of 12, he crawled under the chassis of a truck and ran around with the criminal team at the border. After he figured out the smuggling team's route, he slipped into the local garrison and said that he would lead the troops to destroy the enemy. That year, Xia Jinyuan, who was only 12 years old, became famous and made a great contribution. As for him, because he lost his son in the garrison for 24 days, Old Master Xia from the capital came personally with the guards and threatened to get rid of the scourge who lost his family Xia's golden grandson. Xia Jinyuan was often beaten like this. Since he was a child, he had long been immune to words like, "If you don't listen to me, I'll shoot you." Even Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't have the power to punish his son at will now. After hearing this, Commander-in-Chief Xia did not speak for a long time. It was not until the entire military training was about to end that he sighed and said, "Your mother and I owe you, so when you say that you want to find a girlfriend, I have no opinion at all. Decided. May? S. I can't do anything about your mother. She's always been a person who stands by her words. At most, I won't interfere with who you find as your girlfriend." What the hell was this? His son found a high school student as his girlfriend. As a father, not only could he not stop it, he even had to hide it. What kind of father was he? In the final commendation segment, the school and the leaders gave out awards to the outstanding units of internal affairs and hygiene, military training, and the exemplary founder company. As the representative of Grade 2 Class 1, Yi Qian stood on the podium and prayed in his heart, "Please don't let it be Commander-in-Chief Xia. Please don't let it be Commander Xia." Chapter 7:14. Life was full of misfortunes. Yi Jian, who had been reborn, would face a disaster if she met Xia Jinyuan. Her wish would not come true. The more she was afraid of something, the more likely it would come true. Xia Jinyuan, who had talked to Regiment Commander Gua about the improvements to the infrared surveillance of the Chemical Defense Regiment, naturally asked about the award ceremony. There were arrangements for who would be presenting the award. The leaders of the school had to appear, the leaders of the Chemical Defense Regiment had to appear, and since the highest-ranking leader had come, all the more he had to appear. Then, as a son, he quickly arranged for his father to present the banner to Yi Qian. "Not bad. I see in you the spirit of the current generation of students who are constantly striving for self-improvement and tenacious. I hope that in the future, you will all become pillars of the motherland with both ability and integrity, broad-minded, ambitious, and all-round development in all fields." Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was standing in front of Yi Qian and personally presenting the banner to her, carefully looked at the girl that his son had decided to be his wife. He had to admit that the son had better foresight than the father. Her appearance was top-notch, and the determination between her brows made it even more obvious that she was a hard-working, strong-willed, and indomitable girl. Yi Qian, of course, knew that Commander-in-Chief Xia was looking at her. She held the banner tightly with both hands and tried to control her heartbeat. Faced with the invisible military might of the highest-ranking general of the three armies, she tried her best not to lose her composure. After the instructions, she replied seriously with cold sweat on her back. I will definitely not disappoint the school. I will uphold the school's motto and become a well-developed student. Hearing this voice, it was indeed the little girl who said that she had called the wrong number 2 days ago. At that time, she probably didn't know whether she had called the wrong number or not. She probably thought that the wrong person answered the phone and said that she had called the wrong number. Commander-in-Chief Xia looked at her a few more times. Although she was young, she was able to keep her composure. When his son was 16 or 17 years old, he was also in high school. He had just passed the age that gave him a headache. Suddenly his temperament changed. He no longer went to the courtyard or hung around outside. Instead, he studied like a different person. The little girl in front of him had a heroic look and her eyes were extremely clear. She stood there like a pine tree in proud snow. She was no better than Xia Jinyuan back then. If she really wanted to become her daughter-in-law. But she was indeed too young. If that rascal in the family really wanted to cause trouble, then no one could stop him. It seemed that he had to have a private chat with the little girl. They were going back to school later. He could ask the school to arrange for her to sit in the same car as him and have a chat in the car. After making up his mind, Commander-in-Chief Xia turned around and instructed his bodyguards to make the necessary arrangements. In some ways, the father and son were very similar. For example, when it came to sudden attacks, they were definitely the same. They suddenly decided on a matter and killed the enemy before they could react. When Yi Qian found out that he was going to sit in the same car as Commander-in-Chief Xia, he almost fainted. He originally thought that he could relax after the military training was over. But who knew that? There was something even more terrifying waiting for him. Principal Chow, can I refuse? I'm just a student. How can I sit in the same car as a senior officer in the military? Is there a mistake? Is there a mistake? Unwilling to give up, Yi Qian tried to use the excuse of a mistake to avoid sitting in the same car as Commander-in-Chief Xia. Chapter 7:15. To others it might be an opportunity, but to her it was like a bolt from the blue. Principal Chow himself was very surprised by this arrangement, but Commander-in-Chief Xia's personal bodyguard had personally delivered the message, so how could there be a mistake? He smiled and said, "It was arranged by the commander, so don't worry. Major Xia will also be in the car with you. You know him, so you don't have to be afraid with him by your side." He paused and said, "You should be able to tell the relationship between Commander-in-Chief Xia and Major Xia, so you don't have to worry. Major Xia will be there to guide you. Whatever the commander asks, you just have to answer. There's no need for any fancy tricks. An honest and sincere answer is the best answer." Yi Qian felt so bitter that she wanted to find an excuse to faint from heatstroke. It was because of Xia Jinyuan that she felt uneasy. The most troublesome thing was that she was suspected of having corrupted Commander-in-Chief Xia's son. Even if she didn't take the initiative, she still felt guilty. Faced with Principal Chow's comforting words, Yi Qian, who couldn't say anything, could only reveal a faint smile. She replied insincerely, "So Major Xia is here. Then I'm relieved." No matter how mature a child was, she was still a child. Principal Chow, who especially favored Yi Qian, looked around and said in a low voice, "This is a good opportunity. Perform well. It will help you when you enter the army. Little girl, your own abilities are very important, but you also need a leader who can guide you." This was to let Yi Qian know the rules of the adult world in advance. Hearing this, Yi Qian raised her eyes, pursed her lips and said with a faint smile, "I understand. Thank you." This was a kind reminder that only someone who truly cared about her would say. As an elder, he was reminding an ignorant junior to seize the opportunity. It was indeed a very good opportunity, but she preferred to use her own ability to seize the opportunity that truly belonged to her. "Olchen asked me to take care of you and give you some advice if I can. I'm just a teacher, so I don't know what's going on in the army. Since you're destined to join the army, all I can say is that your chance is here." If it were someone else, Principal Chow would not have said such things. Even if this student was in the same car as Commander-in-Chief Xia, he would only remind them to be careful, be cautious, be polite, use your brain before you speak. The more you say, the more mistakes you make. The less you say, the less mistakes you make, and so on. His instructions to Yi Qian were different. First, he didn't need to worry that Yi Qian wouldn't say anything wrong. Second, he wanted to help this orphan student. Third, he hoped that she would have some achievements in the military. In the future, if she made a contribution and established a career, she would also be someone who walked out of the province's #1 middle school. Yi Qian lowered her head and said softly, "Don't worry, I know what I should do." However, Commander-in-Chief Xia is so busy that he specially came to our school to participate in the military training review. I think he's more concerned about whether the students have any difficulties during the military training. He probably wants to know what a student thinks about the military training through me. If there was an opportunity, she would definitely seize it. However, her intuition told her that with Xia Jinyuan around, this was not an opportunity at all. After she finished speaking, Principal Chow was silent for a long time before sighing. "I'm not as clear as you, a student. From the capital to the southern province, and then to the anti-chemical regiment to participate in the military training review. The commander-in-chief, who is so busy every day, wouldn't be so free. I'm afraid there's something else going on." Chapter 7:16. What else could he be here for? Suddenly, Principal Chow's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately added, "Then you should just answer whatever the commander asks. Don't be in the limelight and don't express your opinions. Just stay neutral and don't try to stand out." If the commander was really here for something else, then it was not something a student could get involved in. Commander-in-Chief Xia was indeed here for something else, but he really squeezed some time out of his schedule to come to the Chemical Defense Regiment. When the students returned to their classes to say goodbye to their instructors, Commander Gua and the political commissar accompanied him to tour the Chemical Defense Regiment. The Chemical Defense Regiment was a mysterious unit. Their clothes and equipment were professional and high-tech, and their appearances were particularly strange. Wearing the long elephant-like mask, no one would be able to tell who was standing next to each other. Xia Jinyuan, who came to learn the basic professional training of the Chemical Defense Regiment, put on a gas mask with Commander-in-Chief Xia, put on a special combat uniform, and entered the comprehensive training ground. Here Xia Jinyuan had to learn emergency protection, poison observation, accurate detection, and report data. Only when he was accurate, fast, and precise could he be considered to have passed the basic professional training. This was the comprehensive training ground behind the shooting range. The machines roared, and the disinfectants accurately aimed the spray gun at the poison spots. The comrades of the shower team were like unsheathed swords, dashing forward and back, accurately finding the poison spots one by one, and then controlling the poison. This exercise is to deal with the nuclear accident and rescue. The average age of this group of soldiers is between 24 years old. They have mastered solid skills and participated in many missions. Commander Guo proudly introduced his soldiers. They are all excellent poison detectors. They are strong in physical fitness, psychology, and skills. Don't be fooled by their young age. They are all flying tigers. Our regiment strives to make every Chemical Defense Regiment soldier a qualified soldier through a series of trainings such as psychological counseling, simulation training, expansion training, mission preparation, skills competition, mutual cooperation, and so on. Xia Jinyuan listened very carefully. These were the skills he had to learn, and he could not be careless. The equipment on his body was not light either. The anti-poison suit and anti-poison mask were at least 6 degrees hotter than the outside world. A set of protective and anti-poison equipment weighed more than 5 kilograms, and it was airtight. In the hot summer, wearing this set of equipment would make one sweat profusely. As for the anti-chemical soldiers who were training, they were already used to this kind of tough training. It also challenged the endurance of the human body again and again. Steel needed to be tempered. No matter what type of soldier it was, it needed to be tempered layer by layer to become an outstanding soldier. Only by strengthening his military capabilities would he be able to provide himself with an additional layer of protection every time he carried out a high-risk mission. Every tough training was also for the sake of returning safely. Looking at these brave and fearless young figures, Commander-in-Chief Xia only said one sentence: "Come to the army safely and return home safely." Life and death were not determined by the heavens but by humans. Today's hardships are for the good of the people. No matter where you are, The people of the past and the people of the future will remember that it was your fearless figures that made our country safe. The most adorable people and the most respectable people of the current generation. Who else could it be other than this group of soldiers who were on the verge of death even when they were training? Commander-in-Chief Xia was not like other parents who were reluctant to let their only son suffer hardships, for fear that one day he would receive a document saying that he had sacrificed himself. Chapter 717. After coming out of the comprehensive training ground, Commander-in-Chief Xia said to Xia Jinyuan, "Joining the army was your own choice. Study hard and when you're done, come back and tell me how outstanding you are. No matter what you do, even if it's chasing a girlfriend, you have to be alive to do it. If you're not alive, then don't waste the good girl's time. Let her cry for you for nothing." When he said this, no one else could hear him. As a father, he was telling his son to give it his all in any training, because it was the only hope that he could come back alive. Don't destroy that hope with your own hands. After participating for 2 hours, Yi Qian also waited for 2 hours. The students from the two schools were already sitting on the bus arranged by the school, and the bus rocked all the way back to school. Instructor Huang, who was sitting next to her, sent all the students of grade 2 class 1 onto the bus. He said to Yi Qian, "You students cry so easily. We don't know how to comfort you." During the military training, they resented the instructor for being too strict. When the military training ended, they suddenly couldn't bear to leave. Not only did the girls cry, but even the boys' eyes turned red and a few drops of tears fell. The instructors didn't feel anything when they cried during the training, but when they suddenly cried, they didn't know what to do. Yi Qian even saw a girl from class 3 suddenly rush up and hug her instructor while crying. At that time, she really saw the instructor's face turn as red as a cooked shrimp. He didn't even know where to put his hands and feet. After this scene, the other instructors immediately took action, afraid that a girl from their class would rush up and hug them too. Although they were all tough during the training, when they took off their military uniforms, they were just a group of young men in their 20s. There was embarrassment and shyness in them. Yi Qian, who was walking in the middle of more than 10 instructors, was already laughing. He said to Instructor Huang, "Aren't they a group of cute students? Crying means that they can't bear to leave. Although it's only 7 days of military training, it's an unforgettable experience for us students. At the same time, it will also affect their future choices. The boys in our class really have an agreement. If they don't get into university, they'll join the army." In 1997, there were still very few high school students joining the military. However, ever since the military training in high schools and colleges started, the number of high school and college students joining the military increased. Why did they start military training in schools? One of the goals was to improve the education of the entire military. The instructor of class 3 was still wiping his sweat. Hearing this, he said with lingering fear, "I didn't see that girl cry during the military training. Just now when she suddenly rushed up, it really scared me. Fortunately, the 2 boys beside me helped to pull her away. Otherwise, I don't know what to say." This was actually a rather sad question. The young warriors faced a group of students, adding a touch of color to the dull life of the military camp. When this color gradually faded into memories, they were also reluctant to part with the students they had trained. The guy in our class called Zhang Bin is pretty good. He was a sports student and was very good at basketball. I found out that his father was a police officer. He also said that if he didn't get into university, he would sign up for the military. There are a few students in our class who are good at playing the harmonica. Another one plays the piano. He said that he has been playing for 10 years. Now, his major is level 11 or 12. Chapter 718. At the mention of their own students, the instructors who went to the cafeteria together had a topic to talk about. The students these days are all very good. How can we compare to them? That night when I was on night patrol, 2 boys were solving a math problem in the toilet. I listened for a long time outside, but I didn't know what they were talking about. There's another student in our class who's really good at English. He even sings English songs. Although we're their instructors, we're not as good as them in this aspect. Every class gave the instructors a deep memory. The students had already left, so they would never know that the instructors, who were called Black King Kong and Black Iron Mask, also had a soft heart under their camouflage uniforms. Unbeknownst to the instructors, They would reminisce about the students that they had taught. There was a slight smile at the corners of their mouths, and their eyes were still bright and sharp. This was a side of them that the students couldn't see. Yi Qian, on the other hand, was able to get close to them. She could really get close to their lives and see the other side of the instructors. She knew that they were also sad about parting. They were all soldiers who were about to retire at the end of the year. When winter came and the first snow fell, it was time for them to take off their uniforms and leave the military camp. At that time, no matter where they went, they would still remember the existence of the students. It was also a good thing to keep the good in their memories and spend the rest of their lives reminiscing about it. They didn't ask Yi Qian why she didn't leave. They naturally walked over to her and chatted with her. They were like comrades who had been together for a long time. They were so familiar that they could talk and laugh. The two principals of Provincial No. 1 Middle School and No. 16 Middle School hadn't left yet. They needed to make some final arrangements before they could leave. Yi Qian, who had left with the instructors, was wondering if she should go and see Principal Chow first. Then she saw the guard who had told her that the commander-in-chief wanted to talk to her. When they saw this guard, the instructors realized that Yi Qian, who had been talking and laughing with them all the way, was also leaving the military. A few deep sighs were heard. Instructor Huang gently patted Yi Qian's shoulder. "I'm afraid we won't have a chance to meet again in the future. We'll go to the provincial capital to look for you after the break." Instructors and students were not allowed to communicate privately, but Yi Qian was different. The instructors always felt that this girl was actually a soldier. Yi Qian naturally welcomed them, but he pursed his lips and sighed. "I don't have any holidays until the end of December. I won't be in school from Monday to Thursday after class, and I won't be in school from Friday to Sunday. I'm afraid that you won't be able to find me when you come looking for me. Then we'll talk about it when the time comes. It's actually against the rules for us to look for you in private." Instructor Huang chuckled. Yi Qian's arrangements were even better than theirs. If they had the chance to meet again, after giving a military salute to all the instructors, Yi Qian turned around and looked at the guards beside Commander-in-Chief Xia. Then his heart began to beat like a drum. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who didn't even have time for lunch, had already seen the girl walking over with his guards. He said to Xia Jinyuan, "I'll be talking to her later. Listen to me from the side and don't interrupt." Since they were all in the car, Xia Jinyuan didn't have to worry about others overhearing. He smiled and said, "Dad, that won't do. I can already see the bad intentions on your face. When it's time to speak, I'll definitely speak. You can't stop me." Chapter 719. Commander-in-Chief Xia looked at his son, who had squeezed into the car and refused to leave. Fortunately, he was able to keep his composure. Otherwise, he would have been angered by his son to the point of vomiting blood and directly ascending to the sky. Now he could not hit or scold him. He could only lecture and criticize him. Commander-in-Chief Xia's face darkened, and his voice was extremely tense. "If I keep this face, don't you think I'll scare your sweetheart away?" What he meant was, "If you make me angry again, I won't cooperate with you the entire time." Xia Jinyuan laughed even louder. He lazily leaned over from the passenger seat and was not threatened at all. His expression did not change as he said, "I haven't even won her heart yet. Why are you scaring her? Also, this girl is not an ordinary girl. It's okay if she's really scared by you. I'll apologize to her later and make her happy." He was not afraid at all and did not show any emotion. Hearing Commander-in-Chief Xia's words, he felt his heart ache again. "You, how did I give birth to such a hothead like you? You haven't won her heart yet, and you still have the nerve to talk about her in front of me. You like a high school student. Fine, I won't stop you, but you have to restrain yourself." Xia Jinyuan was born to be his nemesis. He could subdue anyone, but when it came to his son, he had never succeeded. Outsiders said that he, Xia Xinhui, had raised a good son, but in fact his good son suddenly changed for the better. It was not because he was good at teaching him, but because he suddenly came to his senses and changed for the better overnight. Even now, Commander-in-Chief Xia still remembered the scene at that time. After returning from the military exercise in the Helan Mountains, he fell into a deep sleep on his bed. Suddenly he felt that someone was standing by his bed, staring straight at him. At that time, His reaction was to directly pull out the MP20 pistol for self-defense from under his pillow and even pull the safety. He only needed 3 seconds to shoot directly. The gun barrel was pointed directly at his forehead. Even he was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. However, his son was completely fine. He opened his mouth and said, "Dad, hire a tutor for me. I plan to try to enter the military academy." At that moment, he almost thought that it was the Bodhisattva who had finally enlightened his son, whom everyone secretly thought was a good-for-nothing. He's sensible now. He was so frightened that he dropped the gun in his hand. There's no point in playing anymore. Hire a few tutors for me. Hire tutors for all the classes. Time is a little tight. It's best if everyone is here tomorrow so that I can study early. He picked up the pistol that had fallen on the floor. At that time, the young master of family Xia, who was 4 months away from turning 14, had grown up overnight and used less than half a year to learn. His learning speed was so fast that it made everyone's jaws drop. Then, at the age of 14, he was selected by his school to participate in the World Olympiad, held in the United Kingdom. This was also why Xia Jinyuan had a meaningful smile on his face when he found out that Yi Qian was going to participate in the World Olympiad. After that, the young master of family Xia sang songs of victory all the way to the military academy as if God had helped him. This became another major news in the courtyard at that time. After so many years, the young master of the Xia family had always been dutiful. He entered the military academy and joined the army. After leaving the army, he was promoted. It was as if the rascal of his youth had never appeared. Even Commander-in-Chief Xia had almost forgotten how foolish his son was back then.